Hello there. I live. And so do you. We are live! Hello! Who's getting lazy? He's repeating the or you will insert thing here. Well, since you are complaining, you are now the official victim of this title, of this stream title. So, yeah, congratulations. Basically, Joey's Gunpie and is a pirate pup. Definitely not. Aren't the pirate pups the fans of Cinder? Did I forget? Yeah, should be. I don't know. 100% true and not a lie being spread by deer. I'm gonna kill that deer. First one to like. Yippee! Hi Yippee, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. You don't have the hammer since you aren't playing Monster Hunter? Well. Who said anything about doing it in Monster Hunter? You know reality exists. I can just eat you here. It is time to watch the thing, Gumper, so that I may sleep. You want me to start with the Xenoblade? Really? You really? Really? How is every one of you doing? Fine, we'll do it. Let me really quick add it. Who's Kokos? Somebody. A viewer. That must be thrown. Yes. Did you even link? No, you did not. Did you even? Yeah, you did. Aw, man. Man. Really? Fine. We'll react to that first. So you finally... Metal is metal. For real, for real. That's what metal is. For real, for real. Anyways. Frog is doing better. Still sick, but she's doing better, which is nice. Already concerned. But why wouldn't someone be concerned if their frog is sick? Fine. We'll do the damn... Xenoblade shit. Fine, we'll do that shit. Nope. Shut it, woman. Alright. Have to reload this. We'll swap to this. Reactions. I'm good. I'll be watching you for a while before I spread more democracy. Very true. Very, very true. We will be spreading democracy. And I'll be spreading your mom's cheeks. Anyways. I don't check people's channels because that is weird behavior. But you are weird, so you are allowed to do weird behavior. So that's okay. Give into your weirdness. Hey, Booker. Hi, Imposter Plays. Hi, hello. Hello there. No, don't start with brain... I must start with brain rot. It is not my, what would one say? It's not my, decision. I must spread problems. I'm so lucky. A girl named Grace asked me out on Friday during lunch. Ooh, nice, awesome. Poker confirmed to be a necrophiliac 2025. She's still warm, Chad. I'm just kidding. Some people might do that, though. Some people might. Anyways, we must start with the rotting of the mind, the rotting of the brain. Chad, is this real? Am I in a dream? Nah. Some guy said to me, do you know corn? And I don't know what it means. Good. She a baddie! Interesting. Let's get this over with. Let's get this painful stuff over with. Aren't frogs kind of cold? She is one of those girls, you know, those people that always have cold hands that never get warm. She's that type of girl, but like, no matter how warm it is, she'll always have cold hands. Anyways, let's get this over with so we can send Sway to bed again. YouTube poop, Xenoblade Chronicles, Big Dungas. Bye bye, Nonus. Yay! Sure. Let's go. Wait, it's muted. I just realized. Stop. What the fuck you muted?
Let's go.
Okay, now again. Why was it even muted?
Even more content causes a reaction.
Let's fucking go!
Where is X? On the doc mattered, nothing really mattered. I see life outside my world is not easy. It is easy.
So this big tree is where the Nopon live.
Birdie. Me want touch hum.
Nopon, a frontier.
Oh god, this is good. Now the Nopon are here. This is gonna be such brain rot. What should I do? Well, if she asks you out, go on a date. Except if you know if she's a bad person or not, then maybe that's not a good idea. Then maybe not.
A village. Will you hear my request?
Me want touch. Me want touch.
Will you hear my request? Please.
Me want touch.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
My dear, it's good to
Succumb to the power of Earth.
swell.
Big Gungus.
What?
More like Big Gungus. I am Big Gungus too.
What the
Fuck this shit.
Melia? You look
Half dead and all alone.
and what of your
But I don't suppose she'll...
need men?
The Monado. Wow. There it is.
Ha, Melia. We lolly.
Speak, Shulk. Or I shall be forced to summon the Nopon chief to interpret for
Me?
Oh, fuck.
Off, Melia. I saw you fucking a huge telelia.
Goodness. It's so much fucking again. Nopon are vital to a superior YouTube YTP. What is this madness? This is what Sway consumes. This is what Sway consumes. She's not known to be a bop, so well in this case, go ahead. I mean, just go ahead, I guess. Frontier Monsanto Frontier Z. Hi tourist, how you doing? I've been good. Hello. Ah, my brain.
Yeah, it fucked me the first time and all.
That'll be me then.
Oh yeah.
What are you talking about?
Accurate, lore accurate. Lore accurate. How are you, Poke? I'm doing fantastic. For although she's a 10 out of 10. Well, then go ahead. I'm scared though. I mean, if she asks you out in this case, she's already into you. Might as well go ahead. Stop Men! Stop self-sabotaging yourself!
If Shulk says he saw you fucking something, then you must be important to whatever happens next.
Melia is vital to a superior YT.
And you expect me to believe this rubbish?
Ha! Why free?
In any case, the only reason we got this far was fucking jokes.
A lady should not go unaccompanied.
Excuse me?
Dumban!
Shulk, fuck you.
You ought to respect women. Their offer sounds quite right. We shall provide you with the finest Nopon. I make you
Then 4 great titans came into existence.
Old Lord He coming.
Oh no! Ricky! You just speak German and why do you sound like you're speaking French? French.
Watch out.
Nice, but you're not Gaddo.
Right in the... Take this, fuckball!
Did he just call him fuckball? That's crazy.
Old Lord He dead!
Yeah. Oh wait, I got a sudden pain in the neck. Shut up!
Me want touch hum. Me want touch.
I introduce to you this juice.
I'm all out of juice.
I introduce to you juice.
Hi.
Upper hand!
He didn't edit here much here. And I feel like the scene is already goofy enough to not edit that much. Because it's already silly enough. Also, the juice. Would that be... Would, Ricky's child be the drink?
No! Wow! You know what they say?
The more the merrier. These Telelia, they sound like Melia.
Yes.
Starlight Dick!
And don't forget that Melia is the person standing next to you.
Dumban's right. Melia is too. Dumban's right.
Ricky's friend, right?
I am all too apparent.
Just die like you're supposed to.
Die.
Does this count as bullying?
Yes.
Yay!
Ricky lived a full friends, mama. Mighty Ricky, also amazing with gun. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down.
Did we all just get rickrolled by Ricky? Oh my goodness.
Sis, we did it!
Is it just me, or did we suddenly become Nopon?
Ricky, you do know where the Telelia is, don't you?
No.
Fuck my life. Ricky.
No, Nelly. Ricky, hear you. The big dino beast.
Oh, for fuck!
Shake off the village, you must.
Dance with me. Dance with me. Dunban. More like dance. I am Dunban, but you can call me.
Daddy,
So you do know. So
You're lagging.
Guess we'll be searching for some ether. Next, I don't have a know. So fuck off.
Fortnite.
I understand Fortnite. This was horrible. That was horrible. Now go to bed, Sway. Good night. I'm good with guns. She replied, so it's a date then. In this case, W in chat, my boy. You got yourself a date. I have something to tell you about the NPC civilians in Helldivers 2. They are so stupid that the moment you place down a minefield, they turn around and run straight into it. I've been marked as a traitor because of that 3 times. Here, you're cooked. You're cooked. The guy cute animal sounds like Luigi because I don't know why Ricky sounds like Luigi. I found horror. Need to watch it. Perfect. She said it's a date. Yeah, in this case, W. Yeah, take care, Sway. Rest well. I sent you another video. Oh, I must watch these as well. Very true. I must watch these as well. And I said, why that yellow animal sound like Luigi? I have no idea. Voice actor. Fun. The fun with voice actors, huh? Alrighty. We got something interesting that I've seen.
Hey.
And that I wanted to watch because it was recommended. So I was like, I need to see this, which is because it sounds interesting. Because, see, we don't really often hear the opinion of Hyde's. Sure, Cricket. Hi, how are you doing? I've been good. Isbro, thank you, Poker, for the advice push. Yeah, because that's what you need to do. Mine next. You have no ability to choose here. I will watch what I want to watch, and you will be okay with it. I have the power. Anyways, the problem with women in games and why it's killing hype by the background NPC. See, we most of the time we hear dudes talk about how women the appeal of women in video games. We don't really see a lot of girls and women talk about how they look at this. Like, for me, it's very simple. I think video game characters should be attractive. Now, if you are, I feel like at least like characters that you cannot like yourself, you cannot like design yourself, right? Character creation and stuff. I think characters need to be attractive for a video game. And for character creators, you should be able to make hot people or ugly people. You should have both spectrums. If you want to be an absolute monster, go ahead. If you want to be an absolute pretty boy or pretty girl, go ahead, do that as well. And I feel like, at least for Western video games, we have pushed more so into this weird direction of we don't really rarely have like feminine female characters that are still strong. The only combination we have is I look weird and I'm strong. We don't really have that anymore. Let's just look what this lady has to say. I'm curious.
Hi, I think
Hold up. Wait a minute. Need to fix something again. Okay, now it works. Everything you want to marketing better be pretty. Marketing. Yep. No matter what you say. Pretty things always sell better. You don't buy ugly you don't buy ugly accessories, right? You don't do that. You like pretty accessories. We like in general, humans like pretty things. Humans like pretty humans. So I don't know why this weird push has happened where we don't have that for video game characters, except male characters, which is really odd. We don't have Western strong female characters, I think is what you mean. We don't have female characters that have, what's the word? That are like, how do I put this? Like, strong in a way where they still have faults. I like characters with flaws, and a lot of female characters, they don't really have that. We have a lot of Mary Sues out there, which is weird. But yeah, I hate hyper-realistic characters in both ways. Like when a model has pores, I just find it scary. Because it enters this uncanny valley territory. It's not human, but it looks human. Also, I feel like I don't want more realistic games. I like the fact that I can, like, that video games are, for me, as like, to escape reality, not to become more realistic. But I'm weird. Describe feminine, I dare you. For example, how would I put this? Characters, they don't have to be like sexy and really like, what's the word? How do I put this? I feel like characters like E from Stellar Blade, that's a feminine character. Shella or Milliard from Button Kaitos, those are feminine characters. Female characters from Xenoblade Chronicles, they're still strong, but they're still feminine. I don't know how to exactly put it. Let's just go.
I'm starting to spiral here. In every other kind of media, shows, books, movies, we expect characters to be these complex, emotionally layered, and oftentimes attractive people. CD Projekt Red gave us Geralt in a bathtub, and the entire internet said, absolute cinema. But when a female game character is hotter, suddenly it's like the studio committed some kind of war crime. And somewhere between 2014 and now, these types of women just started disappearing more and more from our Western games. You know, women who had beauty and charm and mystery, lip gloss, and the ability to just ruin your life with a single dialogue option. So let's talk about the modern female protagonist. How did you feel when I said that? Yeah. That's what I thought. Typically, they're more emotionally walled off, they're vaguely angry, honestly, me too. They have tactical everything, tragic backstories, but a lot of times won't talk about it with you.
Maybe I'll move myself over, give me a second. I'll move myself over, so I don't block her. Now I'm over here! Yay! Yeah, I feel like we have this, like, weird era where, like, feminine looking characters are not really like a thing. Like you have like male, like remember the Last of Us 2 and how they weren't able to find a female actor with that body type for the show. You know exactly which character I'm talking about. That is a popular example where the smashing scene looked like two men instead of a man and a woman.
Muted color palettes and no cute hairstyles or makeup or joy, and they normally display more masculine traits. And I'm not saying that these characters
There she was. There she was.
can never work. But if they're not done extremely well, the issue isn't just that so many of them fall flat, it's that they don't resonate at all. They're not iconic.
Yeah, for Wolfenstein, they made a switch, and you can clearly tell that whoever wrote the story is not the same person that wrote like what has the same vision as for the previous entries. It isn't think because good writing isn't a thing today. Yep. Yep, I'd go along with that. There's a reason why why we get a lot of remakes and sequels. It's because modern writers struggle with creating new stories.
They're not aspirational, and they're just not the kind of character you want to think about after the credits roll. And just like the women that I obsess over in all my books and TV shows, the smart, complex, stunning characters, I just want to aspire to the character that I'm playing in a game. She should feel powerful and gorgeous and emotionally relatable in a way that makes sense. But most of the leads that we're getting nowadays, they're not memorable. And let's be honest, they're not exactly breaking the internet. Okay, at least in a good way. The characters that really—
Oh god, Concord. Oh god, Concord. Concord, that was a thing, huh? That was a thing. One of the greatest failures ever. So, I'm gonna be straight up honest. I don't think there's any normal person out there. Not the activist weirdos, I'm talking normal person. If you'd ask them, would they rather play as an ugly character or a pretty character? I think 99.9% of those people would say they would rather pick a pretty character, an attractive character, in comparison to, like, whatever this is. Just me, though. She has Subway Surfer gameplay, but it's just the customization of a female character. Yeah. Congratulations, Yippee.
Really stand out that make a difference, they've got it all. They've got the looks and the charm and the presence and the personality, and they've got the things that make people care, or at least cosplay. Well, we didn't want to over-sexualize her. Okay, that's fine. I'm on board with that. But somewhere along the way, that
argument falls flat. A character can be pretty and not sexualized. Once again, I'd like to bring up characters from older JRPGs that were not really sexualized or incredibly sexualized, like Shella and Milliard from Button Kaitos. Attractive, pretty ladies, not Nikke characters.
turned into she can't flirt or cry or be too gentle or smile too much or wear makeup. Yes, sorry, I'm gonna hit on that a little bit today. We went from don't objectify her to don't let her feel like a real person. And she can be strong, but not soft, beautiful, but only if it's on accident. Heaven forbid she has feelings and good hair at the same time. And I think about this every time that I get the opportunity to make a custom character in a game. She is always a baddie that has lore. Winged eyeliner, mysterious aura. Every NPC in the game is in love with her, and honestly, they should be, okay? My tab in Baldur's Gate 3, an angel. She walks into a scene and the lighting just poof, gets better. Gale starts sweating, and Asterion is chomping at the bit. Shadowheart's having some conflictions, and her inventory is even more iconic. She's got 3 cursed rings, an apple, and a morally questionable tiara that she just doesn't want to take off. And it just makes you wonder, because if certain games let you create characters with so much charm and magnetism, why can't games with dedicated female leads do the same thing? Well, what are some of the more recent female leads that we've been graced with? I think about Frey from Forspoken. She can fight dragons and bend the laws of physics.
That game absolutely failed, by the way. That game just failed. That game is just a flop. And I don't even think it's just the female character, right? It's also that the story was written by Sweet Baby Inc. That was bound to fail. Because the moment you hear that, the moment you say, nope, not my money. I mean, would you prefer to eat something yummy or something yucky? Because it's the same with attractive people. You prefer what? Yep, it's just the truth. It's just the truth. I mean, look at Forspoken as one of the worst written games ever. I think the only thing that is probably way worse is like things like Dustborn. That might be way worse. That might probably be, maybe even Dragon Age: The Failguard. That might also be one of those, like, top 3 contenders for this. Sure.
Physics and literally parkour across dimensions. That's super cool. But for some reason, they gave her the most awkward dialogue and had her deliver every line like she was on hold with customer service. On mute. What about Kay Vess from Star Wars Outlaws? She's a scrappy space outlaw, in theory. In practice, she kind of just plays like she just respawned from a bug and isn't sure where she is or why she's there. Okay, well, what about female Ivor from Assassin's Creed Valhalla? Actually, she was canonically the real one. But you probably wouldn't know that, because even Ubisoft was like, dang, that's crazy. Anyway, check out this guy's beard. Or Dragon Age: The Veilguard. This game was like 10 years in the oven, and somehow it still came.
That was 10 years in the oven? That's crazy. The main character constantly has no direction, swaps from New York to Southern Farmer. It's embarrassing. That's crazy. I also feel like, I mean, look at gacha games with a high female like player base, like, you know, the Hoyo games, maybe not ZZZ, but Honkai Star Rail, Genshin Impact. Those are good looking characters with feminine traits, like the females there. And the women love them. They also made a study what women preferred, and women preferred attractive characters as well. And again, this is mostly about women because, let's face it, male characters haven't suffered that much from I don't think most people don't care about if a dude is ugly as shit. I don't think so. Or in comparison, why people love female anime characters so much, even those who are not sexualized, in comparison to characters in modern movies. Why do people love those? Why do they not love the female characters in modern movies? Well, because those actually feel like humans, not unnatural.
Smelled soggy. It often felt cringy instead of charming, and there really wasn't much mystery, but there was a lot of lecturing. And instead of emotionally rich companions, we kind of just got chronically online Twitter bios and fantasy outfits. I think you get the point, but I'm gonna say it anyway. We need female characters with range, with presence, with a little drama, if you will. The girls who made you feel something were not perfect. They were messy and charismatic and complicated in the best way. Sadie Adler from Red Dead 2, her husband literally dies, and she goes, cool, I'm going feral now. And grieving? Yes. Stunning? Yes. Horse girl? Absolutely. But I would let her run me over with that horse. Chloe Frazier.
I think I can bring up Ellie from The Last of Us here. I think I can do that, because she is a well-written character, and she feels human, and she feels not like you're trying to push a weird narrative. The only thing I think they fumbled with Ellie was the revenge bad thing. I think she should have killed the chick at the end. Straight up. What do you mean revenge bad? That bitch killed your dad. What do you mean?
From Uncharted. She's flirty and morally flexible, and somehow still makes betrayal feel hot. Tifa Lockhart from Final Fantasy. She could literally take down a behemoth in one hit and then quietly make you some soup and ask if you've been sleeping okay. Max from Life is Strange. A super sweet, anxious girl who accidentally rewrote the entire space-time continuum just because she had too many feelings. And honestly, we love a relatable queen. Or Nabooru from the Legend of Zelda series.
Based, for bringing her up, based.
She leads armies and fights evil, and somehow she still looks like she's posing for a Vogue cover the entire time. Probably my first girl crush. This should not be controversial, but I'll say it. We need to bring back great male leads, okay? And not because women can't carry a story, but because we've just, like, chucked balance off a cliff. It seems like the knee-jerk reaction to underrepresentation, accusations became all female everything forever, no notes. And now, after we've gotten so many forgettable female leads, not you, Ellie and Aloy, my queens, but with all the others, we've hit this weird place where the audience is already exhausted before the trailer even ends. And unfortunately, caught in the crossfires of this has been Naughty Dog's new IP, Intergalactic, and Ghost of Yote. But when I think about just
I think Ghost of Yote, people don't trust that because the voice actor for the female lead is one of those is another Twitter activist, and people don't really trust that anymore. Like, people go to to voice actors and already like, oh no, what may that cause? And also, like, I think people would have preferred if, like, the lead was male. Just saying. I think they should have continued the story of Ghost of Tsushima straight up. No, I'm gonna just saying why she's showing that hot short hair tomboy girl. Because she's trying to make a point. You can still have pretty much you can still have female leads, strong female leads that can still be girly, that can still be considered women. I think that's the point she's trying to make. They should have made a choice to kill Abby. Nah, kill Abby. No choice. Kill Abby. Kill Abby. Not a choice. Just annihilate her. I want to burn to a crisp. Don't throw Kokos poke. I will. Hi Zeppelin, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Most Final Fantasy female characters are written very well and go through character arcs and make great sacrifices. Yeah, and I feel like we don't have that reach anymore. We just have like female characters that feel like male leads most of the time. Generic male leads at that.
Well-written women in games. What's interesting is some of gaming's best women were not even the protagonist, but they were the scene stealers. Ciri from The Witcher 3 is quite literally the entire reason that Geralt is risking his life across these war-torn kingdoms, and she's this complicated, beautiful, just wild young girl who's somehow still more mature than everyone else around her. Or Yuna from Final Fantasy X, this graceful, selfless, and devastating character who's literally carrying the hopes of an entire world on her back, and then she still apologizes when she inconveniences you. And if that's not being a girl, I don't know what is. Or Midna from Twilight Princess. Alright, she's a little bit annoying at first, but she bullies Link for like the first 30 hours of the game, saves his life, opens a dimensional portal, and then vanishes all with a glowing tear. He never says a word to her the entire game, but she says everything with her absence. Truly a legendary situation. And while Western games are nervously
or Zelda, Princess Zelda, The Legend of Zelda, a game literally named after the princes inside the game. That's a great female character. And to be fair, if we want to bring up Final Fantasy, the entirety of Final Fantasy X-2, all the girls in that game were charming. I mean, the game wasn't great, but all the girls were charming. Lightning from Final Fantasy 13. No matter how much people dislike Final Fantasy 13, Lightning is a great female lead. What other things? Samus, great. They just don't make them like this. But these are all Japanese. These are all Japanese characters. That's the problem. When I look at Western female characters, it's all I'm looking at like, okay, we got Lara Croft, and then I'm already starting to Ellie. Then I'm already struggling. Ciri obviously was brought up, but oftentimes, I don't know. I feel like currently there's not that many. Let me know if you can still bring up some, but I'm struggling for Western games. How about Final Fantasy 16? I've never played Final Fantasy 16, so I wouldn't know. Nope, I do not want that short hair girl. I have my frog.
Surfing kind of every trace of femininity from their female characters, Eastern devs are like, yeah, here's a mysterious woman who could kill you and make you cry about it. You're welcome. Capcom? They've been in their iconic woman era since, like, forever. Resident Evil is one of my all-time favorite series, and Jill is tactical, calm, and easily has the cleanest bob in gaming. Ada is mysterious, stylish, and she might lie to your face, but she's still gonna get a fan cam. Claire is this beautiful, kind, capable woman who takes zero nonsense, and Lady D had like 10 minutes of screen time in Village, and she still owned Halloween for like the next 2 years. They're hot, they're cool, they've got so much range, and you remember them. You want to be them, or you just kind of want them to emotionally damage you just a little bit. It's the same kind of energy with Monster Hunter Wilds. They dropped a couple of composed, stunning women, and the internet instantly.
God damn it, man. God damn it, man. This is the same character. This is the girl next to the blacksmith in Monster Hunter 4 and 4 Ultimate. Just so you know. Goodness. And not only that, even if you make your own female character, right? Those characters still look gorgeous. Capcom can do it, but sometimes Capcom has some weird decisions. Devil May Cry anime. That is not anime because it's by Western, so it's technically not anime.
Started to cosplay. They're expressive and graceful, and they've just got that magnetism about them. And that's why the boys are in love, the girls are in love, and I am in love. And then we've got From Software, who just casually releases the most haunting, elegant women in modern gaming like it's nothing. The doll from Bloodborne, our favorite Victorian comfort character. She's soft-spoken, she's gentle, and she definitely knows more than she's letting on. Or Lady Maria, tragic, terrifying character with perfect posture, and 10 out of 10, I would let her fight me again. Or Ronnie from Elden Ring, who I was quite literally on my knees for, and I made sure to do every single step of her quest so I could serve her as me Elden Lord. Or Melina, Melina was so glowing and quiet and just sad. And then when she leaves you at the sight of Grace, like, my work here is done. Then you're just devastated and you're just sitting there all by yourself, alone, in your little tunic. These ladies.
Yeah, but the From Software games have a big reach for women. You have women that you can hug, and you have women that will decimate you, absolutely. It just is what it is.
Ladies do not need exposition dumps or 80 cutscenes. They just show up and drip elegance, drop one line of vague sorrow, and then next thing you know, you're obsessing over cosplays and fan art for like the next month. I say all of this because femininity is not outdated. It's not shallow, and it's not something that you need to water down for the story to be taken seriously. It's range. So please let women be cute and manipulative, kind and a little chaotic, soft but have sharp teeth, pretty, powerful, emotionally devastating, and the reason the protagonist starts journaling in a cave somewhere. Because femininity is Zelda, steadfast and radiant and standing between her kingdom and ruin with nothing but hope and stubborn grace. Or Triss, who's clever and compassionate and plays politics with you with a super soft smile that just makes you kind of forget that she's winning. Or Bayonetta, who's playful and provocative and treats every battlefield like a runway and then never manages to smudge her lipstick. Or Lightning, who's a beautiful, guarded, and grieved.
Let's go! My crush! Yes, my first Final Fantasy game was Final Fantasy 13. I love that game. I don't care how linear it is. I love that game. Wait, do you collect Pokemon cards? Not really, no. Not only in TCG Pocket.
Character who carries the entire weight of the world in 6-inch heels. And when female characters are done right, they're not flat or abrasive or weak. They're actually narrative gold. They have tension and softness that stabs, or beauty as a weapon. Let's let women be gorgeous and terrifying, sweet and strategic, gentle and unhinged. Let them be feminine again.
Yeah. Based. I agree. Bring back feminine characters. Bring back some girly girls. Most people wouldn't mind. Except maybe some, what is it? Except maybe some quote-unquote games journals, maybe they would complain. But who cares nowadays about games journalists? They're the bottom of the bottom. Yeah, I agree. Bring back some feminine characters that can still be strong female leads. Those things do not exclude each other. They can work quite well with each other, as demonstrated by the video. So yeah, maybe we'll slowly get a turn for this. Here's Krokog. Hi Krokog. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. All right, let me move again to the other side. Let me move again to the other side. Let me move over again. Zomix is dead. Nah. She just said, I don't know, I hope she's okay. I haven't heard from her since. I hope she's still alive. We need the Sumax. Alright. Next up, we'll do this one.
In what world?
An internet anarchist video, of course. Why would we not need one? Let me drink something. We jump from one topic to another. Also, I can get rid of videos that I don't need anymore. Just kick them out. Remove from playlist. Remove from playlist. I'm gonna work through all the videos I have in here. Slowly. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good as well. Yeah. Like I said, I have no idea where Sumax is. Anyways. He tried to expose penguins. Zero? Is it O? I think it's zero. I don't know. It ruined his life because I still don't know. I just call him Moist Critical. And I've always called him Moist Critical. Anyways, it ruined his life by Internet Anarchist. This went past me. I have no idea what this is about. We'll just look at it. Get ready for some nice drama.
In what world does slandering the creator who exposed you for being a manipulative creep ever turn out well? From Bentelek's perspective, calling Charlie, aka Moist Critical, a liar and a creep was the quickest way to repair his reputation.
I would argue that Charlie reading strangers' private text messages makes him and his followers more of a creep than me texting a girl. But there's an idiot born every second, and a lot of them are following Moist Critical.
Sadly, Ben was just digging himself into a bigger hole as his petty, vengeful, and litigious past was about to destroy his reputation a second time. Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we'll discuss the dubious return of YouTube's least favorite
Internet Anarchist, I need a 2-hour documentation on Johnny Somali. Thank you.
TikToker Bentelect. What he did to turn the internet against him the first time, why he thought slandering Charlie was a good way to make a comeback, and how it will only make things worse for him in the long run. We've covered Ben once before on the channel, but here's a brief summary of the controversy surrounding his career and his encounter with Charlie. Over the years, Ben has built up a vast social media following across YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram by reacting to other
Not bad. 3.7 million subscribers, 11 million followers on TikTok, 1.1 million followers on Instagram. Good numbers. Not bad, not bad.
people's memes. While he received criticism for making low-effort content and copyright striking other people's videos about him, Ben was still well liked by his fans. Unfortunately, that all changed in July of 2023, when the creator Jordan Max shared a series of damning messages that revealed how Ben was leveraging his platform to try and hook up with OF models. According to Jordan,
you could pick any other woman. And any other woman. You could find a girlfriend. Get a wife. You know, you could get all those things. Or just pick regular women. Why OF women? Why online prostitutes? Why though? Why? It's a cuck. Why is it a cuck?
And the screenshots provided, they had a podcast collaboration planned, but Ben decided to call it off mere hours before shooting because she refused to film OF content with him, with texts reading, "I was just thinking you're helping me with doing a video for my YouTube, so maybe I could help you with your OF. Hey, gonna do the pickle video with someone else. Thanks though." Within days, several other women came out with similar stories of Ben turning aggressive and petty when they rejected him. In a bid to mitigate the damage to his reputation, Ben threatened to sue Jordan for simply publishing the screenshots. However, his desperation to hide the situation only made the claims against him even more credible.
This is peak gooner. Or is it coomer? I don't even know the difference between a coomer and a gooner. Huh. But yeah. Interacting with OF girls to help them on their YouTube channel, but secretly you just want booty, is kind of weird, not gonna lie. You are a weirdo.
When viewers confronted Ben with evidence, he didn't deny it and tried to downplay the controversy by saying, quote, "People are upset over PG text messages." To see such a popular creator take advantage of that popularity to manipulate people into sleeping with him naturally revolted his audience. Once the backlash became too severe to ignore, Ben released this half-hearted apology to hopefully save.
Oh, are we getting a ukulele? Is that what we're getting? I'm waiting for that. Please. Like, look, if you cannot make if you are not properly sorry of like what you have done, why do you? I mean, this is not a big deal in my opinion. He's just a weirdo. But regardless, why do you make a half-assed apology and think that's gonna appease the masses? Just don't make an apology at all in this case. Just shut it.
His reputation.
Just wanted to clear the air. The first thing I want to say is I'm sorry to anyone that I've made feel uncomfortable. I want to say to any girl who I've been rude to, whether through text or in person, that I'm sorry. I understand that me being sorry does not excuse that kind of behavior. I will continue to work on myself and do better. Thanks, guys.
To anyone watching, Ben wasn't making this apology because he felt sorry, but because he wanted to maintain his career. When that didn't work, Ben deleted all traces of the apology from his social media. Unfortunately, that didn't stop the news of his misconduct from spreading like wildfire across the internet, as creators like Penguin Zero wasted no time.
Because, again, once such an apology is up, it will be downloaded immediately, and then, in case it disappears, it can just be re-uploaded. Dude, these people are content creators, but they don't realize that once something's up on the internet, it will always be up on the internet, and they will never be able to get rid of it. That's just the truth.
In roasting him for such dubious behavior.
So, did he stand by every single word that he said? Let's look at his initial apology, which he deleted pretty shortly after posting it, and then also hid replies on. Let's look at his first apology. I've recently been accused of some heinous actions and would like the opportunity to share my disgust at these accusations. I'm a firm believer in the rights and equality of all humans, including women. If that's not the big...
But that part already has nothing to do with the whole thing. You use your reach, your influence to get a chance with some OF chicks, trying to manipulate them into like getting booty. Like, oh, this has nothing to do with it. This has nothing to do with. You were not a bigot, as people like to refer to it as. You were, or a misogynist. You were just horny as fuck. People really don't realize how dangerous the internet is. No, they don't. No, they don't.
Biggest red flag immediately. I don't know what else is. I stand by the rights for all humans, and that does include women. Those creatures. I am including them in that statement because that's the kind of angel I am. It makes it sound like he's drawing a distinction between women and every other human on the planet, like they're a totally separate species.
Knowing Ben's litigious tendencies, Charlie clarified that any attempt to sue him or copyright strike the video would be met with an immediate and swift legal response.
Also, Ben, I know you're still watching. You probably plan on suing me if I show your apology video because you've employed this tactic before against other YouTubers. If they've shown clips of your content to make fun of you, you allege that it's stealing your work and you have a legal ground to take it down and come after them. You don't. That's not how that works. Me showing this is not any kind of violation in any way, shape, or form. So if
Very true, very true. This is nothing, this is not copyright infringement. That's not how this works. It's like, oftentimes, I've seen this as, once again, I am going to refer to the VTuber space here. Oftentimes, it's like people, do not make videos about my situation. Do not make a video about my Google document. I don't want any drama videos about this. That's not how it works. Once it's on the internet, there's people who are going to respect your wishes, and people who are going to nuke your ass. And look through it and make videos about it. Whether you like that or not. You cannot copyright people that easily.
If you do try and sue me or copyright claim this video, copyright strike the video, anything like that, I will 100% respond with every single option at my disposal in order to follow this legal case through to its fullest conclusion.
From the end of 2023 until mid-2024, the controversy Ben desperately wanted to hide almost completely became public knowledge. As a result of his own dishonesty, Ben had lost the goodwill of his fan base, which completely wrecked all of his social media growth. If Ben had only taken accountability for what he did and made a proper apology, he could have avoided this outcome. Unfortunately, Ben isn't the type of person to acknowledge his mistakes. Instead, he tries to twist the narrative after the dust has settled. On the 8th of September 2024, Ben would upload a video titled "Commentary Channels Love to Lie," in which he tried to minimize his horrible behavior.
He should have not made a public apology. This does not concern, I'm gonna straight up say it, a lot of the drama between people does not concern the public. And in this case, it really doesn't. Just fucking go to the OF girls, apologize properly, and then move on. Because I feel like the reason why people still shit on Dr. Disrespect is because he can't let it go. Bro would have had peace and quiet if he just shut the fuck up. Never does.
By making the people reporting it look like clout chasers. Starting with the false copyright strike he made against Nick is Not Green. Ben tried to justify it by claiming he didn't know the difference between claiming and striking someone, and considered it a normal procedure when others use your content.
That Ben had copyright struck the previous video he'd made on him.
Not just copyright claim, but copyright strike.
This did happen. This was in 2021. I just point blank thought when someone used your videos, you put in a copyright claim. I didn't know there was a difference at the time between strike or claim or whatever.
The way Ben presented things made it seem like a careless mistake, but that becomes very hard to believe when you look deeper into the situation. Anyone using the YouTube copyright system would be more than aware of the serious consequences associated with filing a copyright strike, especially a creator with over 1 million subscribers. How could he have gone through the entire filing process and not even understood what he was filing? Either Ben 1. ignored the critical information from YouTube about the copyright system while filing the strike and didn't bother to do any research on it, or 2. was aware of the consequences and filed it anyway. Whichever one it was, Ben was
I do not believe the fact that he did not know how this works, because even I know how it works, and I've never copyright struck somebody, because there wouldn't be any point in it, first of all. Second of all, I've even looked like, even applying against the copyright claim is already horrendous. that's already a horrendous procedure that requires even requires your legal name. So I do not think that that he did not know. So he should just apologize publicly and actually fix his problems, but instead this Ben fucker adds fire to fire. That's the usual thing, right? They think that they can like win and like change the narrative, but they actually can't.
Clearly its fault for misusing the copyright system. If you apply Ben's logic to his own content, then almost all of his videos would be liable for a copyright takedown because he uses other people's content in their entirety. I'm always looking for ways to make traveling easier and less stressful. Between booking flights, finding accommodation, and planning activities, the last thing I want to worry about is getting hit with ridiculous transaction fees or struggling to manage my budgets. You can check out this video's sponsor Revolut using the link in the description and get $40 after your first purchase. Revolut is a global money super app used by more than 50 million people worldwide. It's simple to set up an account in minutes and instantly start spending through Apple or Google Pay. When I'm abroad, I get competitive exchange rates for 30 plus currencies and no high fees. And check this out, my Revolut Metal card not only looks sleek, but is personalized and comes with perks like discounted airport lounge access. Revolut is packed with security features, like single-use virtual cards for safer online shopping and the ability to freeze your card instantly if it goes missing. You can also get up to 5% cash back at stores like HelloFresh and Ray-Ban directly in the app. Check out Revolut using the link in the description and get $40 after your first purchase. With that being said, let's get back into the video. Ben downplaying his copyright abuse wasn't the only manipulative tactic Ben
There's people that still do that. People that think they can abuse the copyright system and genuinely believe that they can get through this with this. And then they realize, welp, that does not work like that. And people fight back and win. It just is what it is. I'm back from a long time. Yes, UMW. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Because Poke is a good person. Sometimes I do struggle with the idea of that, to be honest.
used to obscure his mistakes, as he tried to make his disgusting messages to Jordan Max seem like a drunken mishap.
So this girl DM'd me a year prior on Instagram, basically wanted to go grab a drink. Never ended up happening. A year later, I was starting a podcast, got drunk the day before she was gonna come over, and I texted her this. So, yep, this is a drunk text at noon. I was blackout drunk. It was just dumb. It was just stupid.
Looking back at Jordan's tweet, all she really did was state exactly what had been done and provided proof of said actions. When he recounted these events, Ben lied about the timeline by stating that the texts took place a day prior, when it was mere hours before their meetup. Not only that, but he also left out how the reason he cancelled their collaboration was because she refused to sleep with him. Ben is clearly twisting the facts to make himself look
Which is so weird, bro. That is so weird. It is so weird. Like, you want to collaborate with somebody, right? But then you cancel because she refuses to sleep with her? Like, I really dislike OF and OF girls, right? I really do. Same with any loot thing, right? But you're still a weirdo for this, regardless. All my dislike aside, you're still a weirdo for this. You remember Rick? Yes, I do. Honestly, Cat Liente, aka Cat and Chat, never cover VTuber and brought out art drama news. I noticed her video is biased and using AI tracing, especially trace on their own work, false claim towards artists. This is nothing new. I've encountered Cat Liente 9 months ago, when she already like harassed or added to the harassment of that lolly VTuber group that made them graduate. Against Alicia, the same thing. There was some art stuff as well. In general, I feel like she just does it for money. That's it. Like, she's an actual grifter. Also, hi Sota, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. What the fuck? I swear the only clean YouTubers poking dogs. All the YouTubers are going insane. I mean, I don't think all of them. I don't think the vast majority aren't. I think 99% of YouTubers are completely content creators are completely fine. It's just that there's some retards in there, and that stuff gets heavily blown out of proportion. My cats are fighting for whatever reason. Now, Poke is not clean. He's just truthful about his opinions. Are you saying I'm showering? I'm just a joke. This is just a joke. I'm just joking. I feel like the vast majority are just regular art people, to be fair. And you have some people with some dick moves. He's scared to come back in the chat because about the lies. I'm confused. What lies? Huh?
Look better, and when the evidence was too damning to deny, he resorted to call it a lie without any proof.
I'm with me.
This whole convo, I don't care what anyone says about it, this right here, I don't know who put it out, fake. Oh my god, I've dealt with Bentelect too, actually he's bothered a lot of women. Where's the name? This is just a text message, and people take it as like a story. It's not a story. Let me just say this, the story is that I started a podcast to leverage my fame to sleep with women. False. And any other person who tells you otherwise is lying. For fame, for views, or whatever reason. I got drunk at noon and texted a girl who had DM'd me a year before and asked her if she wanted to hook up. That's not that crazy.
Despite asserting that these messages were fake, Ben did acknowledge his connection to one of the women listed, but stated it wasn't the public's business since it was a private conversation.
This girl and her and I met on a dating app in 2017, hung out once, and then I think hung out 5 times over the course of like 3 years. Never dated. Only hung out when we drank. This text message combo was a private text message between me and her. I was drunk and texting her, yep. There's nothing in this text message that is any of the public's business. If you read someone's private text messages as content, you're a clown, straight up.
Private messages or not, Ben had a pattern of getting aggressive towards and insulting women who didn't give him what he wanted. The excuses of being intoxicated doesn't change the reality of what he did, and viewers were more than ready to echo that sentiment in the comment section below. Reading, "You realize being drunk in that moment makes it so much worse," and "Funny how you was drunk every time you texted them." Throughout the video, Ben couldn't admit to
Maybe bro is always drunk when texting her. Who knows? I don't know. It's just like, just own it. You just wanted to use your clout for to get to sleep with an OF chick. That's it. Like, straight up, just own it. I would have much more respect for somebody who did shit and just straight up owning it, then somebody desperately trying to cling to like the what little of their careers left and trying to change the narrative and lie. Like, just straight up, just tell the truth. Who cares? I'd rather have that at this point. That'd be refreshing. I'd like that. That'd be refreshing. Literally put Trevor Phillips, Stephen Ogg clips of "Go fuck yourself" on the tweet. Based. The only sane people I know are my friends, family. I don't know if I'm sane. I might be a little insane occasionally. But would you get drunk at noon? I don't know. I don't drink alcohol, so I wouldn't know. He lied about he wants to commit. What? That's fucking weird. You shouldn't do that, huh?
to his mistakes and tried to make it seem like the coverage of his behind-the-scenes behavior was just people hating on him. As long as he could paint the people calling him out in a bad light, Ben felt like he was in the right, and was even comfortable enough with that reasoning to take things a step further by calling his critics clowns.
This is fake, this is fake, this is fake, this is fake, and this is fake. So if you've seen this video, it's BS and he's a clown. If you've seen this video, it's BS and he's a clown. And if you've seen this video, it's BS and he's a clown.
Hope this helps.
As you'd imagine, viewers were very quick to point out Ben's extremely weak rebuttal to the criticism, with a comment stating, "Your argument is just saying they're wrong? You're so bad at this, you don't even have evidence that they are actually wrong. Someone didn't go to Lapse in Judgment 101, I see." This wouldn't be the last time Ben tried to slander his critics to save his skin, as he doubled down on this sick strategy going into 2025. However, it would cause him more harm than good. By the 16th of March 2025, Ben uploaded a video to TikTok.
Like, it's like, okay, right? It's like, you constantly say, which I find funny, no proof, this is a liar, but have you actually anything that can disprove this? Have you actually anything that can disprove this? Like, I'm just asking. Because it feels like you got nothing. Because it's just the truth. Like, how are you going to change the M's? Nothing. There's no way you can do this. Maybe drinking, writing all the time. Well, the upper message looks like that. With that kind of spelling, the platform cat and chat, caliente, our last resort. I don't think that cancellation is the right thing to do. I just think that she needs to change her ways and actually needs to actually take accountability and do proper research and do if she does mess up, correct her mistakes. I mean, she won't do that. I mean, she's currently losing subs. She lost like 4,000 subs in like 14 days, so there's that. So you can come back to chat. I don't care, sure. Just never lie again, that's weird. Don't worry, I never included me as sane, so... Okay, chat, I need help. One of my siblings is addicted to exotic pets and is trying to get me a gecko, bug, or tarantula. Help, what do I do? Well, either you just say no, or you get the gecko. It is what it is. I wouldn't get the tarantula or bug, get the gecko.
TikTok captioned, "This guy is a creep," in which he framed Charlie's coverage of him as baseless slander.
Today I want to talk about someone. His name is Charles White. He made a video slandering me over a year ago, but the damage it caused still affects me, my career, and my mental health to this day, which is why I'm making this video. He made up a story reading fake screenshots from Twitter that I started a fake podcast to get girls, girls specifically, to come and hook up.
Bintellect uses this podcast as a way of just, like, the whole podcast existence is only here as a way of trying to get Bintellect laid.
I later put out a video explaining that Jordan Max had put out fake screenshots and debunked the theory because that came from me actually starting a podcast with Maria Smith, a friend of mine. I literally put out an apology video because I was sick and tired of the endless harassment. I wouldn't be respecting myself if I didn't speak my truth.
Following this, Ben complains about the damage it did to him on YouTube and even threatens legal action against Charlie.
You should have just... This thing could have been fixed. Once again, this is one of these situations that could have been fixed so easily. Because it's like, it's still, you're a weirdo. You'll never get rid of being a weirdo. But it's not like a humongous deal. Right? You're just being a weirdo. Nothing really happened. Except you being a weirdo. You should have just owned it and then just moved the fuck on. Problem solved. That's all there is to it. Hi Rick, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
Charlie.
There's a lot of people who unfollowed me because of Penguin's video. Let me give you an example. This video did millions of plays on Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram, but the same video only did 13,000 plays on YouTube, even though I have 3 million subscribers. A lot of fans have recommended that I sue Charlie. Other commentary channels even make videos detailing the damage. I would argue that Charlie reading strangers' private text messages makes him and his followers more of a creep than me texting a girl. But there's an idiot born every second, and a lot of them are following Moist Critical.
At this point, anyone who knew the truth about the situation called him out in the comments. But
that makes absolutely 0 sense. The moment these private messages became public, they're no longer private, like they're public. Go at it. It is what it is.
Ben was desperate to keep his facade intact, with a commenter stating, "You can try your hardest to deny the truth, but you know what you did. Charlie exposed you, and you continue to hide behind this lie you've crafted. Own up to it." Where Bentelect responded by stating, "That's cute, show me the names and faces to match the screenshots. You can't. Case closed." This wasn't the first time Ben had retroactively slandered people who criticized him, as he tried to label Billie Eilish as a bully for making a parody of his content.
Over the years, Billie Eilish talks about cyberbullying and how it has negatively affected her life, to the point that she says that in 2018, she almost took her own life because of reading negative social media posts about her online. Well, 2 years later, Billie Eilish posted this video to her 50 million subscribers.
Why use Instagram? Scroll. F is this. Unfollow. Scroll. Facts. Screenshot. Yes.
Facts.
From Ben's perspective, Billie intentionally tried to make her
Base Billie Eilish? I guess, sure. At least in this situation, I don't like her weird anti-men speak at times, but sure, that I agree with. Those are the type of reactors I don't like. Like, bro, you're just laughing and that's about it. At least add some yapping to it. I have something to say about me. Go ahead.
Fans hate him and felt that she had no justification to talk about people hating her.
For years, she gave a speech about cyberbullying and how against it she was, mainly from the hate comments she received from this photo. She says time and time again, those comments still hurt her feelings, even years later. She says she stopped reading comments, and she wants to dress the way she wants to dress without being judged, but posted this video knowing that it was making fun of me to her millions of followers, and in turn would cause her followers to come and hate on me, which happened for many years.
Ben takes it very...
I am so damn liberal with you're gay? Okay. Congratulations. This is not an airport, you don't need to announce it, sure. I don't care. The thing is this, right? The thing is this. I am very liberal with the block button nowadays. You insult me? Yo, eat that block button. I don't care. I have no time for this crap. I'll just send you into the shadow realm and move on. I have no time for this.
Very personally when people laugh at him and assumes that making a parody of someone constitutes harassment. All Billie did was demonstrate precisely what Ben was doing under all of the memes on his page, yet he interprets that as an attack and tries to convince the audience of the same thing. Fortunately, many of them were willing to take a more objective approach to the situation, with comments stating, "I think she was just demonstrating what it looks like to scroll and laugh. I don't think she was hating," as well as, "I'm not really a Billie fan, but I don't think she was trying to be mean to you." Going back to his YouTube channel, Ben has made several community posts wrapping the narrative around his bad reputation and history to make it seem like people were hating him for no reason. And people were initially on Ben's side because they didn't know the allegations against him, but the table shifted when more users began noticing his posts, with one commenter even stating, "You don't have the time, huh? Then why you post this then? Put the fries in the bag, buddy." Even now, the misconduct Ben was trying to obscure was still costing him subscribers. As one user stated, "Just saw the allegations about the OF podcast, just unsubscribed. Didn't want to watch someone who is doing supposed shady stuff. I'm not saying you did this, I just don't want to follow someone who can't be honest or trusted." Seeing the writing on the wall, Ben understood that the YouTube community isn't going to give him a second chance, and uploaded this salty community post. "Stay in school, kids, you'll never be a YouTuber." Looking at Ben's recent YouTube metrics, the pattern only becomes more apparent, as his slander campaign against Charlie and his other critics has cost him over 10,000 subscribers. The more Ben tries to cover up his past, the more people find out about it. What's even more concerning...
Streisand effect. The more you don't want something to come out, the worse it gets. If something happens, just straight up be honest. Just straight up say, yes, you did that. You apologize genuinely. You apologize to the girls privately. And you move the fuck on. problem solved.
Is how this effect would be multiplied if he continues to go after the people that exposed him. Whether Ben realized it or not, trying to expose Charlie wasn't going to make people forgive or forget how he abused his platform. Even if Ben were to sue Charlie or get a response from him, the outcome wouldn't be in his favor. As one commenter put it, "My guy, it's over. Just take the L." If by some chance he even sees this video, he knows how desperately you would love a back and forth. He knows that you would even accept playing the deserved role as the villain as long as you got views again. You honestly think he has even thought about you for over a minute in the past 6 months? He's not gonna engage. If you got slandered, sue him. If you were a creep, don't. Either way, your relevance is done. Throughout his career, he has demonstrated a pattern of being petty and vindictive when faced with criticism. This happened with Nick is Not Green, and now it's happening with Moist Critical. The only difference this time is that most people don't know or remember how he lost his reputation the first time. But if he continues and starts a beef with Charlie, it's definitely going to remind them.
Here's the simplest take of all. He could have had a second chance if he just was honest. If he was just honest, that would have solved the problem. That would have been all there is to it. Simple. Anyways. Water. Man, I remember watching this loser. He didn't do the word like in he's a weirdo 100%. But in comparison to other things, I think this could have been solved pretty quickly. This could have been solved pretty quickly. Next up, we need to finish the final, the arc, the Kirsche arc with the last reaction to this entire situation, I guess. For now, the final Kirsche. as usual, we need to do this. We're getting rid of this, and after that we'll do the autism mom. I'm curious what that was about. VTuber tried to cancel Kirsche and instead got exposed as a massive hypocrite. Who? Barrett said this, by the way. Who was that? Did I not catch? Did I? Wait, can you want some Pokemon pack openings? That's not really my style. I'm not really into that stuff because I really don't care about the trading card game. It just is what it is. I just don't care. It's an absolute destroyed hobby. Because the moment a new pack release, like a new set releases, it's immediately sold out because scalpers and resellers just got their hands on it. That's all it really is. For some reason, my idiot self thought he was entertaining. Probably were younger. So yeah, let's see who this...
Hey, what's up, guys?
Who this VTuber is that went off the Kirsche.
Here. So this is truly the content gift that keeps on giving. We're going to be once again talking about Kirsche because people can't stop seething about her, and the people who are seething about her...
KDS, Kirsche Derangement Syndrome. It is the thing. 100%.
Are making absolute fools out of themselves, including a VTuber that we're going to look at today, who's been on a multi-day crash out over Kirsche. And we're also going to look at a very bizarre article made about not only Kirsche, but myself as well. Now, to give you some context before we get into the
article... Wait, Rev as well? That's interesting. Who is this? Is it Nyara? It could be funny if it was. It could be funny. Hey, can I hook you up with some packs? Nah. I don't. First of all, I'm broke as fuck. I don't have the money for that. And I just don't have any interest in the TCG. Will ever do a face reveal? Never! I'm a VTuber. I like being a VTuber. That face stays hidden. Especially with the topics I talk about, I feel like if it ever got to the chance that some people would try to dox me, having my face out there would just be worse.
Article here. Kirsha was banned for one day on Twitch after reading the fan fiction
A day? 2 minutes and 2 seconds. That's shorter than Hassan.
made by Anna Vellens, a Vice journalist who made multiple hit pieces on Kirsha. Kirsha has now been unbanned after that, and the articles, of course, have been removed by Vice, and Anna Vellens has been nuked off of Twitter. They are now hiding on Blue Sky, and other people are now picking up the pieces and continuing the good fight for Anna Vellens, including this person right here, this Laura individual, an independent Latinx.
What? Nah, bro, for free. Nah, I have no interest. What the fuck? Independent Latinx. By the way, this is one of the most racist terms the left has ever come up with. Ever. Like, report that alt-right orgs, justice reform, LGBTQIA+ causes, progressive pathways, trans voices rising, they, she. Oh my goodness. We got the whole ass. We got a whole ass. Stage 5 woke, chat. Also, I had to wear masks to cover myself if I attend an anime con as a VTuber. Yeah, I would do that as well. I wear a carpet. I respect you. Anonymosity, Poker. God, I hate that word. So, yeah, I'll just take the VTubing part very seriously.
Reporter who made this Pulitzer Prize winning article right here, titled "Texas Terror Part 3: Patriot Front." Now you might be asking yourself, Rev, what does this have to do with VTubers? Well, let me tell you. Right here, they compare these groups to Kirsha. Yes, they are comparing Kirsha to a neo-Nazi terrorist group.
What the fuck? Huh? I do have the feeling, I'm gonna straight up say this, I do have the feeling that people genuinely are longing for actual Nazis to appear. And since they can't actually find any, they need to create them in their own mind. Like, this is some weird shit. Especially since Kirsch has no connections to these. Dude, this is ridiculous. This is so fucking dumb. This is so fucking dumb. I'm playing Pokemon Ultra Sun with electric type only Nuzlocke. Awesome, Pokemon 23. Also, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. I came to say hi to my new customer. What the skibidi am I hearing? People calling somebody a Nazi that's not a Nazi? That's the complete summary, I guess? But also, hi Carl, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Why, you may ask? Because she threatened legal action against Vice for their hit pieces. Yes, apparently using
Huh? Legal action using is using the law being a Nazi? It's over, chat. It's over. They small but exist. Neo-Nazi exists. Yeah, they exist. But it feels like people desperately, like these people, desperately seek out or desperately want Nazis to exist so they can have this weird boogeyman to blame everything on.
Using courts is a dog whistle for being a part of a neo-Nazi group. This is how desperate they're getting. This is literally like the argument where people are like, oh, did you just drink a glass of water? Guess who else drinks water? Adolf Hitler. Like, that's how...
It's accurate. Guess we're all chat when everyone's a Nazi. Nobody is. This is so retarded, dude. This is so dumb. Oh, you can walk? You can walk? Adolf Hitler walked. How dare you?
How desperate they're getting with these attempted gotchas. And let's continue on to my cameo right here. So in this section they say,
Ah, so that's the article. That's the article. Okay. So we got streamers like Kirsche is a streamer, Leaflet is a streamer, Mama Oko, yeah. Also, Hirohe is not a streamer, and Ref also is not really a streamer. So there's that. Interesting.
this is most common on the outer layers of the radicalization onion. Radicalization onion. That is a terminally online phrase. And they say streamers like Kirsche, Leaflet, Mama Oko, Hirohe, Rev says Desu, and others can avoid legal liability by saying any of the harassment or slander done on their behalf aren't what they actually wanted, even though that claim is facetious. Streamers who sit in a deeper layer may have edgier, more openly hateful content while still hiding behind the defense of calling it jokes. Wow, it's so great to have some random journalist tell you how you think. Like, apparently this person understands how my brain works. They understand my thoughts more than me, apparently. So they know the intentions of myself whenever I say or do anything online. This person knows I do not. So I'm glad they're sharing.
I remember 15 years ago, it was totally fine to be unhinged on the internet, because nobody fucking cared. I am still unhinged. I do not care. I say things that might be absolutely, utterly stupid. I don't care. Go watch a dry wall. I don't care.
Sharing how I think to me. It's great. Thank you so much for that. But they continue on to compare Kirsche to another violent group called Atomwaffen. I'm not sure if I'm saying that.
Atomwaffen. This is German. It's literally just a nuclear weapon. That's what the movement is called. Atomwaffen. It's German. I'm German, so it makes sense.
That right. It's another neo-Nazi group, and they go down here and clarify she's not a member of the group and would likely disavow them publicly. So what are we talking about? Why are you even bringing them up in the first place? This is absolutely insane, the levels these people go. They basically have to create a caricature of what you are. And in this case, they have to go so far to compare you to actual neo-Nazi terrorist groups because they can't handle someone who has a different opinion than them. And there are other people who are still fuming about Kirsche, including...
Oh, not that bitch! Safira the Noma. Goodness. That bitch lies so fucking much. It's crazy. Ah, so that is the hypocrite. We know. Yeah. I know a couple of VTubers that have a pretty big beef with this chick. I'm aware. Oh no, it's her. But if you can learn one thing from all the VTuber controversy is be careful. We don't want to see a video that's trying to shame you in the future years. To be fair, I don't mind. Go ahead. I'll just fight back. The classic way. I'm gonna make fun of you. I don't care. Like, there could be 10 videos, I don't give a rat's ass. I'll just make fun of them. The good old way. Like, this doesn't affect me, I don't care. Yeah, dear, after this one, I'll give you your damn dose. Thanks to global censorships, we can't say a single bad word, let alone being expected to be clean. To be fair, I don't care much about being quote-unquote clean.
This YouTuber named Safira de Noma. This is a person who I believe used to make drama videos on VTubers and stuff like that. I don't think they make that stuff anymore. But they had a lot to say about Kirsche over the past couple of days, including saying this: Anna still has her job, so no, the Foxu doesn't win. Yeah, I don't know, number one, if I would want to defend Anna Vellens in any sort of capacity. And also, I don't know if I'd want to, like...
Judge me by my enemies. It works so incredibly well. By the way, she also defends somebody who I think was okay with some really gross stuff, by the way. I don't know the full thing, but I know that she is on the side of somebody who made some really gross shit as well. So there's that. And then she defends Anna Vellens, somebody who literally has grape fantasies. Judge us by our enemies at this point. I might be going to France, your motherland, France, but I'm not French. Malaysian law, can't discuss politics, royalty, religion, race on social media. That's crazy. Interesting. Oh, just don't do it. The guy is clean. Please have a life.
Encourage any more work from an individual who made an article where they put an adult toy inside themselves and rigged it so whenever they came into contact with players in Fall Guys, it would go...
Yeah, guys, how would you feel about this? Imagine you're playing Fall Guys and there's some player who bumps into you and their butt plug starts vibrating. How does that make you feel? The idea that you may have bumped into somebody that makes their butt plug vibrate. Not great, it's called dark romance, dealer girls call it. That is not dark romance. That is weird as shit to fantasize about the idea of having non-consensual intimacy with women. Real life women.
Go off and basically forcing non-consenting people to be a part of their fetish. And of course, that's a game that's heavily populated by children too. So I don't know if I'd want to defend this person still being able to make articles. Kind of a weird fight to pick here. But of course, we got to talk about the real crux of why they're angry. So, like I said, Kirsche read some of Anna Vellens' fan fiction on stream, and she would get banned for 24 hours for sexual content, reading literally the words of Anna Vellens. And of course, this person was not happy. They said, Kirsche, honey, please stop harassing Anna Vellens. You earned this ban. You straight up read not safe for work fanfic on your live stream. This is against Twitch TOS, undeniably. You dumb F. Well, I'll say one thing before we get into it. Life lesson. Anyone who unironically calls a stranger honey in a condescending way typically are the most...
Yeah, it's like you're like putting them down. You're not taking them seriously whatsoever. Because they're like, darling, honey, sweetie, whatever it is. Get out of here. Get out of here. Also, yes, she did deserve that ban for reading that. Nobody's saying that. It's against TOS. The main problem is that other people can do worse stuff and not get a ban. Like, supporting terrorism. Straight up. Or wishing PTSD on soldiers. Or veterans. Or, I don't know. Putting a camera up their butt. Still no issue. Because the person that the guy that runs Twitch is a leftist coomer. Discussing those risks to put behind bars even from a single tweet, let alone adult jokes. Not gonna lie, I tried to get out of that country. I tried to buy a PC cable in the right store and the owner shouted at me since I asked him in English instead of learning French. Funny.
Insufferable people you'll ever meet. But this person's not really understanding why people are surprised or calling out her ban. They understand what she was reading broke TOS. but they're saying Twitch is selective. They have bias when it comes to enforcing the rules, given some of the outrageous stuff that is permitted on their platform. It's clear that Kirsha is being targeted because likely she has more conservative views, and they want to take the rules out on her when they can. They don't do this for other people that they have as like their golden children on Twitch. That's very obvious, and I think this shows the bias. That's why
the golden children are Hassan, Denims, Frogan, a bunch of other people as well. There's like some other orbiters. There's like another dude who, like, I don't know who you are and why you are there. You are just like, you're a no name, but why are you there? Nobody knows you, but you're still there. There's a couple of people that all do this weird stuff, and Hassan did get banned for 24 hours. It should have been at least a month and at least 3 months without ads, but okay.
Why people are calling this out. But it was a one-day ban, she's back, and unfortunately this tweet apparently didn't get enough attention, so they quoted their own tweet, adding this on, saying Kirsha is endangering potential minors lurking in her community by reading smut on stream and still up in her YouTube VOD. Kirsha is lucky all she got was a one-day ban. This is literally disgusting.
I talk about topics that aren't particularly for minors, but I still do have the occasional minor here, because it's not my... I don't think these people understand. It's not my job to make sure that minors don't watch my content. It is not my job. It's the parents' job. And if the parents are incapable of making sure that their children don't watch something that they shouldn't watch, then that's not my problem. Which is why I'm like, in this situation where I'm saying, like, I'm not gonna put up a minors don't interact. Because first of all, they will lie. It may block away some of them, but they will lie. And second of all, it's not my job as a content creator to make sure that children aren't watching my stuff. It's the parents' jobs. That's just my take there. Some makes Twitch too much money. Very true. Very true. That's the reason. Also, I find it funny how she calls out Kirsha for this. But are you calling out Twitch for endangering minors? For endangering minors? Because they have straight up softcore corn on their website? But you won't do that, because that would go against your narrative. So your argument falls completely flat. You're cherry picking. You think Twitch is safe when Amaranth is sitting with barely any clothes in a bathtub? You think Twitch is safe for minors? The fuck you mean? The only thing she can do is ban them if they say they are not 18. And I think most kids are smart enough to lie about their age. Straight up. I did it. Most of us probably did it at one point. So why even try, in my opinion? It may filter some of them, but you won't I think the vast majority you will not filter. One day ban to the dungeon. One day solitude in the dark would to the magic. Sorry, I know it too drastic. Yeah. But Hassan can say, delete some government officials. Some senators. And nothing happens. Speaking of minors don't interact. A VTuber had a great idea to make giveaway, which the prize is banned in her stream. That's funny. Also, at least it's good. It's just a written smut and not the other thing Twitch allows. Very true. How minors, they mean those guys who dig for gold. Yeah, unfortunately, she means kids.
Yeah, we're not doing this. You really want to make this standard for other people? Basically saying you are putting people in danger if you have any sort of adult themes on your...
Also using their logic, why would you repost the clip onto Twitter that also has minors on it? Ah, yeah, true. True. Uno reverse. Hypocrite.
Stream. That is what they're running with here. Imagine extending that logic to everything. I haven't heard one word from this individual about lewd tubers who are on Twitch without age restrictions on their content, doing very sexual content. But Kirsha, with an 18 plus warning on her stream and across all of her accounts, is somehow getting singled out in this situation. And unfortunately for this person, you can start looking at their own content. If you truly believe that you shouldn't show anything on stream that would be inappropriate for a child watching, well, guess what? We're going to apply that to your content as well. So here's one of the...
My boy pulling up with the receipts. We love to see it. That's a problem with Twitch, not Kirsha. Absolutely. Remember Twitch's bathtub category. Yeah, like Twitch is so safe for minors, and Kirsha is endangering minors. Yeah, the same Twitch that has women sitting in a bikini on a glass chair with a camera under that glass chair. Absolutely. Yes. Or Mopie streaming completely naked. Of course. Also, didn't Safara the Noma make a video about, that, what was it? That, Love and Deep Space game? The female version, the female Gooner game.
Their recent streams, Gooning Tuesday. Yes, they're bringing out the jiggle physics, which of course they're playing Nikke. And here's a clip from it. This is what they're playing and doing on their own stream while saying that Kirsha is endangering children because they read a fan fiction.
Oh my god!
Okay, I was not expecting that. Oh my god! Oh,
Mods ban her. Cut her PP off. Wait, she doesn't have. Maybe she does have a PP. Who knows? I don't know. Well, that's ironic. That's ironic. Aren't you endangering minors here?
Oh my god, these are soaked up over here, bro.
Yeah, would you play this in front of children? I don't think so. So if you're gonna hold Kirsha to this standard, well, guess what? It's gonna be held to you as well. And I also find it very ironic they're playing Nikke while claiming to be also anti-lolly, despite the fact that there's lolly fan service in Nikke. Just
oh no, this bitch is retarded. This is crazy. That's like the same people that say they hate lolly, but they play Genshin Impact. They hate lolly, but they play Wuthering Waves. They hate lolly, but they play whatever. Brown Dust 2. Yeah. Sure, buddy. Sure. 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 Yeah, absolutely. Well, guess you should not play these games. Oh, you won't. Rules for the but not for me. I hate Lolly Blue Archive fans. Those exist, by the way. I've seen them. Those exist. You would not believe that, but when I say you, those exist. I bought Pokemon packs before the stream, and I'm opening it right now. Good luck. Good luck. Hope you pull something nice. Everything, especially on the internet, become too family friendly. Leaves little to no place for target adult audiences thanks to censorship. Yeah, I do agree with that. I mean, you know, you cannot, say, like, bad words, because it'll get you demonetized or other weird stuff. It just is what it is at this point. It's just like, are you sure you pull a $381 Pokemon card? If so, congratulations, shiny Charizard. Congratulations in this case. Hope you pull a good Bidoof. Stop it! I am pulling that many. B-Barrel EX, shut it. Hey, I may read out of the Monster Girl Encyclopedia, but I make sure to still censor it, and on top of that, I do have in my channel description not for kids. So if a kid watches that sort of thing, I will literally blame it on the parents, because it is the parents' fault. I am not at fault if a kid watches my videos. It is what it is then.
Just another example of their hypocrisy. But also you can find this on their pinned tweet. This is their pinned tweet talking about the type of content that they share with their audience.
The only one I'm hurting is myself and you guys who choose to listen to me talk about how thirsty I am over a fictional character that does not exist and how much I want them to rail me. But that's besides the point.
So again, criticizing Kirsha for reading a fan fiction on her stream because it's endangering children who might be in the audience, but you can talk about fictional characters railing you on your stream. And your audience understands that dynamic according to them. So what are we talking about here? The hypocrisy is through the roof. Now, of course, they would also defend Anna Valens. Yes, they thought this is appropriate for Twitch. What's being played up?
No! 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 She's actually defending this? She's actually defending the fart ASMR? A fetish ASMR? Nah. Nah. Get her out of here. Yeah, get her out of here. Nah. This is funny. Another tard. Ah, you go into my collection of retards.
Up here, I will not unmute. It is literally fart fetish porn. Okay, that they're streaming. Anna Valens. And they defend this and say that this is not explicit in comparison to reading a fan fiction that Anna also wrote. It's insane. Well, of course, Twitch felt a little differently. Anna has been banned on Twitch. But of course, people were pointing out in the replies, and she would hide many people's comments saying this, where they point out that Kirsha has the highest restriction available and bans minors on site. And they say, guess what, buddy? Minors don't have to be in chat. They can be lurking. This is why the no explicit not safe for work rule exists on Twitch, because unfortunately Twitch and YouTube is not an 18+ platform, so kids are there. Again, we've proven with your Twitch streams that you don't.
This is just a narrative against Kirsha. This is just beef with Kirsha, nothing else. You don't care about minors. You don't care about minors. You do not care about minors being on Twitch, watching her content on Twitch. I do not believe you. You are lying. You are talking through your ass, and at this point, your ass has more talent than you do.
Don't follow your own rules here. And now you've mentioned YouTube, so let's check out your YouTube as well. Oh, look at that. A 5-minute video talking about your favorite positions in a human centipede situation. And honestly, the way they go into graphic detail about how they would want to function in this, it kind of makes sense that they were defending that Anna Valens clip. I mean, it really just kind of goes one in one. But also they got stuff like this, where they're reading that copy.
So a weird horny person supports a weird horny person? I guess. Bro pulled out the... Poor... That is generational. Bro pulled out shit from 2 years ago. Uno fucking reverse. That is crazy. Bro pulled out the receipts from 2 years ago. Ref can do it too, it seems.
Copy pasta about boy smell. Again, if we're not just talking about not safe for work fan fiction, you are saying these things are wrong because you believe there's children in these people's audiences. Would you read this in front of a child? No, you wouldn't. And you're holding other people to that standard, so guess what? It's going to be applied to you. And you definitely wouldn't be uploading something like this called period trackers are for gooners, and then you say stuff like this in the video.
You know, it never occurred to me that one day I'd be yapping about how a period tracker being added into a video game would suddenly be the spark of controversy because some people from the cesspool side of the internet who have never talked to a real woman in their lives suddenly think that periods are gooner material.
That's not what anybody said. It said that period trackers in a gacha game are gooner material, and they are.
Like, huh? What the hell do you mean by that? The only ones gooning about periods, you know, the thing where women bleed monthly, are probably vampires who want to eat that thing out. Now, on the other hand, if you're a female vampire with short blonde messy hair with a hot red fur boa on one shoulder and your name is Sancho, you're always welcome in my house, bestie.
That fictional character wouldn't even touch you with a 10-foot pole. I'm gonna straight up say it. Yes, that is gooner stuff. Not everything that is sexual has, like, not just sexual stuff is gooner stuff. If in a gacha game, the character lays down next to you to cuddle with you, to create a parasocial experience with you, then that is gooner. Then that is gooner. If a character reminds you of your period and says, like, treats you better in the game because you're on your period, then that is gooner. Whether you like that or not. An important aspect of like this gooner thing is parasocialism. But of course, you don't get that. No, they wouldn't even try to be born in her world, let alone be to have been known by her. Yo, shots fired. News source that Russia disowned Vitali because he bullied Filipinos. Good riddance, bro. Additionally, Malaysia has introduced a social media licensing initiative that requires cooperation with local authorities. Basically, social media platform was required to cooperate with local authorities. Well, that sucks. That's terrible, censorship.
For the love of God, please. Periods are not something uterus havers can control. It is
Nah, she's one of those? Women have uteruses. Women have uterus. Nah. I know no woman. If I called my mom a uterus haver, she would. I'd lose some teeth. I mean, if I called Frog a uterus haver, I'd lose some teeth. If a vampire were real, it wouldn't eat period blood. Obviously not. Like, why would you essentially eat the waste?
not sexy to be in pain for a week every month. Getting words of reaffirmation may be, quote, parasocial to an extent, but it's not equivalent to gooning. As somebody who—
Yes, it is. Just like a character laying down to you and acting like they're cuddling with you. Gooner. What do you mean, one of those? One of those people that instead of calling women women, they call them uterus havers or people with uterus. That's the type of people I call the stage 5 woke, as I like to refer to it now.
who goons regularly to a fictional vampire waifu, please don't get it twisted, bestie.
Now, one thing this VTuber really loves is the hidden reply function. They love hiding any sort of criticism on their tweets by hiding them. And they also love the block button. They haven't seen a person they didn't want to block. Now, you can see some of the hidden replies. They're just like legitimate criticisms or not even like anything bad. This person saying, you can't be playing that card when you yourself are doing the very thing that you are blaming someone else for. I don't know how that had to be said, but given the type of person you are, who you stand behind and what you stand for, not a surprise. So basically what they're saying is you're a hypocrite. You're applying these standards.
Rules for thee, but not for me. In addition to that, hidden replies are for losers. If you hide the replies, that means you cannot take criticism, and you have no balls.
To other people that you don't use for yourself. And they hid that. And also you can see them literally arguing with people while hiding their replies. That makes no sense. Why are you hiding a reply if you're going to interact with it? It's very insecure and also hypocritical because this is someone who has criticized VTubers for not taking criticism well. I mean, the irony is unbelievable. And also on top of that, they're celebrating using the block button. This is very weird behavior. They're saying, honestly, going through a lot in real life, but blocking bigots is a distraction. Thanks, Kirsha. Your fan base is so wholesome and sweet, and everyone knows how positive you are in this space. So definitely not seething, definitely not coping. But if your IRL situation, if your like happiness is being improved,
if your IRL situation is so bad that blocking people on the internet is a distraction, makes you feel happy, then the standards are so for your life are so low that my feet wouldn't be able to reach the bottom at this point anymore. If that's like a highlight of your day, there are definitely some different problems. There are bigger fish to fry than blocking people on the internet.
by blocking people on Twitter, terminally online. That's terminally online behavior. But let's continue on, right? What do they mean by bigots? Well, it's anyone who thinks differently than them. Let's be honest. That's how it is on Twitter. That's how people like this function. And I saw this thread, which was pretty...
Okay. The classic, everyone that does not agree with me is a Nazi, or a bigot, or homophobic, or transphobic. I can live with that.
Pretty interesting, because my name's in there, and they were basically saying they have an overlap with their content, or at least did at one point when they were doing drama videos, with channels like mine. And then down here they clarify this. I have no qualms if you're a right-winger who advocates for basic human rights and/or hates Trump. So I'm going to give you another little life lesson here. If someone gives you like qualifiers on how you could be their friend, like you have to qualify with certain...
Oh, then I already fall out of that category because I don't hate Trump. I find him funny. Not gonna lie. I find him funny. I don't care. I have the same position as Powder. I find him funny.
Certain things in order for it to be okay to have your political beliefs. That's insane. Get away from people like this. And also their wording here is very bizarre. So,
Also, I'm gonna say this. If your friendship with somebody depends on your politics, that's not your friend. That's a ticking time bomb that is just waiting to blow up. That's an asshole just waiting to backstab you. That's all there is to it.
They're saying and/or, so could someone not like Trump and then not advocate for basic human rights, and I guess they'd be cool with you? But also, this is...
Also, advocate for basic human rights. Like, for example, basically, what Trump did recently was annihilating tipping culture, kind of, because there's no taxes on tips anymore. He made it so that you can actually go after people that create deepfakes of you. So saying that someone like Trump doesn't care about human rights, I don't think so. That the man does not care. How old? I am 24 years old. I'm a hag.
Such a lame phrase. This whole thing is so empty. They're saying, oh, I can be friends with right-wingers and all these people if they denounce Trump. how many, for example, how many Americans are conservative that don't like Trump? It's pretty much the overwhelming majority wouldn't be able to fulfill this qualifier. So you're basically saying, if you're a conservative, I don't want to associate with you in any sort of a way, and I have qualms with you. Again, it's just they don't want to hear anything from anyone else, and that's fine, but don't act like some great, fortuitous person who's giving an open door to some people. You're not giving an open door to anyone. And also you can see that they were seething about the Banana Juju situation when she was being harassed and she was defended by Asmongold. They're obviously not very happy about that, and they say, enjoy the grifter audience, sis. Again, people who say sis unironically in a passive-aggressive way, typically the most insufferable people ever.
I hate that. I hate that. You're trying to, Did I just see someone call Asmon humble Jesus? Wait, was that Kitsu? Okay. No, wait a minute. That's not Kitsu. Okay, I think that was Banana Juju. I think that was Banana Juju. I could be wrong, but I think that was it was the monkey VTuber that called her she called him humble Jesus. Also, why must you censor Asmon? Do you not have the balls? Also, enjoy the grifter audience. I find that funny. Because that word means nothing. I do have to say, he cares about specific human rights, not all. To be fair, isn't that all politicians that only care about the specific group? Or specific groups? Isn't that all? That's pretty much all. Not all local speak English. Tourists who have traveled to other country context. Ah, okay. People should learn local language if they want to visit country, especially Japan, Korea, Malaysia. Respect other cultures when visiting other countries and not think locals are just NPCs. I think you don't have to know the local language. That's a bit much. But I do think that you should be respectful. As you should. Just me, though. I find him funny. When we see the tip alpha position the world is funny, oh boy. I find him funny! Not gonna lie! He's not as bad as people make. He's not literally Hitler. I hate to break it to you. Trump called my race fucking Chings. He called my ethnicity Ching Chong. That's crazy. That's crazy. And also, to be honest, he's just a shit politician, even comparing him to other politicians. I think all of them pretty much are. Poke, I heard that you follow a random girl on TikTok. Zeppelin said that you followed her sister randomly. Huh? Let me check. Did I mistakenly click on that? Oh, I did, accidentally. Well, never mind. Unfollow. Whoops! I guess I may have misclicked. Whoops! Poke caught in 4K? I don't care. Also, what caught in 4K?
And of course, eventually, they just admit you can't stop minors from lurking around the platforms you're on. This pretty much defeated the entire purpose of this crash out this person's been having for days. You put them in a corner and they admit that everything they're doing is in bad faith. That's pretty much what happened here. So this person creates this standard that, oh, there might be minors sneaking into your stream no matter what filters you have on, so therefore you need to act like they're there and not show anything inappropriate. And then this person in their own Twitch streams and their own YouTube videos shows things that would very clearly not be appropriate for children to be consuming, but they go after Kirsha because they just want a reason to go after her, and unfortunately...
Rent free. Rent fucking free. Corn is not allowed on either platform. She should know better. Have you looked at Twitch sometime? Again? This is not a campaign to protect minors. This is a campaign strictly against Kirsche. That is it.
They've been proven to be a massive hypocrite on so many levels. But that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys...
Here's my thoughts and feelings. This bitch is retarded. Take your meds. You're schizoing out on Twitter. Here, I have them for you. Take your meds. That's all I want from you. Take your freaking meds. And stop acting like a moral superior when you aren't. Corn is quite literally allowing cropped corn on their platform. That's funny. That is funny. Busted. I'll bust a nut on your... Never mind. Never mind. Chat, I need a quick bathroom break. I will be right back, and then we'll do a video about autism moms. So yeah, get ready for absolute and utter pain. Are you ready? Pain will only last an instant. Or half an hour. Depending on what we're getting here. I'm back. We gotta do the autism mama video. It is what it is. Gotta say, I used to watch Saphira, so I hope she learns to shut up. One can only dream. Welcome back, tourist. Alrighty.
Hi, hello, and welcome.
Well, time for FEMA Moist Critical. Once again. I haven't reacted to her videos in a while, so that could be that'll be interesting. That'll be interesting. This autism mom is out of control by Cybernoop. Yeah. Get ready for the worst stuff imaginable. Let's just go.
Hi, hello, and welcome back to Microwaves. Please stay away from them because they will infect you with autism, but
that's how we start. The microwave infecting you with autism? That's how we start? Oh no.
That's okay because we can cure it with a $1,000 masterclass. And aloe vera. Who could have known a little alien discharge could be that powerful? Previously, I put my curious cargoes on and ventured deep into the deranged, evil creatures larping as Caring Mother's forest, and of course I flipped over a rock and found more. These cult conspiracy theorists are multiplying. What you're looking at is not a ripped Stranger Things reboot, but a terrifying mom named Healing with Hope. She's a mad scientist conducting experimental DIY Hydra remedies on her kid to cure his autism. If you are new here, the rundown is quite simple. There's a big sphere of holistic moms with autistic kids, and they all seem to share the same psychopathic beliefs. 1. Autism is evil, and
You heard that? I know that a bunch of people in my chat are on the spectrum. You have something evil inside of you. And it's taking over the world. Alrighty, for the surprise on June 3rd, Poke. I hope it's nothing bad.
taking over the world. Watch out, it's coming for our kids. Run. 2. Autism can be cured through detoxes, because according to them, something as simple as a smoothie can completely rid you of the autism parasite. 3. Autism isn't genetic, it's caused by environmental toxins, chronic illness, or injury. So for example,
I am evil, but not because I have autism. What?
Everyone in California, due to their exposure to the wildfires, has now been turned autistic. Those poor innocent souls. And finally, be a scam.
Oh, I breathe in the smoke. I am become autism. I have autism, but not related. Promise I never meant to be broken. What the heck? Okay, sure. Too late for me. The microwave got me. It's over. For me too.
Scam artists continuously pump out misinformation and claim you have the cure on every social media platform to ultimately sell a slimy masterclass. It's a colossal, exploitative, solo racing content machine that rewards neglect, and man, these people are hungry. I genuinely think they need to be locked away on Alcatraz, sent there on sinking sailboats to prevent overpopulation, but God forbid one of them survives with minimal injuries, because we all know what that causes. Ad break time. I forgot to do a segue. Are you stuck in a habit that's so baked into your brain that you don't even question it anymore? Like competitively
fume is dog water. Get me out of here.
criticize the holistic here. I'm not talking about your casual drinking tea for a sore throat kind of person. I mean the people who made this absolute conspiracy twist.
I've seen this before. And I feel like every time I see it, the more I see it, the bigger it gets. The more I see it, the bigger it gets. Sorry, Dax, but I need to go now. Take care, Yippee. Have a nice day. Bye-bye. Or the lovely bleach can cure autism by Autism Speaks. Drink some bleach. It will heal you.
Mind web map of how ailments manifest. If you're unaware, this is the healing web, a tool popularized by their cult to assess illnesses and their causes, like how gender dysphoria is caused by vaccines and GMOs. You better watch out, because those extra large strawberries are gonna turn you trans. Or maybe your vision is dog shit. Go ahead, take off those glasses for me, because we can cure it with sun gazing. Yup.
I wonder, is there the gay on there as well? So people are trying to cure the gay? This is crazy retarded. Bye-bye, dogs. Take care. My sword forged by 3 dwarves with autism, so you know it's good. True.
Looking straight into the smoldering sun. Don't look away. Unlike Mean Mom from my last video, who is only in the process of curing her son from autism, Healing with Hope has successfully done it. She has rid her son from this disease. Story time. My son was diagnosed in 2020 with nonverbal severe autism plus apraxia. Cool. So why is he not wearing a seatbelt and driving the car? Is this something that's involved in the autism healing process? Look at that swerve. Get him out of there. Now he's conversational and no longer on the spectrum, all because of natural methods, like crashing into other cars and murdering innocent civilians at the crosswalk. Those natural methods will not be bringing you back from this drunk driver, and I don't blame the kid. He probably still thinks people drive like this. Sierra is the mom behind the account, and she shares the exact same beliefs as Mean Mom, though her grimy marketing tactics are a lot more desperate, because of course she's selling a masterclass too. You'd have to be a fool to think otherwise.
Of course, she sells a course. Why every one of these sells a course? It just is. You're trans. See, the unyielding power of the sun will cure you. I mean, if you're dead, I guess you would no longer be trans because you wouldn't be alive anymore. I guess. Sure. I guess the sun could cure that in that case.
I wish more parents understood that natural interventions such as diet for autism and ADHD are effective, she says, stirring her bubbling witch's brew. These autism moms are salesmen. They're quite good at pulling you in with agreeable points just before dropping an insane atom bomb. It's their favorite manipulation tactic. I was reluctant at first too, but it changed everything for my child, who was once nonverbal and severe, and is now conversational and thriving. You see, that's not how it works. She posts everywhere, but her following is much larger on Instagram. Parents Coach, transform your child's symptoms. Help for parents with autism, ADHD, and PANS. Hundreds of success stories. And she's not lying. Her marketing may seem pathetic, but she's absolutely raking in money from these shitty-ass books and coaching. The best gift you can buy your autistic ADHD child this year. The gift of health. Instead of buying another electronic toy that keeps them trapped in their symptoms, invest in changing their lives by improving their health. I developed a strategy for you to follow. This year, choose the gift of health. Toys for Christmas? How neglectful and scandalously unoriginal. Why not aim higher and bless your child with the self-esteem shattering delight of a book promising to cure their autism? I'm sure they'd love to wake up in the morning and see a book on the floor telling them they're inherently—
Wasn't there a show? Was it? I think it was South Park, which showed how to cure ADHD. And they just, the teachers just walk there, slap the kids. Focus on your homework! and slap like 4 kids. That's how you cure ADHD. Same energy. Not gonna lie, that's the exact same energy. Or maybe he just hides it because he doesn't want his mom to torture him with not working medication. Or that.
flawed and fundamentally broken. That's the holiday spirit. Blaming electronic toys for keeping kids trapped in their symptoms is peak laziness. They're just toys. They're not magical hexes. There's a—
Well, in that mom's mind, this case, it is healed. I don't see it anymore. It must be gone.
galaxy of difference between gifting your kid a whimsical cat piano and whatever this is. Those are not the same. Her posts all follow the same template of your kid has—
What do we have here?
Not magical hexes. There's a galaxy of difference between gifting your kid a whimsical cat piano and what—
There's Skibidi Toilet action figures. We need to destroy the planet.
Whatever this is. Those are not the same. Her posts all follow the same template of your kid has autism? That's rough. Do you want to buy my book? I have a book for you. Do you want to, like, buy something right now? Just a little something affordable? I know this is going to sound crazy, but have you ever heard of a book before? I can show you. Mean Mom kept her son mostly out of view, but Sierra is in full PR mode. She loves puppeteering her children as guilt-inducing props to shame parents into doing more. Stimming, headbanging, eating crayons, nonverbal 16-year-olds. These are not normal autism symptoms. They are. They're being exaggerated, of course, for the sake of selling your son, but they are. Autism is a spectrum. It's not some type—
It sounds so terrible. Selling your son. No! No child slavery. Don't sell him!
little white box that we all fit into. It's a sprawling—
Except your firstborns. Doesn't matter if it's boy or girl. They belong to me. I need to feed my demons.
Technicolor range of behaviors and developmental differences, so her slapping the label not normal on it is reductive. Instead of stigmatizing autistic people and their experiences, maybe we could try, I don't know, understanding and supporting them. Just a thought. Autism is medical, not neuropsychological. I recovered my nonverbal autistic son and freed him from these debilitating symptoms. Why is it that every self-proclaimed autism healer thinks they're the freedom fighter of neurology? You are not the oppressed anti-hero saving the day. This whole thing belongs in a subpar true crime docuseries. Autism is lifelong. It's not a disease. It's a neurodevelopmental condition. We need to stop letting experts tell us that these symptoms in our children are normal and lifelong. Oh, are you the expert? A scientist? perhaps? Last I checked, actual experts, people with degrees and entire careers dedicated to understanding autism exist, yet, for some reason, unemployed influencers using their kids as bait for—
Funnily enough, there's unfortunately a rising problem within the medical field where we have more and more people unqualified to do work on humans. More and more. There have been an increasing rise of failed surgeries and failed medical procedures by what's the word? Not underqualified people, more and more, which is crazy. Like bad dental work, failed surgeries, making it so that you have to you get like you have to pay for stuff for arbitrary things. That has become more and more a problem. So yes, some of these experts in any medical field are not experts. They are underqualified morons. That has happened recently. Like, if you ever have to take care of a kid, take care of him and give him his vaccine, or I'm going to haunt you. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. The fuck you mean? Though I still think that COVID thing was bait, partially.
for their pyramid scheme, business, are qualified, when really, this is your child's body's cries for help, and they should not be ignored with behavioral therapy. She frames it as a tragedy rather than just another natural variation of human neurodiversity. Is your son screaming himself to sleep every night going, "Someone help me, I'm trapped in this neurodivergent form"? Apparently their bodies are crying for help, but the solution is to ignore experts and instead listen to Healing with Hope, the Instagram oracle. I'd cry louder. It's pure fear-mongering wrapped in pseudo-profound nonsense. Autistic kids aren't crying out for help, they're crying for understanding, maybe, and someone who doesn't summon an ambulance over stimming. Hello? 911? Please send someone fast. What's the emergency? He's walking on his tiptoes. Alright, we're sending a euthanasia team. You need to hurry, he's talking about trains. Sometimes I feel like society is trying to destroy our—
That is... Oh no! She has activated some secret memory. So my sister, one of my sisters, had an autistic boyfriend who was very fixated on trains. So that's funny. Even medical stuff that supposedly for hospitals only sell on third-party market, which is risky. Rise of illegal health clinics. Yep. Yeah, like here, they start to hire underqualified men and women in the medical field that should not be there, that will accidentally ruin your life because they don't know what they're doing. There was a case of an Indian lady, and unfortunately hits a lot of immigrants that are put into these positions where they should not be because they're underqualified. Not because they're immigrants. She basically charged somebody for things that, she charged the lady for things that she should have not, been charged for. She gave her, like, told her that she has, like, a dozen of, like, cavities that need to be fixed. She did some things with her jaw as well, and some other weird stuff that was just unnecessary just to squeeze out money. Yeah. It's horrible. It's horrible that people do this. Most anti-vaccine people died from COVID. Most people make fun of anti-vaccine people that die by COVID. They said this is karma. I still think that the COVID thing was bait. Partially. Because they literally said in documents that they didn't even know if the vaccine worked or not. Me as an autistic likes water, swimming on it for no reason. It's funny. I don't know, interesting.
our children. 1 in 20 have autism. Millions have ADHD and other chronic conditions. Autism is not a sign of societal collapse. Did society personally hand your child autism? Was there some sort of transmittable update I missed? Because if so, I have awful news for everyone watching this. Our children are injected with poison and are being strangled with toxins. Then we are told that they have a diagnosis and that therapy is the only answer. Vaccines save lives and therapy is in some sort of medieval punishment. By all means, if you're nostalgic for the Black Plague, go ahead, skip the vaccines, but don't drag any—
So here's my take on vaccines. Established vaccines that have been taken for years, decades. I see no issue. They have been pretty much perfected. And they only get added things to it when there's like a new virus coming out, right? Right? The only vaccines I would distrust are new vaccines. Because they're not tested enough. They're not perfect enough. Because believe it or not, that some of the people that got the COVID vaccine actually had worse had it worse than actually getting the virus, which is odd. I'll be back a bit later. Gotta do some stuff. Keep enjoying. Play safe. Bye, Cricket. Take care. Blame China for creating COVID from the lab leak. It happens. It happens. Let's just hope that something like that does not happen again. Let's hope that nobody ever uses the virus as a bioweapon. That'd be terrible.
anyone else into your historical reenactment. Your son already has the autism death sentence. Are you trying to speed up the process? I helped my son go from nonverbal debilitating autism to no longer suffering with symptoms and conversational. Comment ready to learn more. Ready for pseudoscience. Accepting it lets go of the personal responsibility. So very true. I believe the parents are responsible for most of it, but society can't handle the truth. You are speaking the truth. Parents aren't sprinkling autism dust on their kids like magical little fairies. You guys need serious help.
Yeah, they just go like, you know, instead of like the Sandman, they're like don't make you dream and sleep. They just go like, there, have some autism. What are these people talking about? This is a permanent thing. You that will not go away. You might be you were trying to suppress it, if anything. That's all there is to it. You're not helping.
And therapy. Please stop emotionally waterboarding yourselves. Nonverbal equals gut dysfunction, vitamin plus mineral deficiencies. Nonverbal communication isn't a malfunction, and it's also not medical. You can't treat it with a multivitamin. 3 underlying medical issues contributing to your child's sensory processing disorder and meltdowns/tantrums. Environmental toxins and heavy metals, gut imbalances. Okay, picky eating is not a normal part of autism. There are underlying medical causes making your child eat one thing. Gut imbalances, heavy metals, and toxins. Over and over again, each post using this stupid interaction bait so that she can push people her products.
Common bundle. It just makes sense. It just makes sense. She's just trying to sell a course at the end of the day and using her son's condition to push it out more with pseudoscience. It just is what it is. Look at what happened to that dengue vaccine in the Philippines. Only kids died from that dengue vaccine, if that side effect, but the adults are safe from the side effect. Yeah, it's just like, I have no issue with the vaccines. I just have an issue when it's a new vaccine and you're desperately trying to push me to take it. Where it's like, it's not tested enough. I don't know if I want to put that into my body. It's like if you were forced to take a new medication. Maybe not. Maybe not, because it's not tested enough and I don't know if it's safe. Me got diagnosed with ASD level 1 with MDD by psychiatrist specialist at 13. Yeah. Yeah. It's just you could just accept and live with it and support your kid, but instead you use your own child as a lab rat.
She recycles the same material, endlessly trying to reel in helpless parents, all using pictures of her son that's been cured from autism. It's relentless exploitation. Even the text is the same on most of these posts. There's a small slice of varying filler.
I wonder if she has any pseudo medication for people that are retarded like herself Maybe she should take her own advice.
Towards the top, and then the rest is just copy and paste regurgitated garbage shilling for her book. By the end of 2 years, he no longer exhibited the symptoms that previously classified him as autistic. Ugly, silly-ass emojis. That's why I developed the mini ebook starter pack, which contains the strategies I utilize to assist my son in flourishing. It will guide you step by step on how to start this process, ensuring you are set up for success and can see improvements for your child.
This is the Andrew Tate for autism moms.
Please get a job, I beg. There's an endless supply of misinformation she spreads, but for the sake of time, I prepared for us a little variety sampler that includes her usuals.
3 common myths that parents believe about autism that is not true. 1, that it is a neuropsychological disorder that your child was born with.
It is true.
It is actually environmental factors that will ultimately lead to the autistic-like symptoms coming about for your child.
Autism is something you're born with. It's not something that's caused by air pollution, your Wi-Fi, or whatever toxin of the week she's blaming next.
Myth number 2, autism cannot be reversed and it cannot be recovered from.
It cannot.
That is not true. There are many things that you can do to holistically heal your child, completely reverse the diagnosis entirely.
You can't reverse autism. If we're bringing back barbaric mental thought processes, mind if I lobotomize you? You just seem really stressed out, and I feel like you could need it. You need it. I think it would be useful.
Myth number 3, autism is a behavioral type disorder that affects your personality and your way of thinking, not true.
Yes. True. What do you mean? I could clearly tell that all the autistic people I've met before show different behavior. It just is what it is. Deal with it.
True as well.
It absolutely affects how someone thinks and interacts. That's like the whole thing. If these people spent a fragment of the time they've spent conspiracy diving on Reddit actually understanding what autism is, they'd be able to tell you how it affects a person. If it doesn't affect how someone thinks and interacts, what does it do then? Make me fly? Grow limbs uncontrollably? Could I start flying right now? If a child can regress into
I don't know. Maybe you should drink a Red Bull. That could help, potentially. That gives you wings, apparently.
autism, they can progress out of autism. So true, my glorious queen. What is that? Is that pee? Did you pee on him? What's in there, an electrical wire? This treatment is never discussed again, by the way. Thought I should put that out there in case you're interested in recovery, as I am. Autism is 1 in 30 and climbing. By 2025, the rate of autism is projected to be 1 in 2. I was on—
What? Okay, Chad. Every child, every second child that is born has autism as of this year. What the heck? Okay, so is a coin flip if my child is gonna be autistic or not. That is crazy. That is wild. Also, a neurodivergent person sent into a local shaman religious figures back then, still does now in rural areas. Okay, interesting.
Unaware of this autism apocalypse. Is it going to be like The Walking Dead or like The Last of Us? I don't really care either way. I'm gonna turn you into one of me. No one said this. Autism isn't suddenly climbing, trying to set a new world record. We're diagnosing it more effectively because we've learned to better recognize it, not because it's taking over the population. Your microwave is causing irreversible damage to your autistic child's brain. Disrupts nervous system regulation. EMFs can interfere with the brain's electrical activity and nervous system functioning. So the idea here is that EMFs from something as benign as your kitchen microwave are somehow morphing into minuscule malicious overlords conspiring and targeting autistic kids. It's like blaming your home air fryer for global warming. You single-handedly are responsible for melting the polar ice caps. After looking through her post, it seems that the microwave is her biggest villain. What really leads to an—
I mean, yeah. I air fried the poles. What do you mean? I was air frying the poles, clearly.
autism diagnosis in 2025. I wish every parent knew this because they could help their child's symptoms. The microwave. They can't do that. They don't have the energy to scramble your DNA or rewire your brain, let alone cause autism. Other things that cause autism are iPads because they're sorcerers casting neurological spells, junk food, vaccines, mold, medicine, and cooking with metal pans. Unless you're sauteing with a lead skillet from the 1800s, your pots and pans are innocent None of these things can actively rewrite your genetic code. You can't become autistic because of these. I don't know about you, but I have an abysmal diet. I survive off of 1 bag of Cheez-Its and a thimble of water. And you know what that gives me? A headache, not autism. All the foods and drinks worsening your autistic ADHD child's symptoms.
That's not a healthy diet. Like, even my diet is healthy, and mine isn't particularly healthy either. Woman, you gotta eat food.
And it's every food in the world. Fantastic. I feel like it's common knowledge not to force feed heaps of sugar down your kid's throat because it'll give them a temporary burst of energy. But it won't change and morph their brain into a new neuropathological category. Kid are hyper. Give kids sugar equal more hyper, regardless of whether they're autistic or not. Me wondering why chicken nuggets have 1,000 ingredients, soybean oil, cornstarch, and food dyes loaded with inflammation neurotoxins. 1,000 ingredients? Where are you getting your food from? I know this is an over-exaggeration, but she's so dense and habitually twists facts to fit her narrative because she's a dogmatist conspiracy theorist. I bet she sits there and willfully misinterprets the labels. Oh man, this one sounds ambiguous. We have soybean oil and paprika? Oh my god, it must be a fucking neurotoxin. Yeah, there's a lot of added.
Why did you read it like that? I know on purpose why. Chat, the paprika. I feel like that all this hyper-processed food is definitely unhealthy. I'm not gonna sit here like, yeah, there's no issue with that. There certainly is. There's some health issues to that, and a lot of. Let's not deny that, but that is a bit much to say that creates, like, makes your child autistic. What the heck?
Additives and overused things in processed foods, but they're not actively plotting on your demise. Sitting on your ass scrolling TikTok for a few hours is likely just as harmful. Toxic products I would never use for my autism ADHD child. So like every product of all time ever. Great, and how are they toxic? Am I just meant to blindly believe your fear-mongering? And are they only toxic to autistic people, or is it everyone? When you have been called crazy for over 3 years, when you inform others that autism is not in fact genetic, yet you have healed your son from... Sorry, I can't really focus. There seems to be some insanely talented breakdancing on the screen. I mean, if being healed from autism will make me dance like that, someone sign me up. So we know he's healed from autism, but how did she accomplish this? Because I'm eager to find out. I need to get on his level and off of level 1. From what I can see on her account, she cured her son through red light therapy, cruel and unusual science experiments, and smoothies. Who would have guessed the whole time the secret was in the blender? I guess this whole time I've been on the wrong one. Did you know that there are natural herbals and remedies that can help remove heavy metals from your autistic ADHD child's brain? Detoxing can help them to improve. Comment herbal for my herbal guide. Barbell! As previously seen with Mean Mom and her autism healing magical baths, we have detoxing your kid from heavy metals. These nefarious metals can infiltrate your child's system just by touching them. Say you want to pick up a fork? Absorbed through the skin.
Yeah, I can prove that. I can attest to that. It's very dangerous to just pick up objects. You all remember what happened on April 1st to me. So yes, I can approve. I agree. Terrible, terrible thing.
Oh, you're cooking with something? Guess what? Straight into the food. This is why eliminating cooking with metal is absolutely necessary. Metal is the killer, the silent assassin. It is the autism spreader. It goes in the skin and straight to the brain. Stop! The best way to detox your autistic child from heavy metals. Juicing! Comment juice for my kid's juicing guide below. Jucking! She has a lot of faith.
Jucking. Jerking! Are you turning the child into juice? Are you juicing the child? Child juice?
In these smoothies, she's obsessed with them, but to be fair, if they cured my son's terminal illness, I would be too. They healed her son's brain inflammation and debilitating autism symptoms. She did detoxes. She's obsessed. They're pulling heavy metals out of your autistic children's brains. Don't forget the inflammation, it's everywhere. But there's smoothies. So many smoothies. Don't forget about the smoothies. The smoothies can literally change the brain chemistry of your child. Holy shit, this is a scientific miracle. And child abuse. Now, the smoothies and juices are really what's healing him, it seems, but I don't know, because she keeps mixing up the facts, so I'm not really sure.
The question is, how does she even know things like, that he's supposed to have brain inflammation and stuff? Like, how is she supposed to know that? Like, does she caught up in his head and look inside? Oh yeah, that clearly seems inflamed. Let's close that again and give you some juice. You know what? Actually, let's keep it open. Just chuck the juice into the brain. Straight up. That just works quicker.
Did you know that there are smoothies that can help decrease your autistic child's brain inflammation? They can also pull out heavy metals. I totally believe you. Tell me more. I started giving my autistic son smoothies every day, and within 90 days, he became verbal for the very first time in his life. Wow, that's amazing. I had no idea smoothies were capable of such things. Oh look, a video on processed foods. 4 years ago, I stopped feeding my autistic son processed foods. Within 60 days, he became verbal for the first time in his 4 years of life. But I thought, the smoothie... This information doesn't match up, but it's fine. Maybe she got confused. Experts do that all the time. Let's just focus on the fact that her son is now cured by eating a diet entirely free from processed foods. How my recovered autistic son eats 88 grams of protein when we are out at In-N-Out, notorious for their fresh, locally grown food. And it's just 6 beef slabs in a box. Yes, I'm sure your son is definitely recovered from autism. I see no notable traits. Everybody said.
Why would you just feed your child just a few patties? That's it. From a fast food restaurant, in addition to that, you might as well have gone to a proper place to get meat. Interesting, huh? This woman's talking out of her ass, and once again, her ass is more talented than her.
Says they would die for their kids, but would you do whatever it takes to help them if they are sick? Do whatever it takes to recover them from autism. I never gave up. Now my son has reversed autism. What a weird sales pitch. Comment ready to learn more. This isn't a recovery, it's a rebranding of pseudoscience wrapped in guilt-tripping tactics. She's burning money.
Would you like to learn more?
For fun. This doesn't do anything. This is manipulative, emotional blackmail. Of course, parents want the best for their kids, but that doesn't mean roasting them under a heat lamp like a lizard. Red light therapy doesn't cure autism or even slightly alter its core characteristics. How I recovered my son from nonverbal autism. I wonder if this is how his bedroom looks too. You're gonna put this kid in psychosis. He's gonna think he's a failed Hydra experiment. Hey, I'm so glad you guys came over. Yeah, your house looks a little weird. This is your room? Yeah. Don't step on those test tubes, please. Okay, it's a little dark in here. I'm gonna turn on a light. No! Oh, is this the wrong one? My power, it's dimming. I can feel myself getting weaker. Are you okay? The autism, it's melting away. There's more?
This is crazy. Yeah. Also, she recovered, she healed her son now 3 times from autism. Once with no processed food, once with smoothies, and now once with red light. Guess it returned 3 times.
How often are you doing this to him? He is my miracle. No, he is your captive, maybe. 2020 diagnosed with autism and was nonverbal. 2025, no longer dealing with symptoms. Your son still has autism and he still has symptoms. Stop manipulating truths and facts and giving people false hope. That red light isn't curing anything. Look, watch this. So let me tell you a little bit about Chernobyl and the rise and fall of the Soviet. My wake-up call came in 2020 when I was losing my son to autism. 5 years ago, I was about to throw in the towel. I was depleted and entirely defeated. But then I discovered natural methods, and it turned everything around for my son and changed our lives forever. I disagree. I feel like there's nothing natural happening about these dystopian treatments happening here. Or here, with the iconic detox foot baths for autism. What is that? What are you talking?
What? That still looks like piss. That looks like piss. Or it looks like it looks like what's the word? Iced tea.
Talking about. And what is that device? Is it a bomb? Will it detonate in 30 seconds if his autism isn't cured? I feel like half the situations she has him in are just scrap Danganronpa executions. I'm going to keep posting these videos until 40 million parents are aware that natural interventions exist for autism. And we're shooting air into his ear to make him go deaf. Wonderful idea. Someone said this is called ozone therapy. I'm not sure about that, but I don't see how blowing your kid's eardrum out will cure his autism. I am so glad to have you guys here today for our new experimental treatment. We are so excited. Say you're excited. I am so excited. Alright, I'm just gonna pump some air into your IV here. What? It'll be fine, trust me. This is a natural, common treatment for your kind. Wow, wouldn't you look at that? Instant results. Oh my god.
Yeah, look. Dead. Treated. Just completely treated. She's treating autism like a terminal sickness. She is. She's treating it like it gets spread or something. That's crazy. Is it like once at all if an autistic person bites you, you just turn autistic?
He's not stimming anymore. He's not talking, he's not really doing anything, really. Yup, the autism's been eradicated. Oh, 1 second, my boss is calling me. I have to take this. So now that he's cured, there's what I like to call her victory posts, which all look exactly the same. Autism tried stealing my son's life, but we fought back and we won. POV, 4 years ago, you start using natural methods for your autistic son and don't know why you didn't start sooner because he loses his diagnosis and sticks his feet in a bin of pee. But that part's just for fun. Just a little splash. But how could we be alleviated from this harmful disease? How could we be more like her son? It's review time. Yay! I'm so excited. It's time to dive into the Healing with Hope final boss, her guide. I'm going to be cured. Don't accept autism. ADHD, pandas, asthma, allergies, eczema, tantrums, and unhealthy plus unhappy children. It's good to see she's branching out and being delusional in new ways. Your children can heal and they can thrive. Oh, they can thrive? Well, surely they're not autistic because everyone knows there's no—
They do not thrive. You're making your child suffer. This is painful for your child. You're not saving anybody. Where's child protective services when you need them? Oh right, they're not doing anything.
Possible way someone with autism could thrive. Just released my Roadmap to Recovery ebook for chronic childhood conditions. I do indeed need that, so let's take a trip to her store. Start here, the ultimate package, everything you need. Perfect. Wow, such a reasonably low price for any struggling mother. Originally $1,000, but right now you can get it for only $647. It seems like a lot, but look at all of those 5-star reviews. Surely those are real. She even offers new payment plan options, so if you're a financially struggling parent, you can struggle while reading her guide. Very inclusive. Yay! So excited. I am both of those options. Everything in her shop is super expensive. These prices are ridiculous. As for her other books, it's nothing special. You could Google everything here.
$50 for a book that essentially does nothing. That essentially does not work. Juicing for kids, also terrible. Picky eating guide. Overcome picky eating effectively. I don't know. I was a picky eater as a child. Mostly because I absolutely hated vegetables. Nowadays, not so much. Nowadays, I eat everything. Except when meat is a little too fat. Then I'm like, no? Remember, for every time you don't say hi, I'm going to get yeeted and it'll be your fault and I'll blame you for the rest of my life. Based.
Thankfully, she has a free starter guide that I went ahead and read. I've been learning so many new things. It even includes a free magical goop recipe. The Journey Begins. Such an earnest title from someone so evil. Personally, I feel like she should have named this Autism Survival Guide, Surviving the Apocalypse. Starting off strong with a disclaimer page. This ebook is intended to be a guide and should not be taken as medical advice. And right below that, we get Healing with Hope does not claim that its advice will cure or treat any specific health issues. Oh, really? Because on her social media, she's practically guaranteeing that her holistic methods will cure autism, heal anxiety, banish asthma, among many other things. This disclaimer directly contradicts everything she posts. She's saying don't take this as medical advice, but then spends every waking moment on TikTok screaming, follow my advice. It's guaranteed to work. In this very same PDF, she goes on to claim that her advice can treat autism, asthma, and anxiety like it's some kind of magical rock. She has it. This whole time, we should have known. She's been keeping the Philosopher's Stone to herself and
oh no, not the Philosopher's Stone, not that one. I remember that people are trying to create that thing out of their urine. By the way, here's a little fun fact that you didn't know you needed until now. People are trying to create this stone by using their own pee. Yeah, one thing makes me calm as an autistic person playing computer games, yeah. Art, swimming, and travel locally. Also, verbal doesn't equal no autism. Not autism. They're masking. Okay.
profiting off of it. Autism mom community, get her at once. Of course, the disclaimer has to be there because without it, she'd probably be drowning in lawsuits. This guide is as long-winded and circular as her Instagram posts, but don't worry because I've gone through and pulled out my favorite highlights and called Arkham Asylum. Hey friend, absolutely not, you villain. Over the years, I've poured my heart and soul into learning how to improve my son's autistic symptoms. Also known as, I've spent longer forcing him to mask his true self for my own comfort and image rather than learning to love him for who he is. Something I've realized is that these holistic moms tend to ignore autism as a diagnosis and instead say autistic symptoms. Because their children aren't autistic, no, they just experience autistic symptoms which can be cured with the power of a fucking smoothie. This is my story. Our journey started in 2020 when my son was diagnosed with autism at 3 3.5 years old. Now I want you to remember his age during all of this. He was 3. The diagnosis came with a list of challenges, and then goes on to list some undeniably real challenges that autistic people and their families might face. She has a real talent for stating the obvious. Her strategy is to hit you with the most universally agreed upon facts first, just to make herself seem trustworthy, and then, when your guard is down, sneak in the pseudoscience Trojan horse and hope you're too distracted to notice the leap from valid challenge to autism EMF waves are coming for us. He also suffered from tics, severe eczema, a constantly runny nose. So dramatic. He suffered. Suffering from a runny nose is crazy. It just kept leaking.
Huh? What do you mean? Damn, the running nose, a clear sign of distress and pain. Now, of course, if the nose is constantly running, then that might be a problem, right? I'm not saying that there's not a problem. But crashing out over running nose is crazy. Esau says he loves you. No.
I was scared he was going to drown the whole city. When we received the diagnosis, we were heartbroken. We were told that the best we could hope for was to improve his quality of life with therapies like ABA, occupational therapy, and speech therapy. It felt like the future we had envisioned for him was slipping away. Yup, that's what you're supposed to do. Were you expecting a surgeon to go in there and rip the autism out? I knew I had to do something. That fear sparked a determination in me, and I dove headfirst into researching how I could help my son. Feeling helpless is inevitable, but the problem is when instead of diving headfirst into understanding how to help him thrive as he is, she treats his future like a personal vision board for her to paste her unrealistic expectations onto. And sure, I think she started with good intentions. At least I hope she did. But her so-called methods aren't helping. Not only are they failing miserably, but they're causing some real harm. And constant exploitation, that's not just going to haunt him in the future, but every gullible, overwhelmed parent that falls into her counterproductive pseudoscience Saul trap circus. What started as fear began to transform into hope. I immediately began to apply these new methods. Oh, okay, so that's what we researched. Instead of looking at approaches to understanding and managing autism, we immediately jumped to burn the tiptoeing witch. She's perpetuating the harmful idea that autism is inherently negative and must be fixed. She's fear farming. She sets up an emotional hook and frames herself as someone who found hope. It makes her pseudoscientific methods seem like a solution.
So overall, just a really bad mother. And that son should be somewhere else. Very simple. Where's the dad in all of this? Where's Papa? Probably not around. The usual thing. The medicine I told you to give to mother. She's not your mom, but okay. Yeah. Yeah, I did. She didn't like the taste, to be fair.
To parental anxiety, even if those methods make zero sense and have all the credibility of a fucking fortune cookie. Restrictive diets, detox therapies, unregulated supplements have been debunked. They are harmful. I immediately began to apply these new methods, although it took time to find what really worked for our son, but once we did, the change was undeniable. I'm so sure it was. There's not a doubt in my mind, honestly. The language is so vague. She relies so heavily on emotional appeal rather than evidence. It's so emotionally and financially exploitative. What are these new mysterious methods? Are they evidence-based? Why are they not explicitly described in this section? Slowly but surely, he began to transform before our eyes. Every day, every week, every month brought new progress. Why are you fueling false hope? The promise or imply that dramatic, almost miraculous changes in a kid's development is achievable if parents follow a specific method creates unrealistic expectations. Every autistic person is different with their own strengths and needs. What works for one person may not work for another. It's not a one-size-fits-all preset. Dog, you're a scam artist. Skill development, sure, that's achievable, but transformation, that suggests a complete departure.
It's just like, if you try to use some alternative weird shit to heal your child, when obviously it cannot be healed that way. And this is not like a thing like, you know, like, building muscle helps against cancer. There's some data to this. This is not the same thing. It's supposed to be sweet. Yeah, she still didn't like the taste. She said it was sweet, but she didn't like the taste. Do you use big ginger, or you use a tiny very tiny 5 sugar size? I did barely anything in there.
From being autistic, which I know she claims she's done successfully, but I'm afraid that's biologically impossible. The implication that a successful outcome is making an autistic child less autistic is crazy ableist. She's saying that we should devalue autistic people because they're defective. This book shifts focus away from what actually benefits autistic people. She should be teaching parents how to help their kids thrive as they are, not pressure them to fix the problem so that—
You heard that, guys? If you're autistic, Your ear to her. You're bad. You're negative. Defective. Damn, she pulling out World War II strategies against disabled people.
That they'll fit into a neurotypical mold, but that doesn't sell books, does it? He began to speak, use the bathroom, follow complex instructions, and so much more. It truly felt like a miracle. Developmental milestones. This is the hill holistic moms love to die on. They hyper-focus on these milestones, which many children, autistic ones included, hit naturally between the ages of 3 to 8. It's almost like it's some kind of biological process. Now remember, her son was 3, a toddler, and yet she's crediting every inch of progress to her holistic methods without even acknowledging that developmental progress would have happened anyway regardless of her pseudoscience interventions. His natural development isn't thanks to setting him under a red light or force-feeding him chug jugs. Slathering your kid in lavender oil won't magically make them start talking, but speech therapy will though. Also, quick important mention, I found the original post of her talking about her son's diagnosis. After seeing the neurologist today, Andy has been diagnosed with mild autism spectrum disorder. We are certain he has apraxia of speech, and the neurologist believes he checks a few boxes for autism. She wanted to give him this diagnosis so that our insurance will cover ABA therapy because she believes he will benefit from it. This is a broad diagnosis in order to help him. Lots of people think Andy is in a gray area because he is so mildly autistic that lots of doctors and psychologists would most likely say that he isn't actually. Aside from the long list of issues here, her son was diagnosed with mild autism spectrum disorder. Yet throughout this guide, she spins it into one of the most extreme cases known to mankind for maximum.
Yeah, she's saying severe oftentimes, but now she says he's almost normal. What an oddity. She's really just trying to sell her scam, that's it. But it did help a bit, right? Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. She does feel better. I started some medication last year, used to mix the medication powder into my drinks to just struggle to swallow. Yep, that makes sense.
Effect. It's deliberate and misleading. She mentions driving to Dallas 3 times a week so that her son could receive speech therapy, and yet when he talked it was shout out to the smoothies. By age 3, a lot of kids, autistic or not, have limited speech and are still figuring out the whole life skills thing. Rapid progress over the next few years isn't divine intervention or proof of your detox footbath's efficacy, but no, according to her narrative, an autism diagnosis means you're forever frozen in time, mentally tethered to the day of diagnosis. 4 years later, our son is 8 years old, fully conversational and free from the debilitating symptoms. I feel like I'm repeating myself here, but this is a perfect example of her spreading the notion that autism is a plague-like defect to be eliminated rather than a difference to be supported. It's so dramatic. These so-called
Can I just say that she speaks so freaking fast that my brain cannot comprehend it anymore? She's just reviewing it at this point, and I'm like just shaking my head because nothing here is accurate.
debilitating symptoms were probably made worse by her refusal to accommodate his actual needs, seeing as she was too busy trying to cure him. That once held him back from what? Lining up trains on the floor? He was 3. I'm loving the creative writing, but let's lose the emotional manipulation. These holistic ways really seem to be working miracles because somehow her whole family's health has improved. Take her migraines, for example. Debilitating migraines. She really likes that word. They've vanished into thin air. Her husband's gut issues and bloating that plagued him for years have improved. Holistic health preaches a lot about cutting out dairy and gluten, so congratulations. He's probably just lactose intolerant. That's not divine intervention, it's dairy. My other son airway condition and sleep apnea have significantly improved as well, or as the rest of us would call it, asthma. Are you trying to hit a word count? Naturally, I had to consult the infallible healing web to see what wonders they're working for asthma these days. And the answer is hypersensitivity management, also known as avoiding triggers. Groundbreaking how holistic health has somehow managed to rebrand common sense into cutting-edge treatment. Now I get it. Parents facing these conditions are desperate for solutions, but how anyone could swallow this glitter-covered oversimplification of a complex disorder without choking on a red flag is beyond me. It's one part pseudoscience, one part thesaurus abuse, and all parts worthy of child protection.
Also, I think it's just like the parents are misinformed and therefore don't know what to do. I think, and they fall for this because they maybe out of the belief that they genuinely might believe that they can help their child. But it's all just a scam. Just like people still fall for scammers. Like Microsoft supports scammers and stuff. That is what it is.
Services. And she said her daughter had a misaligned eye thing. I forget the name of it, but your detoxing and diets did not cure that. The road has been long, and I've spent countless hours learning and researching all for my son. Researching how to damage him. Okay, now I've gone through the next few pages and wrote down the 3 steps that, when following, should cure my autism. 3 simple steps. 1. You have to believe. 2. No dairy and no gluten. 3. Go outdoors. Yup. That's it. Let's go try it out. Dramatically, of course, because I'm trying to follow instructions here. For 19 years, I've been suffering from autism spectrum disorder, though to me it's not a disorder, it's a parasite. Every day I wake up and watch Chernobyl documentaries. It's destroying me. I can't even talk with my friends anymore because they all left. They said they didn't want to catch my disease, and that I talked about nuclear disasters too much. Did you know that? No, bad. Put it down. It's time that I live my life to the fullest. Step 1, believe. I can be cured. I can be cured. I can be cured. Okay, done. What's next? Step 2, no dairy, no gluten. Already done. My ass explodes otherwise. Step 3.
Autistic, can't take dairy because like lactose intolerant. Pick your struggle at this point.
And finally, the last step. It's just going outside.
Touch grass. Final step, touch grass.
Surely it doesn't matter if it's nighttime, right? I think I'm connecting with the tree. I think it's healing me. I think I'm still autistic. I'm gonna try and speed run the rest of this book because it's a big heap of mumbo jumbo. Here she's saying that toxin buildup or bad gut health causes picky eating and developmental delays. Blaming parents for their kids being autistic is so strange. Group therapy must go crazy for these kids. What are you in for? My mom only fed me lunch fleas and it turned me autistic. You? The microwave got me. Shit.
The microwave got me. But understandable. You would probably get much worse from lunchly than just autism. You probably get like cancer or I don't know, stage 5 Mr. Beast, whatever.
You like FNAF? Yeah. So
Whoa.
cool. Now there's hope and a future for my child. There was before, too. And skipping all the way to her ending note. In short, it's just, do you want to try a bunch of methods to help your autistic child and fail? Or give me money and I'll ensure you're set up for success and see improvements in your child. You know, how she doesn't claim her advice will cure or treat any specific health issues. I've made it my mission to help you achieve remarkable results for your child for the cost of $1,000. I apologize, I must have forgotten about the generous sale. Book over. Yay. Finally. Something worth mentioning is Sierra's past entrepreneurial escapades and her motives when it comes to social media. It has always been about profit. She is a lasered focus on making money, so of course it makes sense for her to capitalize off her son's fresh diagnosis. It was a business opportunity for her. On Instagram, she has 2 accounts, her main one, Healing with Hope, and a private one she shares with her husband, dedicated to digital marketing. It seems like this was their hustle before
And the husband's not... What? I have a crazy theory. Chat. What if her son's not autistic? And she's just pushing this, that he is autistic when he's not, so she can sell the course. Because how the hell is the father okay with this? What are the chances that he's actually not autistic? I've not considered this up until now.
they hit the autism exploitation jackpot. The account is so outdated and abandoned that when I try to check out their digital marketing course and click the link, it was dead. It's same as my heart, shattered into a million pieces. She claims to be a stay-at-home life coach and works 6 days a week, getting on Zoom, teaching, answering questions, coaching. She educates others about neurological disorders, diets, nutrition, and weight loss, all without a single credential to her name. So awesome. She said she was led into a life of coaching. Her business was
Essentially, she's a BetterHelp therapist, because they also have no credentials.
Helping other Christian women that desire to be successful entrepreneurs. She was making a good bit of money from it and advised to others, don't give up on your dreams because everyone around you tells you it's a pyramid scheme. Weird to not deny it. Her main business used to be a clothing line, which is now out of commission and was since replaced with Healing with Hope. To be fair, they are some of the most corny shirts I've ever seen in my life, so I understand why she would want to bury that bullet. Fatherhood, lead, love, protect. Tiny lives matter. Interesting stuff. For sure. Advocate, warrior, mother. Little boy, big blessing. Ridiculously good looking. On a toddler shirt, was Coco Melon not edgy enough for you? I feel like people who put their kids in this shit should be on a watch list. Was she even trying with these? I wish I could climb inside of her brain and hijack her to start this business up again, because I just know the shirts now would be abysmal. This is a tough one. There's a lot of options here. Autism is bad. No. Someone stop those. No, the woke would cancel me. Neuro die virgin. Perfect. If you think for a second that she genuinely
Neurodivergent. That's crazy. That's based. That's funny as hell. Neurodivergent.
Cares about helping families with autistic kids, you're brain dead, and every neuron has jumped off the ledge face first and left a splattered mess behind. This whole operation is a masterclass in multi-level manipulation, a marketing scheme preying on bewildered, vulnerable parents. Okay, well, healing with hope is evil, and her cure doesn't work. I'm still autistic, it seems. Sorry for disappearing off the face of the earth. I've been mega ultra depressed. Here's my Twitter if you want to go there. Here's my Instagram I don't really talk about. Thanks again to Fume for sponsoring today's video. Be sure to go check.
That's pretty much the end of the video. That was something. That was a whole lot of yap about a really, really horrible mother abusing a child that we don't even, maybe not even have proof that it's actually autistic. So this might all just be bait, and we don't even know it. Who knows? What else? What other experiments she's going to do and continue on her child's body? Mad scientist? Question mark? I could see it. Yeah, this is just another example of bad mother. Let's go. The dose. We need to do the dose. Fine. We'll do it.
Hi, hello, and welcome back to Microwaves. Please stay away from them.
We'll do it. You damn dose. Frick you. There. How to join Squid Game by Coty Animation. Let's just get this over with. So you get into Squid Game by catching a blue letter with your ass. Show sportsmanship. Is there anything coming off of this? No. Perfect. That was your dose. It is horrible. That is... I hate these videos, man. I do hate them with a passion, bro. They're so annoying. Well, time to get the autistic mom video out of here. It's so horrible, man. Water. Another thing that I want to look at. Samax isn't here, but I'm going to react to it anyway, so she can watch it afterwards. I don't care. I love these videos. I don't. This is by Murasaki Jude's. Sonic Kids content is deeply disturbing. Sonic Kids content. What else? Isn't all of this all of this shit, to be fair, is very disturbing. Not gonna lie, most of it is very disturbing. All the kids content is. I mean, even Cocomelon, that isn't particularly disturbing, is disturbing. At this point, just start.
Hey kids, welcome back to another episode of Education with Purple Hydration. In today's episode, we're going to be going over our ABCs. So let's put our thinking caps on and get straight to it. A is for apple, B is for banjo, C is for cat, D is for dildo, and E is for...
That was... Why? Why dildo? Thank you. We're 24 seconds in. Oh, perfect to pretend to be a metal Sonic on the internet for this video. Yep, perfect. You're cooked.
Effort. What was that? You don't know what effort means? Well then, that can be our word of the day. Effort. A vigorous or determined attempt. Essentially a high level of physical or cognitive work. But those are big words, so let's use some examples. Taking part in sports is a lot of effort. Taking care of pets is a lot of effort. Learning a new language is a lot of effort. However, this, on the other hand... doesn't fit the fucking definition.
What did I just see? Sonic making Amy soup? The soup tasting terrible and Shadow laughing at Sonic? What the heck?
I've put more effort into taking literal shits than whoever made whatever the fuck this is supposed to be. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, cats and dogs, Johnny and Gyro. Welcome back to the channel. Or if this just so happens to be your first time here, then just subscribe. You know where it is, you know how to do it, and you know what will happen if you don't do it. Or if you don't know, then trust me, you don't want to find out. But anyways, children, the small human beings of our society. Some people like them, some people hate them, some people really like them. But
Pulling up EDP for this. Pulling up EDP for this is crazy. Accurate. And also, why do the male Sonic characters have a six-pack? Because I need beefed up Sonic.
regardless of how you feel about them, it's a commonly known fact that children are pretty fucking stupid. Their brains aren't quite fully developed yet. That's why you see them do all kinds of retarded shit. Because they're kids, man. They're basically just furless monkeys at that point in life. Their brain.
I mean, that's not retarded shit. That takes skill. Climbing up a door frame? Not gonna lie, that takes skill. I can't do that.
Brains are like sponges. They absorb everything they see, which is why it's important to be careful what you say around them and also what they watch. Their minds just aren't ready to comprehend the peak of Breaking Bad, Game of Thrones, or fucking Has-Been Hotel. But yeah, you know, it's probably for the best that you keep your kids watching Mickey Mouse Clubhouse or Tom and Jerry and not The Boys for obvious reasons. But most mainstream platforms understand this, hence why Netflix has a kids section, Amazon Prime has a kids section, Disney Plus has a kids section, so does Hulu, the list just goes on. And so does the biggest...
And so does YouTube. Except when the cat daughter's bleeding out on the street and the mom is horrified.
social media platform of all time, YouTube, with YouTube Kids. Even though I think a lot of them do lack quality compared to when I was younger, but I don't know. Okay, I'm not a kid anymore. This stuff isn't for me. I am not the target audience, clearly. But I do watch a lot of YouTube.
Kids also should not be the target audience of these. So, yeah, the kids section is fucking dog shit. So true.
And occasionally, my recommendation page will be force-fed some kids content. And most of the time, it's fine. I mean, who cares about it? It's just silly little kids content, you know? Stupid little videos. But sometimes, I get shown this!
Huh? What? Why? 34 minutes of Sonic and Amy and baby Sonic? Wait, Mprig? I just realized Sonic is pregnant! No! Now the only thing we need is pregnant Metal Sonic.
What the fuck is that? First of all, why the fuck is this shit just sliding around YouTube Kids? What the fuck is going on there, YouTube? Second of all, who the fuck made this? Of all, who the fuck?
Why? 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 Also, why is Amy? Why is Amy on is Amy's head on a regular human's body? Why? What is this? What am I looking at? Nice chest, though.
Fuck made this? Sonic, please don't do that to...
Oh. Uno reverse, huh?
Amy, where are you, Amy? Shin Sonic Tapes is a monster to Amy. Why Amy Rose have to hide her face? And the thumbnail is... Okay, well, that's illegal. And then we have Sonic is a perverted stalker.
What the fuck? These horny motherfuckers, this is 220k views, by the way. Just saying. I don't mind Rouge being here, though.
Ah yes, very child-friendly. And a bunch of pregnancy content with one of them being...
Okay, adult Amy being pregnant, okay. Adult Rouge being pregnant, okay. Sonic and Shadow being pregnant, who is the dad? Why is everyone pregnant? Pregnant?
Being Sonic, being pregnant, then there's Amy
Pregnant, Amy getting kidnapped.
Being kidnapped, Amy being spanked, Amy's clothes getting stuck in an elevator, and Amy and Rouge tied up in the corner of the room while Shin Sonic goes to lick them. Yep, these are very appropriate YouTube videos for children. I mean, how could they not be? Look at this wonderful thumbnail.
What the fuck? What the fuck? I know some of you motherfuckers are like, I wish that was me. I know for a fact. Who knew Hedgehog is a Sonic the Predator.
Can't wait to let my 4-year-old watch this. But to be honest, this isn't my first time running into this kind of content. If you know me, I am a big fan of Sonic. I love the game, so it was inevitable to run into the people who made this.
Thank you. Stop!
Yeah, I remember that from the Sonic games. But all jokes aside, this isn't my first time here, okay?
I mean, the idea of a Spider-Man Sonic? Kinda sounds interesting.
In fact, this isn't even my first time making a video on this stuff. During my early 2024 run of YouTube, I made a video talking about the insanity of Sonic Kids channels. And it was a pretty good video. You know, I went pretty deep into the lore and history of the people who made this shit. And I basically called out for being soulless and pure dog shit content. And it was a decent video. It was alright. However, if you try and search for it now, then you won't be able to find it. Because the geniuses behind this 10 out of 10 content decided to take down my entire video. It's completely deleted. I can't even archive it. They were that fucking bumhurt that I called their dog shit content what it is. Dog shit. Rainbow cartoons. I promise you now, no one is trying to steal your lazily put together slot. I could pick a random guy off the street and he'd have more talent in his left bollock than all of your channels combined. Your videos are fucking...
Bro is out here with the beef. Bro is out here with the beef. Samax, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. We already all thought you died. We were already arranging your funeral.
Shit, and I was making fun of you, you idiot. Now I could counterclaim it because my video 100% falls under fair use, but I consider myself a relatively small content creator and I don't really want to have a copyright back and forth beef, especially since I'd have to provide my personal information to a backstreet Indian animation company.
You're beautiful like these flowers.
Thank you.
Oh.
Can you come over there and take me some food, please?
Yeah, I think I'll pass on that one. So you know what, yeah? Fine, okay? You deleted my video, whatever. It does suck that one of my favorite videos is just gone forever, but you know what? Okay, fine. Now, to be honest, I'm not insulted that you took down my entire video.
Not gonna lie, I have a hard drive of all the reaction videos I made where they are saved, so you cannot stop me if I want to use the videos again. I will. You cannot stop me. For 2 days, I didn't use my mobile phone at all, and honestly, it was awesome. Ooh, that dopamine detox, I see.
Video. I'm more offended that you genuinely believed I would steal from you. You're a fucking twat. This content is so fucking bad. It is so low quality that you are literally able to make hours of it every day. I know most kids' content is slop nowadays, but this is just embarrassing. Why would you ever think anyone would want to steal this? Now, I would give you examples and show you video evidence of why this content is so bad, but that's how this fucking donut struck me in the first place. So instead, I'm gonna make it myself just to show you how easy it is. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Yeah! And if you think I'm joking or taking...
Why am I weirdly entertained by this? So what I did was I took a SIM card just in case and used a Nokia, an indestructible phone, and I read a book and traveled 500 kilometers, but we don't talk about it. What kind of disturbing road trip did you do that you don't want to talk about it? That's interesting.
In the piss, I swear to God I'm not. Just fucking watch this shit.
Oh, no!
Wait, is Amy pregnant again? Wow, she's pregnant again. Interesting.
Very high quality. Why would I ever, in my fucking life, ever want to steal from you? When that is literally how almost all of these videos play out. But at least with my one, it was somewhat understandable. There was a point A and point B there. But in a large majority of these fucking dogshit videos, stuff just happens and it just keeps derailing and it goes on and on and on until it just randomly ends once it hits an hour. If you told me that these videos were scripted and animated by AI, I wouldn't even be surprised. Calling this abomination content is insulting to anyone who has made any video ever. If the point hasn't really been hammered in yet, this is bad. This shit is fucking bad. Now, mass producing cat shit is one thing. It's not a great thing, and I'd probably have to lobotomize myself to enjoy it, but they're far from the first. But it's the fact that you have...
Let me Google. A bitchy guy, huh? Interesting. How much is a lobotomy? No longer performed, unfortunately. You can no longer get one anywhere. Sad. That could have been useful. Satch.
Have branded yourself as a kids channel with the name Rainbow Cartoons with a baby Sonic profile picture, and you present your videos with thumbnails like this. What the fuck, man? I know I was making it lighthearted earlier, but this is really weird. The fact that a kid can watch a few Sonic videos and then get thrown into this is just fucking disturbing. I mean, when you type out Rainbow Cartoons, you're probably not expecting to see Amy getting stalked on in the shower. And you probably wasn't expecting to see this many pregnant videos. Fucking hell, this is weird. And the fact that it actually translates into the video just makes it worse.
Oh.
Pregnant Spider Sonic! No! Once again, what are you sending me?
What the?
Evidently, you've got a fetish, mate. And I'd prefer it if you kept it to yourself rather than put it into children's content. I'm just gonna have to say it how it is. This is borderline softcore porn being shoveled to children on this very platform. Oh, but no, me making fun of vaping is just too far. That is just way too far. I crossed the line. That is beyond the line. That's too far. But children's content covered up with fucking Sonic porn? Who cares? But wait, everyone, wait, guys, okay? Before we start criticizing this guy for his interesting hobbies for children's content and YouTube...
I mean, furry Sonic content? That is corn? I mean, sign me the fuck up! I'm just joking, but man, this is horrid. This is horrid. Why is there so much mpreg and pregnancy in general? And why Spider Sonic? Somehow no metal. Well, the video's still long.
For just allowing it. If we go into the YouTube channel and click more on the bio, which absolutely no one fucking does, we will see that these videos aren't intended for children under 13. And you will find this in multiple channels who post videos and thumbnails like these. Please note, our content is not intended for children under 13 years of age. Not intended for children under 13. These videos are not intended for children under 13 years of age, guys. They're not for children. I wonder where the misconception could possibly come from.
Are you okay, Nanit?
Yeah. 13.
Uh-huh. They're no longer saying Sonic, they're saying Manic. That's crazy. Admit, it's still not bad like the first realistic Sonic movie. Nah, that one was my Nightmare Fuel.
Up. You can fuck off. There isn't a reality where this isn't made for the most brain mushy babies. You know what? I'm gonna walk back what I said earlier. This isn't children's content. This is clearly for fucking toddlers, okay? No child who can speak is willingly watching this. Their first words would probably be, "Turn this shit off, Dad." There is no shot that they make this with teenagers in mind. There is no fucking way. And you could just tell by the way they title these videos. Who is the mermaid Sonic truly loves? Amy and the terror known as the Sonic monster? Sonic the Hedgehog. But they're superheroes. Who's behind tearing Amy's clothes? Very sad but happy ending. Sonic likes the beautiful Amy Rose. Amy, where are you? Please don't choose the wrong challenge. It is like a fucking 5-year-old wrote these titles. But it's also like a beautiful Amy Rose. Amy, where are you?
Are those? Why do those look like glory holes? Anyways.
You please don't choose the wrong challenge. It is like a fucking 5-year-old wrote these titles. But it's also like a 5-year-old makes these videos, because what the fuck is a brewing cute pregnant factory? Who in their right mind is sitting down and making these videos? I need to see the fucking face of the man who makes this shit. Honestly, what the fuck is this? Now I'm gonna hold your hand for this one, because if I don't, then these wankers are gonna fucking strike my channel again. But I have to show you what kind of content is being made here in long format. Alright, so we are falling from the sky. Everyone is fucking pregnant for some reason. We are taken to a conveyor belt whilst pregnant for some fucking reason. There is food here in out of space. Honestly, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but then he chooses the apple because yeah, okay, you know, don't question it. All right, just shut the fuck up. All right. But then here comes Shadow. He picks the burger, even though there isn't any other fucking options. But no, he is now too.
He gets even fatter, so he can't move anymore. Wow. Crazy.
Too morbidly obese. But now we are on another conveyor belt where the babies are extracted from their bodies. I don't think that's how childbirth typically works, but I'm not a midwife, so I don't know. I also don't think that male hedgehogs can get pregnant, but I guess, you know, maybe I'm just behind the times. But whilst the babies are on their own conveyor belt, Sheen Sonic spawns and fucking chases them. And then we are hit with the best voice acting I've ever heard in my entire life.
What's all the hubbub? Ah! Oh no!
Peak cinema, okay. But then Baby Shadow slips, and then Sonic fucking uses water powers, Amy uses fire powers, and then Shadow, for some reason, uses fucking rock powers. But now they're placed in shopping carts with Knuckles for some reason, and then put in toy box.
Random baby Knuckles just randomly spawning. Was Knuckles pregnant earlier? What am I looking at? What is this stuff? This is for children. This is for younger than children. This is this might actually be for toddlers, straight up. It just is. But what's the lore with the Sonic monster?
I don't know what the fuck is going on. Then they're launched out of a plane, put back on the conveyor belt. I don't know why Sonic looks like that. Then Baby Rude shows up out of nowhere, and this goes on for a fucking hour. Not intended for anyone under the age of 13. Oh yes, because teenagers are rushing to watch this premium content. It is crystal clear to anyone with eyes and ears that this is fucking baby content. The stupid little voice lines and the dumb as fuck sound effects with the dull as hell animation. This is kid slop. This is fucking slop. The only reason why they try and peddle this 13+ narrative, even though it's obviously
so they didn't get their ass beat by the YouTube TOS. It's very simple. It is very, very simple.
Not true. Is so they can use these weird as fuck thumbnails and get away with it under the guise of, oh, this isn't kids content, guys, this isn't for kids, even though when you click on the videos it's the most mind-numbing baby shit you could possibly imagine. There is no effort here, there is no passion here, it's just fucking shit. And I know I'm ragging on this one Rainbow Cartoons here, but they're one of many. I only remember them because they're the ones who struck down my fucking video. But there are tens, if not hundreds of accounts peddling out this garbage. There's just hours and hours and hours posted every day, sometimes twice.
It's actually much better than this analog horror. Okay, interesting.
a day of just pure fucking shit. The fact that they took down my entire video for the claim of stolen content over a single fucking clip should tell you everything you need to know about these kind of channels. Stolen content, my ass. They just don't want to be criticized for their horse dick content. I am almost 100% convinced they make these videos using AI. Yeah, let's just be honest with ourselves here for a second. No human being is posting an hour-long video twice a day, every day. But nevertheless, I have solid as shit concrete evidence that these guys have used bots in the past. Now, typically when people hear a channel has used bots before, they automatically think sub count, which isn't a far-fetched assumption because having almost 500,000 subscribers and barely getting 1,000 views is...
Yeah, that seems to be the case. In addition to that, it can't be view botting, so it has to be sub counts. Or comments?
Quite eyebrow raising, but you know, they've got a fuck ton of views in the past, even though that's probably attributed to them using a famous IP, and it is very fucking rare for their videos to perform this well, but who knows? None of that matters anyway, because my evidence for them using bots comes from their fans. Mainly because you quite literally have to be a fucking robot to enjoy this content, and also because we can gauge if their fans are human if we look at their comment section. So let's see here. Sonic animations just keep getting better and better. This was amazing. This account was made a day ago and has only ever commented on this one video. Almost like the account was only made to comment on this channel. But who knows? It's only one guy. There's more people here. Every episode leaves me wanting more. Keep them coming. Joined a day ago, no subscribers, and only one comment. Okay. This animation quality is top tier. Every frame is stunning.
The comments are structured similarly. They always use emojis at the end, and they're made in close proximity. In this, when commented. So I would assume, yes, these videos are actually, these comments are by bots. Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, but I don't think you're real anyway because you joined a day ago, have no subscribers, and only have one comment. I think I'm starting to notice a pattern here. All these comments are botted. They're not real people. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to believe that everyone in this comment section joined YouTube today and is only commented on this one video you have. And if they were, they wouldn't be glazing this bum willy wank content. I mean, come on. I can tell the creators are real fans. There's so much love in every scene. Really? Are you sure you're watching the right video? Eggman's mustache is coming out of his fucking ears, for God's sake. You don't need to be a real fan of Sonic to know that Eggman doesn't have hairy ears. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that a real person didn't say that. This was said by a bot. So the fact that they're not shy about using bots in the comment section makes me slightly open to the idea that the sub count is botted and that these videos are written, scripted, and drawn by AI, with a few human voice lines.
Is there an underneath monster?
And I would also like to extend their AI accusation to the thumbnails because
with broken English makes sense.
Because there is no fucking way a sane human being would willingly draw this. Actually, to be fair, it is Sonic the Hedgehog, and I wouldn't put it past Sonic fans. But look, okay, these guys don't give a fuck about content originality. They don't care about stolen content. There is no passion in any of the stuff they do. They just want to pump out as much garbage as possible to as many people as possible with no criticism welcome. But guess what, dipshit? I fucking hate you. And I hate everyone like you. All of you shit out the sloppiest of slop content I've ever seen in my life, ship it out to children, and then wrap it up in this weird pregnancy sexual wrapping paper. It's fucking weird, and some of you aren't even hiding it anymore.
Today is Valentine's Day, and Sonic needs to love me. Chaos Stretch!
What? Chaos Stretch? That's a new move. Also, I feel like that could go a different way. The fuck? Something was stretched. There were more things. Did Amy just jerk off Sonic? I understand, Donkey. I understand. What the fuck?
YouTube Kids, everyone. Perfectly safe for your children. Amy, give Sonic some coke. Because that's what happened there. Seriously, does YouTube even have a moderation team at this point? A child on YouTube Kids can watch a few Sonic videos and then be met with this. Does that sound like a good idea to anyone? But this isn't just a Sonic thing. They don't give a fuck about Sonic. If it wasn't Sonic, they'd just use someone else. And they have in the past with Poppy Playtime, FNAF, or basically anything that's popular with children. It is painfully obvious that they are targeting these videos towards children. I really hate to morally grandstand here and be like, oh my god, they're children, but come on. They're presenting this sexual fetish content in a colorful kiddie way. And the video is just mind-numbing baby content. I'm sorry, that's fuck.
They're creating the future they are creating the corn addicts of the future! It is terrible! Hi chat, how you doing? You've been doing good. Hello. This is terrible! They're creating corn addicts of the future.
Fucking weird. YouTube, when you're done fucking me in the starfish, I wouldn't mind if you took a look into some of these guys. They are clearly botted, their content is nothing but pure spam, and they do this really weird, colorful, kiddie sexual stuff. If you ask me, I don't think that's appropriate for the platform, but what would I know? YouTube's moderation team at this point is probably a fucking hamster in a wheel, so I highly doubt these content farms are going anywhere anytime soon. But if you're a parent, be careful what your kids watch, and be careful what you watch. My god, please do not fucking watch this shit. And if this video just randomly disappears one day, then you can probably guess why. But anyways guys, this is in fact the end of the video, and if you liked, please leave a like, and if you didn't, then feel free to degrade me in the comments. And if you made it this far into the end of the video and you aren't subscribed yet, then just fucking do it, or else I will kill this puppy right here. I will do it. I swear I'll do it right.
No, another puppy!
No. Huh. Nice one. But with all that said, all my links and socials are in the description. Feel free to follow me on anything. I hope you guys did enjoy.
That's pretty much the end of the video. This shit is weird. This shit is weird as hell. Incredibly weird. I don't want to see Emprecht Sonic, Shadow, Knuckles. I don't want to see pregnant, I don't want to see pregnant Amy. Pregnant Rouge is fine if it's with my child. Never mind. Yeah, just no. Ew. Kids content that is not targeted at kids. Terrible. Terrible. Alright, next video. First of all, let me check something real quick. Yes, okay. I got this. Alrighty. We are going to watch... Yeah, you're getting yeeted.
May I
haven't had a Purge video in a while, so we'll watch that. This is gonna... At least no metal, that's very true. That's very true, but a robot can't really get pregnant, so there's that. Also, I think a baby Metal Sonic would be cute. But yeah. We're gonna watch this by Purge. Dudes who are down horrendous. I love me some down horrendous dudes. Embarrassing themselves in front of the ladies. So yeah, let's get into it. I fear for my life. I'm scared because usually when Purge does that, he picks out the worst shit imaginable. He always does. You should know about SpongeBob Kids brain rot content. Oh, I'm aware of that as well. There's all kinds of popular things that just turn into brain rot. Baby Metal Sonic would just be a screw. Very true. Let's go.
May I please see the finest picture of your bosoms? So today we're going to be looking at guys who are...
If I was a woman, you'd get a yiddy pig. With that.
But down bad, down horrendous. They will say they're the nicest men you will ever meet, and 3 minutes later, they will be saying the age of consent, we will lower it. You make your weekends free for me. Every time I crash to your home, you see me away with enthusiastic arm waves. Everyone could see you're into me. I'm basically an S-tier man, minus the money and face. Where else can you find a man like me? I'm too overqualified to just be kept as a friend. I'm not your dad. I don't hit women. I stay with only one. With me, you're not going to be like your mum. It's a lifetime guarantee. Where are they learning their riz from? Because telling a woman you won't beat her sounds like something you would say before you beat her.
Reddit. It's in a Reddit or some Discord server.
5:05 a.m. This guy writes, nice perky little titty. Sorry, that's not funny, yeah.
The classic. So, nice yiddies.
Women love hearing that. 10 minutes after, 5:15 a.m. Hey, I gave you a compliment. She didn't reply within 10 minutes at 5 a.m. and this guy was annoyed. You do realize people have things going on. Most likely she was asleep. Being on a dating app at 5 a.m. messaging people is crazy. 5 a.m. on the dating app scrolling, trying to find your next victim. You're not there for love, let's be honest, mate. Father, how did you meet mother? I slid in her DMs. I said, love the big hungers, bazooka wookers on you right now. Amazing. I love when they bounce. Drooling face. Drooly face. What's up? Feeling down. About?
You cannot tell me that something like that has not created a relationship before. Maybe even a marriage. There might be a couple out there where the guy just entered the DMs and said nice milkers and the girl was like, yes, thank you. Should we get married? Yeah. I could see that happening. And imagine telling that story to your child. How did you meet mom? I told her she has nice milkers. Oh, cool.
Relationship stuff. Wrote my now ex a proper breakup message. Had a call with her a little while after. Wasn't easy, but it's over. So are you single? Pretty much? Yeah. Yeah, why me? But I'm sorry. Bleh. Thanks, though. Will you give me a chance now? I'm not interested, but thank you for the interest. Interested at all? I'm not. Okay, well, thanks for nothing. You lost another good person. I just broke up with someone.
I just broke up with someone. Yes, my chance! Game! Wait, you don't want to date me now? How dare you?
What about me? Give it at least a few days. Bro was the guy best friend waiting for the moment, and then he absolutely fumbled the bag. You're so beautiful. Taken. You know there's a thing as just being nice. I didn't really think you were beautiful. I saw you and felt bad because you probs get a lot of people saying you're ugly. But yes, nobody wants you, dog.
The classic. The classic. The cat classic. Oh, you're so beautiful. I'm taken. I wasn't interested in you anyways, whore. Same energy as I want to put your dick in a meat grinder. That's what women do.
I got 10 different girls on my dick. You think I really care about you? Lamau, bye. So you're calling an ugly person beautiful because you felt bad. The only time I see that happening is when an ugly person posts something and then all her friends are like...
The only time I see that happening is between girls when it's like, they tell the fat chick that she's beautiful. When they deep down think that they're not and they talk behind her back about her being fat. Many such cases, I've seen it.
Wow, so pretty. But yeah, I don't know why everyone has to go down swinging. They can't take a no for an answer. They can't just be like...
They're like the same people that would call Lizzo stunning and beautiful, but if you ask them, would you want to look like Lizzo? Their reaction is no longer that nice.
Like, okay, I have 10 girls on my penis. First of all, how do you have 10 different girls? That sounds extremely unproductive. How are you keeping up with all of them like that? That is difficult. You're trying to add the other one? The 11? That's insane, mate. I don't know how you got time for all that. And if anyone ever says they are taken, he just flexes on them, which is always a good thing to do. You got the whole sexy goth girl vibe. I love it. I'm 16. Bit strange. I am a creep because you're attractive? Yes. I didn't ask for you to call me sexy. I didn't ask for anything but friends. I just wanted to compliment you. I'm sorry. Then you would say something like you're pretty, something normal, not you're sexy to a 16-year-old girl. Please never have daughters. 16 is legal.
Yeeted! Yeeted!
In my country, I could blow my load inside you consensually and nobody would care. I think the main issue with that is that she would care. I know I'm 37. Love has no boundaries, except the law. That is a boundary that we should probably not cross. Hey, I know we said no
Yeah. Bro is a fucking weirdo. Fucking weirdo. Get the axe.
expectations. Getting to know you in the past week has been nice, but how high is the percentage of us having sex? I just don't want to waste each other's time. I feel like we talked a good while and I want to know how you feel. These conversations are important to bring up so we're both still on the same page. 0%. These guys have no idea how to spell because either their family tree is a circle or they write full Shakespeare poems. No in between. No normal texting from these guys. That's actually insane. Like, do you even hear yourself? You really think you're that untouchable? Like, I was literally giving you an opportunity, being a good guy, and this is the energy you hit me with? That's actually embarrassing for you.
What? Are these OnlyFans DMs? They're just random DMs to women. And dudes being incredibly down bad.
And let's be real, you're not even all that. Like, I was willing to overlook some things because I thought you had a good personality, but you're just one of those girls who gets off rejecting guys for no reason. I was literally just trying to see where things could go, being chill, and you could come with me with 0%, like, okay, relax. You're acting like I was begging or something. Newsflash, I wasn't. If anything, this was your loss. Bro, you need to calm down. If you really didn't care, why would you send such
Generational crash out in DMs, I'd say. This is one for the history books.
such a long message? Honestly, this just makes it easier for me. You're actually giving way more friend energy than anything else, so I think it's the best that we just keep it that way. Like, I wouldn't even be into you anymore after this, so it's whatever. You seem like you'd be a cool little sister type anyway. Nah, this guy does type Shakespeare poems, and his family tree is a circle. You literally just asked, what's the chance of you two getting it on? Next message, you're like a little sister. That's just wrong. In life, you are most likely gonna get rejected by someone, right? In the dating world. It's just whatever. There's no point getting angry at someone that they don't like you back. Then we're gonna see this message saying that you're a good guy and she's like your little sister, and she was gonna be like, oh my god, that makes so much sense. Yes, we can date now. We can bang. No! I played D&D with my friends. Haha. How fun. Always wanted to have a D&D session with my friends, but that was always too busy and then moved away from Florida. And then she didn't reply for a few days. So it looks like you've updated your pics, which I find hilarious because your bio states how terrible dating is in 2025, yet here you are ghosting someone actually interested in your hobbies. Mate, I don't
What? Bro, I mean, I even think you should go. I guess they like just talk to each other, right? They just started talking to each other. But it looks like, I don't know, you shouldn't ghost somebody. But then again, the crash out was just not necessary. She wasn't that interested. Move on. What the fuck, bro? No need for a crash out. He tried to cis zone her. Maybe get some freaky roleplay on, you know? Who knows?
I don't really understand. If you're in the talking stage with someone or just talking, whatever, and they don't seem that interested in you, maybe just give up. That's fine. Move on. Getting angry at someone for them not replying is not gonna make them reply nicely, is it? Are you actually trying to meet someone to get off the app? Or just looking for attention and to play the victim card? I honestly don't know what she said. I don't think she's said anything yet. I just got back from a cruise and didn't have service for an entire week. I've been trying to catch up all I missed in real life before I even looked at the dating apps. And I haven't updated my picture, so I don't know what you're talking about. Bold of you to assume I'm seeking attention because I have the attention of my friends and family. I'm not seeking validation from some random men on dating apps. I literally just did a week-long vacation by myself and loved every moment of it. I'm not gonna lie, you didn't really have to explain yourself. If someone's messaging you angry that you didn't reply in 1 milliseconds and you have something else going on in your life, just leave them alone. Just let them talk to the abyss. It's just funnier, to be fair. It's hilarious. You replied within 20 minutes. Always some good excuse. Your bio's never going to change if this is what you do to your matches. Alas, this is dating in the 21st century. You can go outside and meet people in real life. You don't need a dating app. And then if they don't reply to you in real life, that's just crap.
They're mostly scam anyways. So why why use them? They're scam. They're scam anyways. Man, no, she's seeking attention. Yeah, clearly. So much attention that she didn't reply to the dude.
Crazy, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you go up to someone and say hello and they just don't speak to you, that's crazy. It's not gonna work out, sorry. I was lowering my standards. Now you're going to be one of my friends instead. Why do some people act like this? I don't understand. Maybe it helps your own ego. If you message someone saying like,
No, it's just cope. It's just cope. It's just cope. It's just coping. It is just cope. Nothing more to it. That's what these people do. That's why the dudes who say who give like compliments and then get rejected have a crash out, a meltdown, saying like you're ugly anyways, whore, and like it's just cope. Go on dating apps, rejects men, gets crash out DMs, does not block the offending party, posts the DMs online. Hey, if I got a crash out by a chick in my DMs, I'd post that shit online. Not gonna lie. I'd post it online. That is some great content. That makes some great content. I would post that online as well. I don't care. Excuse me, I have a fulfilling life. Well, he did say she didn't need to explain herself, which is true. It is true, but at the same time, he should have just moved on. She wasn't that interested.
like, oh, you know, I find you attractive. Would you like to go on a date? No, sorry. And your first instinct is to insult someone back. You just can't take the humble way out. You just gotta be like, you ugly as f anyway. Huh? Lamau, you're funny. Says the guy who begged me and that I was fun and gorgeous. Sounds like I lowered my standards. No offense to your friend, but I would never go for him. I was just desperate. Your style was great, but that's about it. Haha, good one. Good luck finding someone like me again. First time I thought this, but you're a funny...
That's the thing. She doesn't probably want to find somebody like you again if that is your reaction. Possibly.
Guy, won't be difficult, love. Getting rejected and then just saying you were desperate and you've lowered your standards is not a good look, is it? 10 seconds. This woman for some reason sends him a photo. I don't know what the photo is, but I also don't want to know. You're most definitely cute. I think you're attractive. If you lost weight, you'd be super attractive. I think that could be...
Nah. No. 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 What are you doing? What are you doing?
He said about me too, though. I'm brutally honest, by the way, so I hope I don't offend you. Wow, at least just show that you're a piece of shit early on. Telling women that they would look better if they lost weight is the best thing to do. Women love hearing that. Speaking from experience, I don't know why more people ain't doing that. They love it. It's literally not that big of a deal. Guy's 32 years old, by the way. And you're about to be 19. It matters to me. Just had to be 18, FML. I wanted to do more with you tonight, to be honest. Guess not, huh? You're 32 years old. You should be like having or starting a family or something by now. But no, you're sat there messaging 18-year-olds on Discord saying, let's get freaky on a call. I'm sorry, I just don't think that's what I'm interested in. I'm happy to talk. You're fun to talk to. But that sort of thing just isn't what I'm looking for. Nah, I'll just hurt more. Probably won't talk to you again. I don't like being teased. Unless you changed your mind, which doesn't seem like you will. Would you care as much once you're 19? Why would her mind change about getting freaky on a Discord call with a 32-year-old man from the age of 18 to 19? Teased? I still feel the same. Yeah, no point then. I have an insane urge to see more of you. That is disgusting. You really don't feel anything, huh? It's not that I don't feel anything, I just value my boundaries a lot. It's a dumb boundary to have. Literally millions of other couples in the same boat. No point in reasoning against this, I suppose. Millions of couples in the same boat. 37-year-old men messaging teenagers on Discord.
The thing said, not a real user slide ago. Unless they meant it was a buddy on Discord messing with them. That could be. That could be. Who knows?
There probably is a few million out there, which is not a good thing. I get that you see it that way, but my boundaries are important to me, and I personally don't believe that anyone's boundaries are dumb. We all have our...
The thing is, stuff like that does for real exist. And to be honest, if like a girl doesn't want to date you because you're too old? I mean, if she consents, she's an adult, she can do what she wants. Go ahead. It is what it is. But she doesn't. So move on. Stop being a weirdo.
Our own reasons and ways of thinking for the things we do. Of course some are dumb. It's why there's a dating crisis to begin with, because people are having really dumb boundaries and birth rates are plummeting. Such a dumb boundary not to want to date someone over Discord and show your body off. So that's it? What would be the oldest you go for? Out of curiosity. Nice knowing you then, I guess. FML, I just really wanted to see more of your body. Ugh.
Indeed. Indeed.
Show me your boobs, please. I must see those breasts. We've been on 2 e-dates on Discord. Please just show them to me. Okie doke. I've just been trying for too long, but that's okay. You can just message me when you decide you're free. This person doesn't reply. And of course, when the other person doesn't reply, you hit them back with reasoning why they should date you because you're so amazing. I feel like I'm more attractive than you realize. Meeting girls in person is so much easier than having to prove myself against a whole bunch of fucking nerds wanting to jack off to you. I'm just a different caliber of man. And then this guy sends 4 photos, which I'm glad they were blurred out. I'm a very normal, healthy, real person. You either want me or you don't. It's a yes or no thing.
Bro, you are not healthy. Bro, you are not healthy. You are not healthy.
You've explained your reasoning, let's just leave it at that. I feel like you have no interest in meeting me. That's quite clear, mate. When they're not replying to you and you're sending them pictures of yourself trying to prove that you're attractive. There's no reply, no engagement from the other person whatsoever. I feel like it's quite clear that they don't want to see you. You aren't even that sexy though. That's why I'm tripping. I'm just looking for a friend and I feel like I'm talking to a dumbass that thinks I just want her pussy. I'm not sexually attracted to you in a costume. That is sexy for an autistic person like my cousin Paul. Why is Paul catching strays? What did Paul do?
Why are we pulling Paul into this? Poor Paul. I'm gonna start a GoFundMe for my man. That's not down horrendous. That's down criminally. Homie needs to be imprisoned immediately. Well, he was just a creep. No crime was yet committed. I think so, maybe. I don't know. I don't know the laws in the country that these two are in or not in.
I just wanted to be friends with you, but you wanted to try and cross the line. I'll let you reply in your own time. 1 hour later. Do you want me or not? Do you want me? I'm a nice guy. I'm a different caliber of a man. I ain't like my autistic cousin Paul. He's an idiot. He likes trains. I'm a real man. I like cars. It's okay if someone in the world isn't attracted to you and doesn't feel the same way that you do. Just move on respectfully. You don't need to give 10,000 reasons why you're the best person after the fact that they say no. You will just look like an idiot. That's my advice for you. Shoot your shot. If it doesn't work, move on. I'm streaming a lot, so please go follow my Twitch, Purge_live, and like and subscribe.
Very true. Very true. If you get rejected, move on. There's nothing you can do. You're just one more no closer to a yes. You just gotta keep trying. And boys, you're not ugly. You just don't take care of yourself. Anyways. Water. Be water, my friend. Chat, gotta take a quick bathroom break. And then we're gonna watch another video. Be right back. I have returned. Alrighty then. Alrighty. Give me a second. Just that again. And then we're almost ready. First of all, I'll remove this one out of the list. And this one. Okay. Good, good. I've got this clip recommended. Let's look at what I'm getting here. Oh, goodness. Goodness. I don't know what that is. Soya Poya teaches Lily some German. I won't zoom in on this, because it's just short. Let's just go.
I'll teach you how to say beans in German. It's Bohne.
Bohne! Bohnen.
No, that's not what it is. No, shut up. It doesn't sound like it. No, shut up. Bohne. There's an E at the end. Lily, stop laughing. Stop laughing. No.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything.
Bohne. Shut up.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. How do you spell it? How do you spell it?
Bohne.
Bohne.
Yeah, that was really good.
Thank you very much. Are you proud? Are you proud that I did it?
I am proud of you.
Thank you. Bohne.
Yeah, good.
Bohne.
Nice. See, you understand. Not Bona, you
A classic.
fucking idiot. I hate everyone.
That was silly. That was a silly clip. Boner. A silly little clip. Okay. I got this. I'm working through all the things here that I really do want to watch. That I can remove from the playlist. That I can remove from the playlist. Alrighty. What else do I have? You know what? Let's look at this situation. I was barely following this situation. Extra Emily shamelessly doubles down on DMCA takedown, silencing critics, hoping to set a precedent. That is a long-ass title, my dude. And also, I don't even know much about the situation. All I know is that Extra Emily is like one of like those OTK creators, and she just ignored a red light, and she got her ass beat for it on the internet. By the way, ref says this. I have no idea. Let's look.
Hey, what's up, guys? Ref here. So today we're going to be doing a follow-up to yesterday's video. As you can see with the title, it states this: Extra Emily effed around and found out after using DMCA takedowns to silence critics. So the streamer Extra Emily is a successful one, someone who works with OTK, but she has been under a lot of fire recently in the past few months for various controversies, and some of them I think are warranted and some are not. But some of the warranted controversies and criticism she's been facing stem from stuff like this, where she was banned for 1 day on Twitch after running a very clear red light while streaming and reading her chat, which was a ridiculous situation. But this controversy in particular, back from
I mean, I think that is definitely warranted. If you use your phone and you ignore a red light and then your excuses, here everybody does this. I'm like, you are threatening others. You are threatening other people's lives in traffic because everyone does it. Oh, so if 100 people jump out of a window from a high-floor building, do you jump after them? Because apparently you do things everyone does. Crazy argument.
January of this year has been the one that has personally affected her the most. I think that's very clear by her reaction to this, where on stream, she admitted that her parents had spent $170,000 on her college tuition, and she stated that they had no demand.
That's hella expensive, bro. That is hella expensive.
And that she pays this back, and instead she had no obligation to pay it back, that she didn't want to pay this back despite her own family saying this massive contribution to her education almost made them broke. She said she just didn't want to do it. And a lot of people took this really negatively. Her own chat was roasting her as a result of this. And this is the underlying story behind everything we're talking about in this video and in yesterday's video. And as a result,
I mean, this is like this, right? This is like this, right? It depends. I don't know the context of this, but if her parents gave her the money for her college tuition, and also said that she has to pay it back eventually, then obviously then you should pay it back. If not, then this isn't a particular big deal, but it's still kind of weird if you're not paying it back, regardless if the parents wanted to pay it, if the parents want it to be paid back or not.
Result of the backlash from that stream where she talked about the tuition, she would end up saying she's going to pay back her parents, and she's made several installments, including this initial one back in January where she paid $40-something thousand, and it's clear that she's doing this in steps. She's going to pay back her parents over the course of time. And again, a lot of people look at this and say, you're a millionaire, why aren't you paying this back in full immediately? But regardless, that is her plan. And of course, recently she made some more comments, or really led to more comments about this situation, where she called her dad, while of course streaming while driving once again, where she put her father on speakerphone, and he made a joke. And this is something I recognized in my video yesterday. I said this was clearly a joke. He was teasing her, but he said basically, where's the college tuition? Have you paid it back full yet? Where she says, don't bring that up, I'm gonna get canceled. This was the headline of this tweet made by the account Yeet, who shared a clip of what transpired.
I like this Yeet account. He just posts, straight up doesn't care, just posts this shit. I like him. I like him.
In her now deleted stream, and Extra Emily, in response, did a DMCA takedown of this tweet, and things have really spiraled out of control from there. Here is a, I guess, active version of that same clip. You can check out my previous video where I shared this with the full audio, but basically she's on the phone with her dad. He teases her about the college tuition thing, and she gets very triggered about it and hangs up on it. And this was shared by many accounts. Apparently this one, despite having nearly 1 million views on this tweet, was not important enough to get a DMCA takedown, unlike the previous account. But yeah, it's out.
I guess Yeet was more important. I mean, the reach of this Yeet account is quite good, so I guess so. A lot more people saw it. Or maybe she doesn't do it again because it puts a bad light on her.
Out there, this is something that's not unfamiliar to a lot of streamers. If you're gonna stream your whole life as Extra Emily does, clips will be taken and it'll make you look bad. But she felt the need to DMCA take down the Yeet account, but not other accounts. It's very confusing what her goals are. But Yeet stated very clearly, after getting financial support, a dedicated financial support from Dan Saltman, who said he would pay for all of the legal costs of this potential lawsuit. And Yeet said, release the claim or I will countersue or counterclaim with Dan's help and seek restitution and attorney's fees. He won't settle either. Last chance before this spirals out of control. And that's really where we left things yesterday, where there was no real response from Emily about the situation other than her DMCA.
This is once again just another thing that these content creators do, where they just, you say something retarded, you don't stand by it, or you do something retarded and you don't stand by it, and instead of owning it, you just DMCA people. Which also makes you look bad. Remember, someone made a Twitter. Obviously, a Twitter account like that exists if you probably put it into the search bar.
Takedown, but this morning she did make a magnum opus on the situation that is.
Oh God, a magnum opus. What are we about to read?
Eye-opening, to say the least. So she said this. I was holding off on saying something, but I would like to stand up for myself. Number 1, I pay my parents in 6-month installments. It's May. The next payment is scheduled for June. My dad is trolling and joking. Which, by the way, to clarify 2 things. She has not DMCA'd my video sharing several clips of her from this year. And in my video, I talked about how I believed this was a joke from her dad who was trolling her. And I guess that's confirmed. And I also stated...
Of course, like... What else? Of course, it makes sense that the dad was joking. I don't think the dad did that out of like, you need to pay the money, you need to pay the money. I need it. That was obviously a joke. She's paying it. So where's the issue?
That she has not paid back the full tuition, and she's doing it in installments. And she confirmed this also. So everything I said in my video so far has been confirmed by Emily. But she says this further. Number 2, I DMCA'd the clips because I knew Twitter has a hate boner for me and would absolutely blow it up, starting another massive hate train on an out-of-context clip where people would make assumptions about the truth. The internet did that anyways, so I guess it'll happen regardless. Love that. However, bitch, I don't regret DMCAing anyone when someone's main goal is to share a drama-baiting out-of-context clip that has no information and is most likely to start hate. Why would I keep a clip up if it's just promoting harassment and they're making money off of my unaltered content, with the crying emoji? Now, if they do share a moment where I truly F up, then take responsibility and let the clips roam free. Or she'll say she'll take responsibility and let the clips roam free. Okay. So this is interesting because...
Okay, I see no particular issue with that yet. However, I'm going to assume that there is going to be some things that she did where she did take down tweets. That is my assumption.
She's basically admitting that she's not only DMCAing people, but also doing so because she doesn't want things to blow up on Twitter. That is not the purpose of DMCAs.
Obviously, she is here abusing the system. Obviously. However, I guess it's understandable if you don't want clips to... It's not the right way, but it's understandable. The reaction is understandable if the clips get taken out of context that make you look bad on purpose. I feel like if people are that dense, then I feel like she should have done it, but it's understandable in a way.
It is to protect copyrighted content, not to silence people who are sharing clips of you doing things that clearly upset you in terms of how people react to those clips. I don't understand. The context is actually very full. The clip that was shared contained all the context. It just doesn't look good. Your father called you up, or you called up your father, and he said some jokes that people took in a certain way. If you don't like that, Don't call your father on stream. Stop live streaming every moment of your life. Stop monetizing every waking moment of your life, and things like this won't happen, along with all of the other various controversies that Emily has been facing over the past couple of months. This is ridiculous. They're trying to say that a caption and a set of criticism that was provided for this tweet that was sharing the clip is somehow out of context and only made to start hate. Well, maybe people are criticizing you for a clip that makes you look bad. Is it really that hard to digest?
It's understandable, obviously. However, I also think that I also have to point at the other side and have to say, why do you not look at the situation and understand what is actually going on, instead of taking the clip at face value? I have to say that as well. I feel like you have to, both sides have to use their brain for a moment.
I know other people who are clearly friendly with Emily and OTK who have come out and said, this wasn't a good decision. Again, let's not even focus on the legal aspects, because many people make the case that she wasn't legally in the right for making this takedown and this tweet by...
Obviously not. She used the DMCA thing for silencing, not for its intended purpose. That is understandable. That deserves criticism.
By the way, makes it even more clear. But even if she was in the legal right, was it the right thing to do in terms of common sense? No. Everyone knows this. It's the Streisand.
Yeah, I already want to say that. Streisand effect. The more you try to hide something, the worse it'll get. So don't hide anything. Just straight up. Just own it. Just let them, like, I look at this like this, right? She should have just sat down, not, like, just let the clips happen, wait like 2 weeks, and the thing is over. Nobody remembers. Because that's how Twitter works. Because then there's the new next villain popping up, so that makes sense.
Effect. Okay? This clip that likely would have been forgotten about in a few days is now becoming a center of controversy. It is now being used as a situation where Extra Emily is using DMCA takedowns to silence people repeating her own content back to her. That's not a good look, and this was a massive mistake. But let's continue. Number 3. It's been exhausting seeing all these harassing comments, clips, and videos towards me on a clip where my dad was just trolling me. I want to stand up for myself and stop misinformation from spreading, and I also ask that people on the internet take these clips with a grain of salt. Thanks. Again, this is just a clip sharing a portion of her own stream, and now she's trying to claim that it's spreading misinformation while also claiming that there's nothing transformative about the clip that was shared. That doesn't make any sense. You're basically telling on yourself. You're basically saying that the clip is sharing a...
It depends. It depends. It depends. Like, if I take the clip and I say, like, look what bad thing Extra Emily did, then I do think then that is spreading misinformation. If I take the clip and say, look, haha, Extra Emily's dad is trolling her, that's a different thing. That's not spreading misinformation. So it depends on what the clip was. It depends on how the clip is framed, I'd say.
A negative message about yourself. Again, if you don't want your father saying these things, if he has a history of trolling you on stream, then maybe don't call him. You gotta stop monetizing every single second of your life if you're so sensitive about people reacting to clips.
Very true, very true, very true.
That you're voluntarily sharing online. The proof also that there's some shame here is that, well, Extra Emily immediately deleted this clip. If you want a good piece of advice about the situation, if you thought that the clip shared from your own stream was spreading some sort of misinformation, instead of doing a shameless DMCA takedown, how about using your free speech to respond to it? Drop a reply with more context. Do a quote tweet. Or maybe do your own tweet on your own account. Instead, Emily does a DMCA takedown, which is clearly done out of insecurity. And
of course, it's done out of insecurity. It was the first drama of the college tuition not being paid back, and then the red light that she ignored, in combination with then the clip getting posted. This is a what do you call this? It's just like a desperation It's a reaction out of desperation because she doesn't want to be in more drama. I'd assume that's what it is.
And a desire to censor anyone sharing a clip from her own content that portrays her in a negative light. This whole situation is very shameless, and she deserves all the flack. And this, keep in mind, really reflects the response that was given to the account Yeet, who was the subject of this DMCA takedown. They say right in the actual infringement statement here that these clips are taken out of context of my live stream. I own my live stream content, and this account did nothing to make it his own. He just ripped the video off my live stream without changing it, and it is infringing on my work. Again, this is someone taking a clip of a public stream and then providing criticism. That should not be taken down. At the very least, outside of any sort of legal statements, it's very insecure and just a bad look. And they even acknowledge that under the statute they're using to file this DMCA, that they'll be liable for any damages, including attorney's fees.
I mean, here's this, right? She could have just privately reached out to Yeet, said, this clip, makes me look bad here, and here's the context, and then just friendly asked Yeet to, you can nowadays edit tweets, right? Like, you can edit posts. He could have just edited the post, given additional context, and the problem would have been solved. Bad way to handle this. Really bad way.
If they knowingly and materially misrepresent that reported material or activity is infringing. So they are setting themselves up for a lawsuit here that apparently Yeats, with the backing of Dan Saltman, are ready to make. This is a horrible idea. This whole tweet, this whole response is just doubling down on this DMCA takedown, and they're shamelessly saying that they want to silence criticism. It's very obvious that's what they're doing. But the replies on this are brutal. You see Omni saying this tweet might be worse than the clip you took down. 100%.
Definitely is. That response is worse. That response is most certainly worse. Absolutely is. Welcome back, Cricket. It's just, ugh. Ah, of course. Horpie is responding to this. Of course. I stream completely naked on Twitch.
100% agree. Then Morg Pie decides to share her opinion as if anyone asked, and it's the only reply that she replied to.
Catching strays here, be like, who asked? Who the fuck asked?
By the way, where she says, I think the precedent you're setting of not putting up with BS drama and harassment is far more valuable than the ones they are whining about. Actually, I think it's a really bad precedent to abuse the DMCA system to silence people or sharing publicly available clips that make you look bad. Personally, I think that's bad. I think personally clamping down on freedom of speech is a bad idea, but I guess Morg Pie, the legal eagle, the genius here, disagrees. Okay, as if that means anything, but other people saying that's not how the DMCA works, people citing the actual statute. This person saying, LOL, your dad always trolls you. How are people taking it seriously? Well, yeah, like people like me, for example, are acknowledging that her dad was trolling, that he was teasing her, what is she gonna do? DMCA my video? Like, go ahead if you really.
Not everybody, right? Good night, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye, Zoom. Take care. Also, it's like not everybody gets that though. Not everybody's smart enough to understand that it's just trolling.
Really want, go ahead and try. I think that's a big mistake, by the way. But what is different from me and the people sharing this clip? Are they trying to say that there's something different? Because their reasoning isn't just, oh, I own this content. It's, oh, I own this content, it's making me look bad. Well, my video is making you look bad. Are you going to take down my video next? I don't know. I guess we'll wait. But other people saying you cooked yourself. You just made the point one statement after the clip got traction. That would have been posted and spread by Yeet as well. You're a public figure. You can't ask for the limelight and then abuse the copyright system once the attention you're getting isn't what you want. Streamers really be out of touch. This is going to get worse. Cool. So you admit to abusing DMCA takedowns and so on and so forth. DMCA is meant to protect copyrighted content, not manage criticism, context, or narrative control. Exactly. And this person says, sue them. For what?
For reposting a clip? With the full context on? The only way I could see it being a problem if it was framed negatively. That's the only way I could see it. Like, look what bad thing Emily did, and then the clip underneath. Okay. That would probably infuriate me too if it's out, because then it would be misinformation. But otherwise, I don't think so.
If they're upset about how that clip makes them look, maybe some self-reflection is in order. Maybe don't share every aspect of your life. Maybe don't stream every second of your life. And just, I don't know, don't put yourself in these situations. This whole thing is completely and utterly ridiculous. And this statement is blatantly hypocritical. It is openly admitting to abusing the DMCA system to silence critics. And it's shameless. The whole thing is shameless. They made a mountain out of a molehill, and it's their fault. There's no one else to blame for any of this. They don't like the way they look from their own actions, and they're trying to silence people sharing it. That's all there is to it. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comments section.
My thoughts are very simple. She could have reached out privately to Yeet. She could have made a post. She could have made a quote tweet, a reply. Just, you know, clarifying the thing and then move on. She didn't do that. Instead, she posted half an essay and used the DMCA system to silence people and used it and abused it and used it wrongfully. Very simple. My take is very simple. This could have been done in like 2 or 3 days, not even. But that's when you do desperation attempts, and what if that is even a word? If you do something out of desperation of not wanting to be more drama, well, guess you should have never streamed the college tuition thing. Guess you should have never streamed yourself ignoring a red light. Then this would be half as bad. But you took another dump on top of two dumps already. This might be a lesson learned, maybe not, we'll see. Man, what a video. What an oddity. What in fact an oddity. Alrighty then. Let me check what I do want to look at. I don't have that much anymore that I do want to look at. Let's say... You know, this one. I've had it in there here for a while. And I want to look at it. I do want to look at it. I've had that in here for a while, so why not? Let's do one like that. Anyways, this is by Visual Venture. How one hack exposed 37 million cheating husbands. However that happens, 37 million cheating husbands sounds a bit large, a bit outrageous. We'll look at it. I mean, you all know my view on cheaters by now, and if you don't know, I think cheaters should die in a ditch. That's all I can say. I cannot say what should happen to cheaters because I would probably get nuked off of YouTube, but let's just know I really, really strongly dislike them. Ryan George is the first guy who got kidnapped. That's crazy. Anyways, let's go.
I cheated on my husband to find companionship, to feel happy and alive again. Big story today in the... I cheated on my husband to find companionship, to feel happy and alive again.
What? Huh? Why? Why would one do that? Why would that person from that testimonial do that? Why? How does that make you feel alive? You want the drama?
Story today in the world of the internet. Ashley Madison, which is a dating service for married people looking to have an affair. It was hacked today.
My dad reached a point of such hopelessness and despair.
How interesting that a site that is based on keeping your information private is getting hacked. What happened here?
Unlike fairy tales, not all marriages end in happily ever.
Also, who thought it was a good idea to have a dating app for married people? Whoever programmed that dating app, whoever's working on that dating app, I will find you. And if I ever got into a position where I could use drone strikes, you were the first to go.
After. You've probably heard the saying that 50% of marriages end in divorce.
Which is diabolical, by the way. That's not normal.
Did you know that 60% of these divorces are because of infidelity? And if finding out
Damn. Damn. I knew it was 50%. I didn't know that 60% of those are because of infidelity. That means about half of these divorces end because somebody was cheating. Is it that hard for people to keep it in their pants or to not open their legs? Is it that hard?
your partner was a cheater wasn't bad enough, in 2015, millions of wives came face to face with this truth in the most public way possible, through a massive data leak by a secret team of vigilante hackers. This is the fall of Ashley Madison and
the based hackers. Absolutely and utterly based.
How one hack exposed 37 million cheating husbands. What is Ashley Madison? Life is short, have an affair. That is a slogan of the world's #1 married dating app, founded in
Whoever made that app, your life is short. I'm gonna get a gun and make it much shorter.
In 2001 by Canadian entrepreneur Noel Biederman.
When I say Canada is hell, people don't believe me. But here we have the proof.
Ashley Madison is a dating platform meant for those looking to arrange affairs, aka cheat on their partners.
Caught up in your daily routine, Ashley Madison, where the world explores affairs.
Ashley Madison markets itself as a place free of judgment for consenting adults looking to explore secret relationships.
We listen and we judge.
The site has had over 80 million signups since 2002.
There's 80 million cheaters out there? I wonder, is that app available here in Germany? Is it? It is available. It is available. It is available. What the fuck? 2.3 star rating, by the way.
With an estimated 20,000 new members daily. The site doesn't only benefit the
The daily? The daily? What?
cheaters, though. Ashley Madison's parent company, Ruby Life, has been making some serious money from this platform because it turns out that capitalizing off of infidelity is actually a really successful business model. Although the company is currently called Ruby Life, it used to have a different name, Avid Life Media. Remember that name because we'll be getting back to that later. As of 2023, Ashley Madison is raking in $400,000 per every million users. And with 70 million users, that adds up to an annual revenue of $28 million, which makes Ashley Madison the 13th most profitable dating app in the world. The site makes
how much?
70 million users. That adds up to an annual revenue of $28 million, which makes Ashley Madison the 13th most profitable.
Why? Why? Just why? Why are people like this? Why are people like this? Maybe 40 million cheaters of each gender? Possibly. But the average dating app is more used by men. So it'd be like, well, they said 37 million. It's actually, it must be half. It must be about half. 37 million cheating husbands. That means there's also at least 33 million cheating wives out there. Canada's fine, one hell. It's in the Middle East. Canada is like the baby version.
Dating app in the world. The site makes most of its money from charging its male customers to access the main features. Each message you receive on Ashley Madison is hidden behind a paywall. Users can only bypass this with pay-per-use credits or through a monthly subscription. To send or even just read messages, you need to pay a fee of 5 credits or prepay for an hour of live chatting for 50 credits. And the credits are not cheap. For $59, you can only get 100 credits, which means each message could cost about $10. You can also use credits to add features like boosting your profile in search rankings or sending virtual gifts. Why are people willing to pay this much for a dating website? The main reason? Anonymity. Cheaters don't want to get caught. That's why they appreciate Ashley Madison's many anonymous features and don't mind spending a bit of cash for them. Users are given the option to have anonymous profiles filled with fake user information to make sure that no one knows their true identity. There's even a full delete button which charges users a $19 fee. After paying, all of their private information is completely deleted from the website and its databases. That way, no one can trace them back to the site and their marriages can remain safe. But if cheating isn't your thing, Ashley Madison's parent company, Ruby Life, still has got you covered. Because there are plenty of other dating websites in their portfolio that's meant to satisfy other dating.
Cougar Life! That is crazy! That is crazy! Oh my god, I hate cheaters with a passion. I hope you all take a swan dive from a high building.
Fantasies, and they aren't any better. Avid Life Media, the empire built on deception. Before becoming Ruby Life, the company was known as Avid Life Media, a name that frequently made headlines for its controversial websites. So in order to understand why Avid Life Media was an attractive target for hackers, we need to look into how these scandalous websites function. If there was one thing Avid Life Media knew how to do, it was to sell you a lifestyle. And what better way to do that than to give you the perfect ideal woman you're looking for on these websites. Instead of simply running ads to entice you, Avid Life Media took it one step further. They made these ads the faces of the company. Avid Life Media hired models to pretend to be top-level executives of these dating sites. They even created backstories to try and get more customers. These women would make several media appearances talking about how they built the businesses from the ground up.
Boys, it's easy to date a woman.
What the fuck? There were dudes actually fell for this? Simps. Simps.
Like me.
Claudia Optenkelder was one of these women. Posing as a CEO, she made several appearances on national TV talking about her dating platform, Cougar Life. Claudia was personable, well-liked, and was every man's dream. But what they didn't know was that this was all a fantasy. And this questionable marketing strategy wasn't just aimed at men. They had another tactic to target women. In 2013, Avid Life Media was getting attention for all the wrong reasons. And it wasn't just one dating site that drew criticism. They had two. Combine these two sites with the Ashley Madison website, and you've got a trio package of questionable dating sites. So how did two scandalous sites put Avid Life Media in the hot seat? The dating site Arrangement Finders was targeted toward female university students.
Need a summer job? Date a sugar daddy? Nah, that's crazy.
And younger adult women. They launched billboards that featured pictures of known stars paired with suggestive text. So if the primary users were young women, who were the people trying to connect with them? Arrangement Finders made it extremely clear who they were after because many of these ads were strategically placed near popular family attractions. You can pretty much guess what they were getting at. Girls on the site would get paid by men to go out on dates with them. These relationships were purely transactional, which meant that they usually
What the fuck? Hi Frumpy, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. What the fuck, dude? So we got sugar daddies, we got cheating wives and husbands. We got everything here. We got everything in this video.
towed the line between legal and illegal. Shortly after this controversy, Arrangement Finders shut down and their ads were taken down a week later. Just like Arrangement Finders, which was aimed at women, the second site was meant to target men. Established men, aimed to connect beautiful women with interesting men. Both sites seemed to target vulnerable women in financial need, and people were not happy with these two sites. These websites were fine on paper, and there was no concrete evidence of illegal activity happening. It seemed like Avid Life Media cracked the code on monetizing even the worst kinds of dating. But just because they couldn't be taken down legally doesn't mean they couldn't be taken down. Avid Life Media found itself targeted by people willing to take matters into their own hands, and they weren't playing by the rules. The hack. Well,
based hackers, 100% based hackers. Everyone who targets weird shady websites where cheating is fine, oh, go at it. I don't mind. Wipe them out. I mapped out my drawing tablet so I can draw fan art of you, Poka, now. That's cool. Thank you. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I appreciate it.
Ashley Madison shows how far people will go for secret pleasure. Real happiness isn't about secret desires. It's about living openly and healthy. And what better way to start than by focusing on what you put into your body? So I read this book called How Not to Die, and it made me realize that what we eat is way more
a cooking book called How Not to Die. That's very interesting.
More crucial than you think. But eating healthy clearly isn't easy, or you'd be doing it already. It requires a lot of planning, especially for people who spend a lot of time behind the computer like you and me. That's where today's sponsor, Factor, comes in. Factor makes nutritious eating quick and easy. You can heat up a chef-quality meal in just 2 minutes with no prep or cleanup. It lets you focus on doing what you love. In my case, YouTube. Factor offers meals for any lifestyle, including keto, vegan, and calorie smart. Meal plans range from 4 to 18 meals per week, depending on your needs, and there are over 27 meal options. I get tired of eating the same food, so this is a game changer. To get these fire meals delivered to your door, use my link or go to go.factor75.com and use code POGVentureOct50 for 50% off your first box. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code with your phone. In the first half of 2015, things were looking good for Avid Life Media. With over 30 million registered users on Ashley Madison, it was the leading married
30 million people. This is 30 million people wanting to cheat on their partner. I want their name. I just want like a website where their names are on. Straight up.
dating website. The site had grossed $115 million the year before, and the CEO, Noel Biederman, was taking home more than $5 million a year. With all these impressive numbers, there's no denying it. Cheating really did pay. With summer around the corner, it seemed like nothing could get in the way of Ashley Madison's growth. The warmer months meant summer flings, and no one benefited more from a casual hookup than they did. And although things would heat up, it wouldn't be in the way that anyone expected, because Ashley Madison would soon come face to face with its greatest fear.
This hack has a lot of people sweating it out right now. We mentioned it earlier. Cheating site Ashley Madison was hacked by a group calling itself the Impact Team.
In July of
Based. Absolutely based.
2015, the media was on fire after a mysterious message showed up on the dark web. A group of anonymous hackers by the name of the Impact Team issued a cryptic warning to Avid Life Media. In the statement, the hackers addressed Ashley Madison's executives by name, welcoming them to their worst nightmare. They called out the company for its lack of protection of personal user information. Then they told the public how they had hacked into the systems of not just Ashley Madison, but all the dating sites associated with their parent company, Avid Life Media. The hackers also exposed Ashley Madison for allegedly scamming its users with features like the full delete button, calling it a complete lie. Because after breaching the system, they were able to see the data.
Ah, cool. So that stuff does not get deleted. Ever. So it's still on there. Makes sense that they can just sell your data to somewhere else. So that makes sense. I never got cheating, man. It's a weird phenomenon. I don't understand it either. I don't get it. Why would you do such a thing? First of all, it scars somebody for life. That's the first thing. Second of all, if you don't like somebody anymore, just fucking get a divorce or break up. It's not that hard. It's not that hard, bro. It really isn't. Now, me personally, that would never happen because I will only marry once, so that wouldn't happen. I'm on a time limit. I've limited myself, so that would not happen. So, yeah, it is what it is. I guess the only thing we can do is kick these people out of society if we know them.
Database of all the deleted user records. The message was a threat. In the message, the hacker stated that if
Also, I think since you're legally married, it is a contract. If you break that contract, you should be sued. And if the other party knows that you were married as well, when they cheated on your partner with, you should be able to sue them as well. Frickin' die. What happened if you accidentally shave your eyebrows? I'm never going outside until they regrow. For a few minutes since I finished high school. Okay, awesome, cool.
Avid Life Media did not shut down Ashley Madison and their other site, Established Men. The hackers would release the data of every single user. The end of the message name-dropped all of the key players at Avid Life Media, asking them one question. What's it going to be? As expected, millions of people were in a complete frenzy after this news broke. This wasn't just a risk to Avid Life Media. It was a risk to any cheating person who had ever signed up to one of these sites. If this data were to get out, it wouldn't just be the end of Ashley Madison. It would be the end of millions of marriages. As the days passed, more and more people began to panic. It wasn't like this was some sort of baseless, empty threat. The Impact Team had been slowly releasing bits and pieces of user information to pile on the pressure. But it wasn't just Avid Life Media that felt the stress. It was their customers. Reddit forums blew up. News outlets used it as their top story. It even became a hot topic for late-night talk show hosts. But for some reason, Avid Life Media wasn't taking any action. It seemed like while the whole world couldn't stop talking about the Impact Team, Avid Life Media remained silent. Aside from a statement they made on the morning of the attack, nothing else was done. I mean, if your business was making you millions of dollars a year, why would you want to shut it down? Avid Life Media sure didn't. So instead of following the Impact Team's orders, they kept their sites up and running, which was their biggest mistake. 30 days later, nothing had changed. Maybe they thought the hackers were just making empty threats, or maybe they just didn't want to lose money. Either way, they ignored the warning from the impact team. Ashley Madison, an established man, remained online business as usual. So on August 18th, 2015, the impact team fulfilled their promise. The private data of over 37 million users was released to the public via the dark web. 32 million names were plastered.
RIP Bozo! These 30 million people? RIP fucking Bozo. Get owned.
All over the internet. All of these names came with addresses, phone numbers, transaction histories, and email addresses, all taken from their Ashley Madison profiles. A whopping amount of 10 gigabytes of data were exposed for the public to see. But there were more surprises in store when the information was released. Around 15,000 of the exposed email addresses were .gov or .mil, which meant
Ah, the UK is here as well. And Canada. Interesting.
that they belonged to government or military personnel. Along with user information, the impact team hackers also leaked documents, email chains, and other private information of Ashley Madison CEO Noel Biederman. And the icing on the cake? The impact team left one final gift, a message titled "Time's Up," meant for the team at Avid Life Media and users of Ashley Madison. Immediately, the internet began picking up
Wait a minute, I want to read that. Give me a second, I want to read that.
one final gift, a message.
Avid Life Media has failed to take down Ashley Madison and established men. We have explained the fraud, deceit, and stupidity of ALM and their members. Now everyone gets to see their data. Find someone you know in here? Keep in mind, the site is a scam with thousands of fake female profiles. See Ashley Madison fake profile lawsuit, okay? 90 to 95% of actual users are male. So, potentially 10 million cheaters that are female. Not 10 million. 10% of cheaters that are female, and 90% of dudes chop their pee-pee off. They lost their pee-pee privilege. Chances are your man signed up for the world's biggest affair site but never had one. He just tried to, if that distinction matters. Find yourself in here? It was ALM that failed you and lied to you. Prosecute them and claim damages, then move on with your life. Learn your lesson and make amends. Embarrassing now, but you'll get over it. Any data not signed by key, okay, is fake. Okay. Base message. It's been a while since I talked to you. Hi, Ender Steve. Yeah, it has been quite a while. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
Titled "Time's Up," meant for the team at Avid Life Media and users of Ashley Madison. Immediately, the internet began picking apart every detail of these messages. The impact team had practically just told the world that everything Avid Life Media had been telling its customers was a lie. Even if you put the hack aside, some of the claims in these letters were highly concerning. Ashley Madison is a site that profits off the promise of protecting the personal data of its users. But were they really protecting user data?
The site was running something called a full delete feature, where you pay a certain fee and then the site promises to obviously delete all of your information, because of course it's quite a sensitive site. They claim that this wasn't happening, and they found evidence of this in the data, and they released it to sort of vindicate these customers.
In their initial warning, the impact team pointed to the full delete feature as an example to expose Avid Life Media's deceptive practices. The hackers claimed that this particular feature had earned the company $1.7 million in revenue at the time of the data breach, all while allegedly being a complete lie. This feature costs $19 per use, but despite promises made to customers, their data wasn't actually deleted from the site even after they paid. Their credit card information remained stored in the transaction history, and the purchase details were not removed as promised. That means that usernames and addresses remained on record, which made the delete button entirely useless. And people only found this out because of the impact team's hack. Many customers who had paid for the full delete feature were shocked to find their personal information still in the leaked database. There was
very good, very nice. Get these people. Of course, I mean, I have no sympathy for these people, right? They were trying to cheat. They may have cheated. They were trying to cheat. I have no sympathy for these people. None.
There was so much backlash that Avid Life Media was dragged into several lawsuits. One unnamed woman was so outraged to find that her personal information was exposed that she sought out more than $5 million in damages. As more evidence was gathered to validate the Impact team's claims, it was getting harder to deny that Ashley Madison was a fraud. And if that wasn't enough to ruin their credibility, there was more. In the Impact team's Time's Up message, they provided a key statistic that stunned everyone. See, Ashley Madison fake profile lawsuit. 90 to 95% of actual users are male. The belief that Ashley Madison created fake female profiles wasn't new. Since the site's creation, people have questioned whether or not it actually had as many women as they advertised. But it wasn't until the Impact team released their statement that people actually started to do some digging. In 2012, Ashley Madison found itself in the middle of a lawsuit with former employee Doriana Silva. The employee claimed that she suffered injuries as a result of tasks that she had to do on the job. You might be thinking, maybe she fell off a ladder or tripped on a wire or something. Well, Doriana claimed that she was forced to make 1,000 fake female profiles within a matter of weeks. When the
Damn! 90% versus 10%. Who the 90% cheating with? No one. No one. No one. They just tried. Most of them just tried. If 10% is with 10% females, that leaves 80% of cheating. No, it was 90 to 95, like 90% of the people there were dudes. The others were other stuff was fake profiles and 5 to 10% women. That's it. Yes, I'll do another Xenoblade.
The site was launching its Portuguese version. She was seeking $20 million in damages because this resulted in forearm and wrist injuries. Ashley Madison then countersued for $100,000, claiming that Doriana kept confidential documents even after leaving her job. The lawsuits were thrown out, but this added more evidence to the Impact team's claims. After the data leak confirmed that the statistic was true, multiple class action lawsuits were filed against Ashley Madison. The lawsuit accused the site of using fembots to attract paying male customers, arguing that this made them victims of fraud. The released information revealed that the hackers say 90 to 95% of female profiles on the site are fake. Investigative journalists also joined in on the search for the truth. After pouring countless hours into researching the data, they found concrete proof that there were virtually no women on the site.
In the database that was released, the website had 31 million men and 5.5 million women, which is a ratio of about 5 to 1. But Newitz discovered that of those 5.5 million women, only 1,492
31 million men versus 1,492 women. I guess women just cheat differently. Why use a dating app? I guess.
ever looked at a single message in their inbox, ever, compared to more than 20 million men who had looked at their inboxes. That means of all of the active users on the website, 0.01%, actually less than 0.01% of those users were women.
After this news spread, Avid Life Media claimed that this wasn't their fault, but rather that third parties had maliciously misused their site. It turns out that Ashley Madison has a reputation for attracting a range of external scams. Many have used Ashley Madison as a means for catfishing, blackmail, or phishing scams targeted at its users. Since a majority of Ashley Madison profiles are meant to have minimal personal information, it makes it a much easier platform to disguise yourself as someone else. But let's not forget, the company itself has been caught creating thousands of fake profiles. Sure, they have a point about third-party interference, but most of these fake female profiles were still made by the company. How do we know this? Well, IP addresses were analyzed to reveal the location of where these accounts were last used. The key findings were that a staggering 80,805 profiles linked back to one specific IP address. Which one? The Ashley Madison offices. All signs were pointing to one thing. Ashley Madison had practically
caught in 4K, straight up caught in 4K. I find that incredibly funny. Rip Bozo, for real.
No female users. The Impact team had blown the roof off of Ashley Madison's entire operation. The big question is, who really is the Impact team? vigilantes, or villains. Now, what would you even classify the Impact Team as? Villains, heroes, vigilantes? Nothing else was known about them besides what they told us in their letters, so no one knew for sure. But it seemed obvious that their morals pushed them to do what they did. We are dedicated, focused, skilled, and we're never going away. If you profit off the pain of others, whatever it takes, we will completely own you. Judging by their words, they seem to be expert hackers aiming to deliver their own version of justice. And even though we don't know anything more personal about them, they did do an interview through email about the hack. During this interview, they were asked about what the process was like hacking into Avid Life Media. And the answers were pretty surprising and only ended up making Ashley Madison's customers even more upset. The Impact Team said that they worked hard to make a fully undetectable attack, only to get into the system and find nothing to bypass. When the interviewer asked about the state of Avid Life Media's security, her answer
absolutely fucking based. Absolutely fucking based, exposing these motherfuckers. The cheating men and the scammers.
started with just one word: bad. The hackers exposed that the company's security was weak, basically just dividing their network into smaller parts. This simple setup was far from effective at keeping out unauthorized users. According to the hackers, using just a basic VPN was enough to gain access to all the servers. For a company that says it cares about keeping its users' information private, this weak security system made Ashley Madison users even more mad. They had been paying all of this money to use a site they assumed would keep their private information safe. Not only did that not happen, but the company didn't even have the right system in place to protect it. The Impact Team claimed that Avid Life Media makes around $100 million in fraudulent dollars a year, and that the website became a breeding ground for illegal activity. It turns out the hackers have been watching it all go down for years. The Impact Team finally felt that it was time to make a move and shut the site down. They also addressed the elephant in the room. Who was the true blackmailer in the situation? Their answer? We didn't blackmail users. Avid Life Media blackmailed them. Through this interview, it seemed clear that the Impact Team hacked Ashley Madison because they felt it was necessary. It seemed like the 37 million users were just caught in the middle while the Impact Team was trying to bring down Avid Life Media. The hacker group ended the interview by answering one final question. Will the Impact Team be hacking any other sites in the future? Not just sites, any companies that make hundreds of millions profiting off the pain of others' secrets and lies. To this day, no one truly knows who the Impact Team is, but one thing's clear: they exposed Avid Life Media. So that leaves us with one big question. What happened to the husbands who had their information leaked? The shattered marriages. With so much media coverage and a couple of famous people on the list, word spread like wildfire about the leak. It didn't take long for the one.
Those guys are heroes. They're incredibly based. Incredibly. Nice.
Secret Ashley Madison users to face consequences not just from their partners, but also from their friends, families, and coworkers. The Impact Team left the cheaters one final message. It was ALM that failed you and lied to you. Prosecute them and claim damages, then move on with your life. Learn your lesson and make amends. Embarrassing now, but you'll get over it. But unfortunately for some, the consequences of their new reality became too much to handle, and they never got over it. Millions of guilty husbands were trying to salvage their marriages, with websites like checkashleymadison.com giving wives easy access to the leaked data. These secret relationships weren't so secret anymore. But while most men attempted to fix their mistakes, others simply couldn't.
More fallout tonight from that hack of the cheating website Ashley Madison.
The unfortunate passing of some men seemed to happen after the Ashley Madison.
Damn. Self-deletion after, that came out. I kind of feel sympathy, but kind of not. You shouldn't self-delete yourself, otherwise, on the other hand, you duck your own hole. You made your soup, now eat it too.
Hack. And other Ashley Madison users became victims of even more internet blackmail. With their contact information available for anyone to see, scammers saw an opportunity. The scammers aimed to blackmail the husbands for money, usually in the form of Bitcoin, by saying they would reveal their affairs to their families. Like most internet schemes, many of these emails sat in the inbox ignored. However, these scammers weren't playing around. If they weren't given their $2,500 ransom, they would send personalized letters to the wives informing them of their husbands' husband's spot in the Ashley Madison user database. It wasn't just cheating husbands who got messages like these. Small businesses also got emails from people claiming to be hackers. These emails said that they would release private information from their websites unless they got paid. For better or for worse, the identities of these cheaters were out there, and the reactions were definitely mixed. Some sympathized with the husbands, arguing that their private data was exposed because of the carelessness of a company that they thought they could trust. Others felt that what happened was completely justified and that cheaters deserve no sympathy. But regardless of what side you're on, one thing's for sure: the Impact team lived up to their name. They made a lasting impact that won't be forgotten. The story of Ashley Madison is a reminder to be careful who you give your data to. And also, the obvious lesson: don't cheat. My friends, be careful online because it only takes one click to change your life forever. Visual Venture. Wait, before you go...
That is the end of the video. Now we know the 37 million cheaters and the scammers that were exposed by based hackers. We love to see it. We love to see it. Absolutely deserved. If you cheat, there is no peace for you ever again, in my opinion. There is no peace for you. No peace ever. Not once, not ever. Just my opinion. Man, I check this out. Cool edit, not rickroll. I ain't falling for that, buddy. I ain't falling for that. I ain't falling for that. It is what it is. It is what it is. Anyways, I need to check something. Nothing ever happens. For real, for real. Nothing ever happens. Anyways, we'll do the Xenoblade video next. Another one. Another one. We must do this.
I cheated on my husband
as
to find
usual.
Companionship, to feel happy and
No,
alive again.
stop. No cheating. No more. No. No more. No more. Okay, give me a second. I need to check something real quick. Give me a second. Okay, works. Perfect. Does not allow links, sorry. Makes sense because this is YouTube. YouTube does not allow links. This is not Twitch. This ain't Twitch. Alright, let's do the another Xenoblade video. Goodness, the pain is real. I'm trying but not working because you cannot post links in YouTube stream chat. Anyways, YTP, Xenoblade Chronicles, Melia and Telelia. Bye-bye, Nonis. Yay, let's go.
Melia, you look like a tree in front of fantastic.
Did you? No, that's to the freak tribe.
This is a fucking tree.
Ricky, why are you Ricky?
Why? Because Ricky, what is this? Ricky never see before.
And I ignored this creature as well. But now it's back.
This not Ricky. Ricky is Chad.
To think it has caused this much damage. What do you mean? I miss X. I even miss Tatsu.
Are you telling me you missed Tatsu?
Yes.
How is this possible?
That's it.
I've come up with a new recipe.
Shulk, I will take the Monado and shove it up your ass.
Yes, please!
It's much more powerful than its offspring.
It's a Napon, not Goku!
Dumbass!
But it is Goku, not a Napon.
No beast, because Ricky's not on Dicky.
Amiibo.
It has Ricky's Nop on Dicky? What the fuck? Doug, you need to watch this. What do I need to watch?
Oh yeah! She's nifty with that piss!
I knew it. She can control piss without using only man.
I've heard there's people this. What? No. No beast, more like beast. No, you've got to be kidding.
It's no good. This is my fucking but destroying the Telelia is beyond you. Get good, fuckface.
Get good, fuckface. This is once again so redonkulous. It is crazy. It is actually crazy. Oh, Nepal. Okay, I'll look at this later. Seems interesting. Seems interesting. Melia, summon as. Hey, I'm back. Sorry, I'm not talking. You poker in small corner as I draw. All is good. All is good. Have fun. All is fine.
Summon as.
You guys look like a real family. Exactly the same. I can't stand by. This monster is going down. I know only too well that crushing pain of and the crushing pain of losing those close to you.
We should cut our losses.
Never, Melia. Do it for the beams.
Adobe can suck my ass. Addo bitch.
I know only too. I'll trap him with the Monado. Then you fuck the Telephia with everything you have. Ready?
The audacity of this bitch.
Someone.
No! Dumban!
Bite on this. Bite.
No! Dumban!
Done slam. That's crazy.
Just like old times.
Nothing like an old-fashioned. Dixon would have been proud. Has it been that long?
Dixon.
14 years. If my memory hasn't left me, seems like...
Wasn't it 44 years instead of 14? Isn't this wrong? False information. Slander.
Yesterday.
It was the only way I could think of. If there had been another way, it's like a test cave. It's almost natural, instinctive.
You'll get your chance, Shulk. Soon you and that Monado will fuck.
I know. That's what keeps me going.
Oh god. There is no end to the Monado fucking beams.
Hereupon, Ricky, be proud! Hereupon, Ricky, tough guy!
Hereupon, Ricky!
I'm afraid it's all finished.
It is in fact finished. Another YTP done. I'm gonna put these on to compilation, upload them. It is what it is. It is what it is. Anyways. Dino Beast, more like Beast No Die. I hated this fight originally when I played it on the Wii. I hated that fight with a passion. I really did. I really did. As a final video, I'll just do memes. Let's do memes.
Girl.
Let's do memes. I need some memes as a final video for today. Girls versus Boys memes by Dumb Bass? Dumb Ass? I don't know. Let's just go?
Girls. How do boys wipe when they finish peeing? Boys.
What? I mean, it's more like a shake, not a slap, but okay.
Girls in their mirror. Oh my gosh, I'm so ugly. Boys in their mirror. Hey, the weird lighting makes me look muscular!
I don't know about that one, Chief.
How girls pose for photos. How boys pose for photos.
That's not only is that accurate, but I'm gonna say it. I don't even have any really photos of me. Like, there's none of me. I have none of my phone, not a single one. I just don't think I look good in photos. I just don't.
Girls. Hey. Hi. Boys. Bro, we should make a meme about how epic and quirky boys are while girls are boring. Yeah.
Isn't that the entire video here now? Ironic.
Yeah, keep this one in mind during all of these memes. Girls when they feel sick. I feel a bit sick, but I can carry on. Boys with the 37 degrees Celsius fever.
Yeah, but there's some logic to it. We experience it differently. Our bodies handle it differently. I can go to work with a missing arm though. Can you do that?
Girls. Society. They seem to be very good friends. Boys. Society. I diagnosed you with gay.
That's accurate though. That's accurate though. I see that with a lot of shippers. Be like, oh, these dudes had a handshake. They must be gay.
Girls, I must find a toilet. I need to pee. Boys. Aha! A tree.
Or a bush.
Girls with pillows on their bed. 200,000 units already, with 1 million more on the way as well. Boys with pillows. Always 2 there are. No more, no less.
I also have only 2 for myself.
Never being asked out. Girls. Boys. Girls.
This is okay. I was asked out 3 times, okay? Okay? But these women, first of all, I wouldn't date them, and second of all, 2 of them were probably in their 30s. So do with that what you will.
Girls, am I ugly? No way, you are beautiful. Boys, am I ugly? Ugly is not enough to describe you.
Accurate, same with fat. Like, you're so... Am I fat? Yeah, bro, that doesn't even describe it. You're so fat, you black out the sun.
Girls. Ew, I can't believe she's wearing the same outfit as me. Boys. We can walk behind each other and look like we're going really fast. 13-year-old boys. 13-year-old girls. 15-year-old boys. 15-year-old girls.
Accurate, cause like... Yeah, I've seen that before. I've seen that before.
How to impress a girl. Respect her. Honor her. Protect her. Care for her. How to impress a boy. Say hi. Yeah, it is stupid.
Yeah, that's it. No, also, the standards are pretty low. Like, female, optional. Alive, optional. Woman, optional. Scrap the life optional, calm down.
Tremendously easy to get us to fall for you. Boys, girls, looking at girls' butts. Teacher, girls can do anything that boys can. Me.
No, they can't.
Can they remain shirtless then? Teacher. Listen here, you little perv. Girls, I wonder why we always live longer than boys. Boys.
The more accurate thing would be stress. Consider this. Consider this. The more accurate thing would be stress. Because, when we look at nuns and monks, they live equally as long. The one factor that kills men earlier is stress.
Girls. Oh my god, I love French vanilla candle. It smells delightful and always makes me tear up. Boys. Dang, this crap is fire. How to understand a man, full edition. How to understand a woman, part 1.
Accurate?
What boys think girls do with Photoshop? Me, a girl. Captain Merkel.
This is amazing! That is perfect. I'm German, by the way, so this is perfect. Captain Merkel. That is base as fuck, whoever made this.
Girls. Feet, face, hair, body. Boys. Towel is towel. Girls.
If your body's clean, then one towel is all you need.
Why are boys so loud?
That didn't rhyme, but I don't care.
Tone it down. This isn't a concert. Also, girls, when the light goes out for 0.32 microseconds. Ah! Girls. It's not fair that boys have to wear a top while swimming and girls do. Boys. Okay, take off your top. Girls. Why you? Girls' pockets. Boys' pockets.
Nah. I just have a lot of like cards and shit from like stores and like hairdressers, like there's membership cards. I have a lot of those in there. That's about it.
Girls. If boys don't use paper after peeing, then how do they clean? Boys. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Accurate. That's the more accurate one. That is the more accurate one.
Girls every month. Boys every day.
No! I mean, I'm not denying the allegations. I know plenty of gumpers.
Girls. Psst, your fly is down. Oh, thank you for telling me. It would have been so embarrassing to walk around with that being open. Guys. Psst, your fly is open. Explain why you were looking at my crotch. Yeah, I think I'll keep it open just to spite you. How about that? Girls. Boys can't dance. They have no rhythm. Boys.
Fun fact, I learned how to dance for my wedding. That didn't happen.
Girls when they get a compliment. Thank you. Boys when they get a compliment. I shall cherish this forever. Girl.
That is also very accurate. I remember I got a compliment on my on prom. I got a compliment that I have a really great laugh. I still remember the girl. Interesting.
Girls' locker room. PE sucks. I hate PE. Boys' locker room. Girls.
That is sometimes also very accurate. I remember in school back then, in like middle school with my class, there was always ridiculous things happening in that locker room. The occasional ass beating also happened.
When a boy accidentally walks into a girl's bathroom. Get out, you pervert! Boys when a girl accidentally walks into the boys' bathroom. You want some fun?
I don't know about that one. Also, that I don't think that happens really.
When a girl signals that she likes a guy. What the guy sees.
Yeah, well, like, they look at you, and then they look back, smile, and then look back, and it's like, why? What am I supposed to do? I'm fried. What do you mean? What do you mean? Remember, in the Dark Ages, girls dropped the handkerchief so the man could pick it up and bring it to the woman. So actually, girls made the first move, or like at least the invitation.
I'm colorblind. Girls wearing boys' clothes. Society. Boys wearing girls' clothes. Society. The world.
The duality of the world. One is yay and the other one is gay.
It's a cruel place. Girls waking up. Boys waking up.
Accurate.
Girl, if your height doesn't start with a 6, don't message me. Yoda, height 66 centimeters.
I mean, Yoda when he was younger probably get girls. I mean, who wouldn't? And even older, I mean, who wouldn't be into the Jedi Grand Master?
Girls, why do boys always pat each other's backs when they hug? Boys, it's the law! Girls, I have nothing to wear. Guys, I wore the same shirt every day for 3 years. What girls watch on YouTube?
I have like 3 default outfits, so I can't understand that I switch up day by day. Very simple.
Billie Eilish unfollowed me. What boys watch on YouTube? Keanu Reeves versus Woody, the N-word apocalypse. Girls, stop body shaming. Also girls, I only date tall guys, ultimate knockout.
That's not an ultimate knockout. You're knocked out before you even start.
Dads watching their son talking to a girl. Dads watching their daughter talking to a boy. Shame.
I also know, like, yeah, this is the one. However, in reverse, it's the moms that get out the guns. It's the moms that get out the guns for their boys. My mom is like that.
Electricity shuts down for 1 second. All the girls in the class. Ah! Boys in the class. Me! Babe, you don't have to worry about me. I am completely straight. Her. But what about the messages in the group chat with your friends? Me. Don't bring the boys into this.
So do you like my requested video? Yeah, obviously. There's nothing more gay than heterosexual friends in their group chat. I stated, boys, our secret is out. Final stage is touching each other. At least for some people.
Guys that use Reddit. Girls that use Reddit. Okay, class, today we're gonna make our own DIY.
That's more like girls that use 4chan for some odd reason.
Why toilet roll holders? Girls. Boys. Girls with a 3D printer. I can't wait to make custom earrings. Boys with a 3D printer. Everyone is a 3D printer. Some random girls. Guys only want one thing and it's disgusting. What guys want? I will never let you go.
Yes! 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 A loving feminine girlfriend. Or just a loving girlfriend. That would already be fine. Good that I have one. I found a short explaining marathon nipple bleeding. I already looked that up how that happens.
Oh man, I'm gonna try. Boys when girls start singing. Boys when the squad starts singing. Girls when they get complimented by boys. Nope, don't like that. Boys when they get complimented by girls. I needed that. Ginger girls. Ginger boys.
I don't know about that one, bro. I don't know about that one. And there's some ginger men that are good, fine specimen. Even my VTuber model falls into that category, and I don't look like that.
Girls during puberty. Boys during...
Bro, that's a bit much. Do you know about death battle videos? Yeah, I'm aware. Rate loom after your stream ends. I can try. But yeah, that's a bit much.
During puberty. If there's a hole, it's a guy's job to thrust into it. Boys in photos.
I mean, I know a streamer that fucked a Pringles can, as he himself said. So there's that.
Girls in photos. Parents don't allow son to date girls. Son dates boys instead. Parents, are you freaking kidding me? Girls snowball fighting. Boys snowball fighting. I don't think that...
That's not... I would say that's not accurate, however... It's a much more violent... That music might nuke your channel. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Somebody else reacted to this video already, so it's fine. Was it Smugalana? I think Smugalana was it.
That's a snowball launcher. Boys. Girls are so emotional. Also boys. Finally, some boy slander here.
Boy slander.
Teacher. Boys and girls aren't allowed to visit each other's cabins. The gay kid. When you fart in a very public place.
Yeah. Or if you need to, but you can't. Because everyone's gonna hear it. I know that feeling.
When you fart with a group of friends. Girls' bathroom. The world is sad, but you are beautiful. Boys' bathroom. No. No. Yes. Am I doing this right?
Not accurate.
I want a goth girlfriend and I want her now. Hi. Girls.
Understandable. Women are scary.
Lunch table. Oh my god, did you see Sarah's new boyfriend? Isn't he cute? Boys' lunch table. Girls. Spend time and money to get their hair to look unique. Boys.
That's crazy, first of all, that they did this. If this is real, second of all, kinda nod. I mean... There's... It's more so like similar hairstyles, like the broccoli head, as I like to call it. That was very popular at one point, and everyone rocked that shit.
Girls, when there is one piece of pizza left, take it. No, I insist, I'm not hungry anymore. Boys, when there's one piece of pizza left, peace was never an option.
Yeah, I'm not sharing. That piece is mine.
Girls being rejected from art school. Boys being rejected from art school. Oh wait, Stalin went to art school? Male.
That's... hopefully not, but it'll explain a lot. Yeah, the world is forever scared of politicians that didn't get into art school. Forever.
Female. Boys when girls give them a compliment. Thank you. I will never forget this. I would fight for you. Girls dressing up like boys. Boys dressing up like girls. Girls using emojis. Boys. 5'7" girls. 5'7" boys.
That's also accurate. Or like, there's sometimes girls they're like 5'4" and say they want a 6'1", 6'2" guy, and I'm like, bro, that guy will pull up to you, put you on the fridge if you're mean, and only let you down on permission again. What do you want with a dude who's like, with a dude you're like half his size? First of all, kissing's gonna be awkward. Other things might be incredibly awkward as well.
I'm the same height as my girlfriend, but I still just feel shorter. I don't know why. One
Shoes.
Girl sneeze. Phew. When boys sneeze. Two. When dads sneeze. I just broke
Bro was not that far away from Goku here.
my jaw doing that. Girls, not everything is a competition. We're all winners. Boys, competitive pooping. Girls going into cold water. Boys going into cold water. Speak for yourself. I hate the cold water.
Sure.
Girls, boys can be just as sensitive as girls. Yes, time to break those stereotypes. Boys, time to accept everyone as they are, no matter the gender. Yes, let's break the stereotypes.
That's not accurate. In fact, the youth is actually more into stereotypes than... The youth is, in that sense, more conservative, the Zoomers, than previous generations. Fun fact. By studies. Just saying.
Subscribe if you're a boy or a girl or non-binary. We are all inclusive here, okay?
Yeah. Subscribe for real. To me as well. Yeah. That was the video. That was fun to watch. That was funny. Some of these were great. I should react to more memes. For real. I should react to more memes. Well, guys, I will be ending here. Let me quickly look if I can raid. My buddy, if that works. I need to check if that even works. It works for Isan. It does not work for... I think. Does it work? Nah, it does not work. Oh, Celeste is online as well, but I'm not gonna raid her. I'd rather die. Let me check. Did I type his channel name correctly? Okay, all is well. Let me check. Can I raid Isan then? Nah. Ah, wait a minute. Let me check again. Maybe it works now. That doesn't work. Search videos from other... videos from other channel. Let's see if that works. Okay, super rare. Yeah, it does not work for some odd reason. Bro does not pop up. It's an oddity, but what can you do? Anyways. In this case, I'll be ending here. Squishy, squish, squish, squish. In this case, I'll be ending here. We will be back tomorrow with shiny hunting and Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. So yeah, take care, guys. I will yeet Kokos now, and yeah, have a good day or night, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye.